Chapter 854. Only the freedom gained by sacrificing their lives could move them to tears. As for how to enjoy their freedom after sacrificing their lives, well, only the living would consider the problems of mortals. After sacrificing their lives, they would already be in heaven. However, no one would say, "Ask the Dragon Queen to stop giving us food." It would be best if she could arrange a few demonic dragons to chase after us after we leave to increase the value of freedom. Actually, it's not without a price. The war god hesitated. Everyone was excited. What price? Grazadin took out a folded square piece of paper from his waist, opened it, and handed it to Danzo. After we return to our homeland, we have to spread the truth of the long night to the people. When we reach Volantis, the pterodactyls will drop this leaflet. Danzo roughly read the contents of the paper and frowned. Don't you think this is more like Lalo's 10 sins? If we bring the Tiger Cloak army back to Volantis and announce the truth of the Supreme Priest colluding with the Archon to deceive the Red God believers and even the Red God Priest, the name of the Light King will be tarnished. But this is the truth. Grazadin shrugged and said helplessly, "The 5,000 Tiger Cloak army can't be faked. The sealed black wall, the deceived people, and the abandoned believers are all real. Have you thought about it? You're not an ordinary person. Maybe you have the right to enter the black wall," Danzo said meaningfully. Grazadin smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's already dark. The black wall must have sealed the city. Let's not talk about whether they're willing to open the door for me. Even if they're willing, the angry people outside the city will tear me apart." Then he glanced at the noble soldiers around him and said meaningfully, "When they asked me if I was willing to be the commander-in-chief of the Volantis military region, the Dragon Queen told me something. If you want to avoid being a failure, don't stand on the opposite side of the strong." He let out a long sigh and said emotionally, "Based on my personal experience, this is a warning to the world." Everyone looked at each other. They couldn't quite resonate with War God Yuan Kai's thoughts. "Just tell us what we should do," Zidane said impatiently. Grazdan said helplessly, "The current situation is that there are close to 6,000 Tiger Cloak army soldiers and hundreds of thousands of commoners and slaves outside the Black Wall. You probably know better than I do what is inside the Black Wall. But at least we are now outside the Black Wall. We can't stand on the opposite side of the people outside the wall, right? Maybe you could sit in the middle? Be a peacemaker and ease the relationship between the people inside and outside the wall." A Volantis noble hesitated. Grazadin looked at him deeply and nodded. "You can try. After all, the Dragon Queen only told us to announce the truth and maintain order in the city. She didn't tell us what to do or not to do. You've been reading for so long, and you're still not done." At this time, Zidane was impatient. He snatched the leaflet from Danzo's hand and looked at it for a while. He said in shock, "So the root of the long night is the falling of the world. Our world is like a man after the age of 30. His condition deteriorates year by year, but he has to bear the burden of the earth fire that is becoming more and more ferocious with each passing day. Squeeze. Extracting the earth fire to forge the sun. Why do you make it sound so wretched?" Grazadin said with dissatisfaction, "My words are crude, but the truth is not. Everyone can understand what I'm saying, right?" Zidane looked at the people around him. The middle-aged men above 30 nodded in realization. "It's vivid and vivid. We all feel the same about the current state of the world." "Zidane, please continue," the young men below 30 urged impatiently. "After the last long night, the mother goddess of the lone rivers summoned the sun. Lalo didn't allow the sun to give birth to a new Lady of Light. Instead, he usurped the position of the King of Light. But his power was limited. He couldn't manage the sun well. As a result, the sun only lasted for 8,000 years before extinguishing." Zidane said, 8,000 years? That's not short, right?" Many people didn't understand. Grazadin shook his head. "It's very long for a human's lifespan. But in the entire history of the world, our era is only 8,000 years. It's too short. Think about it. How long did the first emperor of the barren land, Lord of Heaven, live? At least 10,000 years, A noble prisoner from the Jade Sea immediately said. Grazadon shrugged and said, "That's it. In the last era, the Dawn Kingdom alone lasted for more than 10,000 years. And before the Dawn Kingdom, the Lady of Light existed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to give birth to the Lord of Heaven with the Night Lion. In other words, before us, the history of the demigod kingdom lasted for at least 20,000 years. Even when the last long night came, the sun lasted for several years after shattering before slowly disappearing. If that's the case, the King of Light really didn't last long enough," the noble from the Jade Sea said with a strange expression. Not only did he not last long, but the King of Light was also beaten like a dog by the Frost God. The King of Light even lost his godhood. Now Lalo is just an ordinary dark demon god. He's fallen from the position of a true god. Zidane exclaimed. "Hiss, is this true?" Everyone was shocked. In their shock and curiosity, they squeezed closer to Zidane and stuck their heads out to take a look at the flyer. He didn't last long enough, and he's still so weak. Lalo is just like me. He's a short one. A mere noble beside Zidane was overjoyed to meet someone of the same kind. For some reason, he felt a sense of closeness to Lalo, who he had never liked. We can't count on Lalo in the long night this time. He's too useless. He was beaten up by the Frost God and fled, causing the Battle of Winterfell to fail. He's a sinner. If he had held on a little longer, the King of Foreign Ghosts might have been killed, and the long night would have ended. Lalo is useless. To think that I used to believe in him so devoutly. He even lost his position as a true god. He's now just a slightly stronger demigod. It's better to believe in the 7 gods than to believe in him. You've seen the saint healing technique of the cultivators, right? That's a miracle. Why were the idols nowadays trying so hard to make their albums break in-world records? Why were the names and deeds of idols often seen in textbooks in recent years? Why were the management companies working so hard to let their idols go to the United Nations or some international organization to give speeches? No matter if the idols were really talented or not, they had to use facts that might not necessarily be the truth to constantly prove that they were strong and capable. Because only strong and capable people would be worshipped. Idols with weak abilities would not have fans. The reason was simple. Who would worship an idol who was as strong as them? Or even weaker than them? Just like a certain trainee. Even if you didn't like him before, it was only because he didn't fit your taste. However, he went to play basketball once. All of a sudden, everyone saw his exquisite basketball skills and dancing skills. Now, when you tried to be his fan, you would encounter a psychological barrier. If you were his fan, would you be mocked by others? Actually, that trainee was a little wronged. He might not be worse than his colleagues who went to the United Nations and went to the textbooks. However, they only showed their strength while he exposed his weakness. There was no essential difference between the belief of God and idols attracting and losing fans. The opening of Lalo's prayer pointed out his powerful ability. The night is long. Everywhere is dangerous. Fortunately, there is Allah. Through the teachings of the Red God Priest and the prophecy of Asha, Lalo made everyone subconsciously form the idea that he was very powerful and only he could save the world. Go to the Westeros. Go to the free trade city of Ursos. Go to the cities of the Jade Sea. Go to any city and ask anyone with some knowledge, do you know about the Savior? Who is the Savior? They would all give the same answer. The former Savior was Yasuo Ahai, and the next long night, the Savior would be the reincarnation of Yasuo Ahai. For the natives of the world of ice and fire with Western values, the greatest miracle was the resurrection of the dead. That was how Jesus became holy, and the greatest achievement was saving the world. Now Lawler had both of them, and was showing them off. Who would doubt his tyrannical power? When the Dragon Queen first announced that Lalo was the world's greatest king of gods in Winterfell, no one objected. Even the believers of the old gods and the 7 gods tacitly agreed with this statement. In fact, even the powerful 3-eyed crow had always treated Lalo as the savior and protected the prophecies arranged by Lalo as fate, the reason why the blood crow blinded and distorted Dany's will. But was Lalo really powerful? Sheep egg laughed coldly in the trench of the smoke sea. Since she had completely shed all pretense of cordiality with Lalo, the Dragon Queen would not let go of any opportunity to attack him. With the arrival of the Tiger Cloak army and Machiro, Danny saw an opportunity. Colluding with the authorities to deceive the believers and abandoning millions of believers was hypocrisy. Being beaten to a pulp by the Frost God and losing the true God's deity position due to heavy injuries, the truth modified by the Dragon Queen, was weakness. She wanted to expose Lalo's hypocrisy and weakness to the people of the world. This was a kick to the heart that could make Lalo vomit blood. Dragonstone Island. Why is it like this? The African elder Siesun's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with fear and unease. After meeting Pale, Moonshu Nu in the Sea of Sorrow, Danny immediately decided to change her strategy. In less than a day, she completed the mission with the Turtle Prime Minister. After returning to Myrene, she immediately looked for the ward god Yuan Kai and appointed him as General Volantis to lead the captives who enjoyed the blessings bestowed by the Dragon Queen back home. Another day passed, and she appeared on Dragonstone Island. The black-skinned White Lion King Machiro did not know anything. He was forced to drink a bowl of poppy milk, then wrapped in a cotton blanket and hung on Blackie's paw. He followed the Dragon Queen to the Westeros. Due to the taboo of Machiro's prophecy talent, especially his devout belief in the Red God, Danny was not at ease with him continuing to mix with the Tiger Cloak army. The return of the captives to the west was a huge threat to Lalo's church. Danny could not let an unstable factor ruin her plan. In the beginning, although Machiro was confused and resentful because he did not know about the Dragon Queen's evil plan, he obediently completed the 2 missions that the Dragon Queen had arranged for him, concocting wildfire in the day and divining the position of the deviant Ghost King at night. Unfortunately, a few days later, after a routine divination in the fire, the black-skinned White Lion King seemed to have seen something in the fire. He fell to the ground in shock and then stumbled to the top floor of the magic tower. He wailed to the Dragon Queen, "Your Majesty, what have you done?" Chapter 855. Your Majesty, why did you do this? Machiro wailed. The Dragon Queen stared at the light blue magic crystal ball in front of her without turning her head. What did I do? Lines of fire flew out of the crystal ball and circled around her as if they were alive. Like knitting a sweater with wool, the lines of fire formed an armor around her body. This was the fire armor, incomplete, that she had stolen from R. Hiller. The dwarf had only written down 60% of it, so Danny had to slowly complete it, or even improve it further and make it into a powerful defensive spell suitable for her fire creation. The sight of fire as armor could not move Machiro at all. His face was twisted and tears flowed down his face. Why did you do this? Why? I just couldn't bear to see the 8,000 Tiger Cloak army innocently die in a shipwreck. I wanted to save them, but now I have become the church's greatest sinner. I have betrayed Allah. This time, Danny finally turned around and asked curiously, "Lawler knows? I have lost the Light King's favor." The old man choked. Danny shrugged. "Congratulations. You have escaped the sea of bitterness. Repent and be saved. Your Majesty, you." Black Panther Siesun looked at the Dragon Queen in shock, as if he was looking at Satan who tempted Judas to betray Jesus. Danny ordered Eerie beside her. Soon, a centaur made with pigtails brought an A4 leaflet and handed it to Black Panther Siesun. The queen only arranged for the captives of the Myrene battle to return home and let them help spread the contents of the leaflet. Take a look, is the thing on it fake? Machiro took the leaflet and read it quickly. His eyes grew bigger and bigger and his whole body trembled. This is disgraceful and absurd, he said angrily. How is it absurd? Weren't you the one who told the queen about the supreme priest Benello deceiving the believers? Eerie said unhappily. Machiro slapped himself. I am asking a tiger for its skin. You're walking on the bright path, Danny said with a smile. Would you rather let the 8,000 Tiger Cloak army soldiers die tragically? In fact, even if you didn't look for me, the hundreds of thousands of Red God believers in Volantis are not stupid. They will realize sooner or later that they have been deceived and betrayed. At that time, the collapse of the Red God faith will only be more tragic. Machiro was stunned. He struggled to say, the Light King did not lose his divine seat. The Light King was not. Perhaps the Light King was no match for the Frost God, but he was not beaten like a dog. Dragon Queen said, "You've been on Dragonstone Island for a few days. Have you heard many people talk about the Battle of Winterfell? Could it be that everyone was lamenting the fact that King of Strange Ghost had been captured, and the King of Light had been defeated, giving Frost God the opportunity to crush everyone? Think about it. As long as Lalo could persevere, why would he drop the ball at such a crucial moment? Therefore, he must have been beaten like a dead dog at that time. He was in imminent danger and would have died if he didn't run away." This analysis was very logical, and no one could find any loopholes in it. Yes, if not for the fact that he could not hold on, the Light King would have persevered. Meereen received a letter from the ward god Yuan Kai summoned by Dragon Queen. The prisoners of war who saw the leaflet believed it. Now, even Machiro believed it. The sun has been extinguished, and the Light King's divine power has been greatly reduced. His strength has been affected. The voice of the black-skinned White Lion King became softer and softer, and his expression became more and more pained. Even if the great Light King is not as strong as Frost God, it does not affect my faith in him. He complained sadly. So life does not go as planned, but life has to go on. Go back and make wildfire. Work more and stop thinking too much. Dany comforted him. Then she whispered to Eerie to go downstairs to her bedroom and get a copy of the Seven Stars Bible, annotated by the Pope himself. Dragon Queen personally handed the thick Bible to the old black man who was grieving. "I will not persuade you to change your faith, but you are not in the right state now, and the teachings of the seven gods can help you. Just treat it as a bedtime reading and try to read it." As soon as the African White Lion King left, Dany immediately came to the front of the magic crystal ball. A spiritual projection crossed thousands of miles and appeared beside the red-haired Lila. Quietly informed Graz Dan that there is a mole in his officer team. "What mole? Who would dare to plant a spy here now?" Lila was surprised. "The mole is a red god priest who can communicate with Lalo." Dany shook her head and corrected her. "Not a priest. The red god priests among the prisoners are all making wildfire in the factory. It should be a red god believer with a noble background. There is a high chance that he is a Blackwall noble. He has the qualifications to become a priest, but because of his noble status, he did not wear the red robe." Lila kept the queen's words in mind and asked curiously, "What did the spy do?" "He revealed my plan to attack the Red God Church to Lalo." "Ah, what should we do?" "If Lalo interferes, I am afraid that the prisoners will not be able to return to Volantis," Lila said anxiously. Dany's eyes flashed, and she sneered. "I really hope that he will do it himself. How about this? You give the dragon-slaying crossbows to Grazdan, and let him disguise them as food and hide them in the team. Then, prepare more thick oak shields and fishing nets." After hearing what the Dragon Queen said about Lalo's flaws, the red-haired Lila's face turned pale. She could not help but think of Jon that night. How painful it must have been to stab him with a Vajra sword. After hesitating for a moment, Dany gritted her teeth and added, "Other than the Vajra sword, lend Graz Dan a set of Vajra armor. Also, for the seven gods, choose a high-level priest from the Divine Grace Temple and disguise him to go with the army." "What do you want a high-level priest to do?" Lila was confused. "Host the sacrificial ceremony," Dany said with a cold smile, emphasizing each word. As long as one was a demigod, they could accept the sacrificial ceremony. However, Dany and Blackie did not want their divinity to be tainted by blood, so they had always avoided blood sacrifices. However, after studying the sacrificial ceremony that the dwarf had learned from Jenny, Dany realized that the sacrificial ceremony was not an evil art. What was evil was human nature and the nature of the gods. Other than blood, the gods could also obtain other offerings from their believers. For example, food. If someone offered food to the Dragon Queen, she might actually waste some of her divine power to respond. For example, killing. The Storm God and Inami were typical examples. For example, lust. The number of gods who fed on human desires was second only to the gods who enjoyed blood. To be more direct, the number of passion gardens exceeded that of the Red God Temple. Passion gardens were very popular in the free trade city-states, especially around the summer sea. This was because behind the city-states was the goddess of passion. The goddess of passion was not a god. Just like the god of death had the black goat, the night lion, and the stranger, the goddess of passion was also a profession and a divine title. For example, in the Summer Islands, sex skills were sacred skills on par with archery. Not only were prostitutes not lowly, but they were also respected. Many people of noble birth on the island would spend some time in this ancient profession, just like many children of Westeros nobles who spent years studying in the City of Learning. To pay tribute to the venerable deceased, they would hold super multiplayer sports at the funeral. After studying the sacrificial ceremony of sheep egg, Dany learned two skills: God's descent and sacrifice. Sheep egg often descended his will on his believers, and now Dany could do it too. However, sheep egg's targets were all his direct descendants, so it was highly effective and consumed little. If the distance was too far, the seven gods' descent would consume a lot of energy, but the effect was not very good. The key was the sacrifice. Dany and Blackie did not need blood, nor did they need to kill or desire. They drew power, spirituality, divinity from slaying demons, killing evil gods and monsters. Just a few days ago, Dany taught 2 divine spells to all the priests of the 7 gods in the world through the thread of faith. Just like when she taught holy healing, as long as a monk prayed devoutly in front of the statue of the Holy Mother, he would be blessed by the Holy Mother. Well, it was a bit like a system update. In the future, if a monk of the 7 gods used the holy fire to burn the remains of the undead, he would be able to sacrifice the spirituality of the undead to the great 7 gods. Most of the time, the 7 gods would only give him a few spell slots, divine power. But if the monk was lucky and sacrificed a big boss to the 7 gods, such as a demigod, then he would be rich. The 7 gods would reward him with spirituality, talents, special divine spells, Saint Seiya cloak, and so on. If this continued, one day in the future, a new profession might rise in the 7 gods' church, Demon Hunter. Chapter 856. Tidehead Island, Spice Town. The sky was dark, and the air was cold and damp. The northern wind seemed to be howling beside one's ears. However, the town was unexpectedly lively. Rows upon rows of shops were open, and they were filled with goods from all over the world. Some of the shop assistants were yelling loudly to attract customers, while others were discussing the quality, origin, and price of the goods with customers beside the shelves. On the muddy streets, the crowd jostled one another. There were nobles in luxurious fur coats riding on horses, knights with swords hanging from their waists, merchants calling out to their friends, laborers pushing carts and carrying boxes, and ordinary citizens with their hands tucked in their sleeves, strong alcohol, roasted meat, toasted bread, feces, urine, and other smells mixed together. Even though it was unpleasant, the streets were filled with the scent of life. At the south end of the main street, there was a 4-story stone building called Spice Hotel. At this moment, 8 knights with the insignia of a silver seahorse on their chests were guarding the entrance of the hotel. Every customer that tried to enter the hotel had to be checked by them. 10 days ago, when I took the fast boat from Tidehead Island to Myr, I heard that they were negotiating. It has been almost half a month, and they still haven't come to an agreement. What a waste of time. Also, they didn't choose to negotiate in High Tidehead Castle, but in the hotel. Every time we enter the hotel, we have to check our identities and weapons. Isn't this torture? In the northwest corner of the hall, a knight with slanted eyebrows complained. He was drinking. Looking at the insignia on his leather armor, he should be from the Hog family. Sitting at the same table was Sir Haver, who wore a green ripple cape with gold background, and an olive-skinned Myr merchant. There's no other way. This involves 100,000 tons of food and the ownership of a duchy. Of course, we have to negotiate slowly, Sir Haver, who had a boil on his left forehead, said. 100,000 tons of food in exchange for a duchy. That's too profitable. Sir Hogg raised his eyebrows, envious. Sir Haver nodded in agreement. It's just 100,000 tons of food. If it were 10 years ago, even Haver City would have been able to provide that amount after a decade or two of hard work, let alone a duchy. Sir Hogg narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Now, it seems like the fake Crown Prince Aegon is such a pity. If he had returned to the Westeros a few years later, he would have been able to become a duke at the very least, if not the Iron Throne, with just a few 100,000 tons of grain. Now, Sansa Stark had taken advantage of him. Although she was his wife, if the pretty widow really became a duchess and she really wanted to marry someone, who could stop her? Even the seven gods can't stop a widow from marrying. I wonder if the little devil has worked so hard. But now that she's pregnant, I'm afraid she'll have to use other methods. The expressions on the faces of the two men at the same table became lewd, and they laughed at the same time. I can't call him little devil anymore. Sir Harvey laughed so hard that the boils on his forehead hurt. He grimaced and said, "That guy has changed so much. Even a man like me can't help but be tempted by him. Those women, now they all call him Little Angel." "Serves you right, Little Angel." Sir Hogg spat in disdain. "Didn't you hear how he broke the curse? After being kissed by a prostitute 10,000 times. How rotten must he be? In my opinion, he should be called Little Lecherous Dragon." "Shall lower your voice." The mire merchant looked nervously at the stairs and the main door before he said, unhappily, "What is this place?" "Now, Little Lecherous Dragon." "Oh, who is this little devil? What if someone hears you insulting him and spreads the news?" "You're not afraid, but I'm planning to do business with him." "How is that insulting?" "I'm not wrong. The news of him breaking the curse came from Dragonstone Island." Hogg glared. The mire merchant Buffett sighed helplessly and said, "Now, he's the elder brother of the Dragon Queen. The Queen even conferred him the title of Prince Zeon. But you're nobles of the royal domain, old officials of the Targaryen family. Now, you're planning to join Dragonstone Island and spend the long night there. What good will it do you to offend Tyrion?" Sir Hogg and Sir Haver stopped talking and drank their wine gloomily. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the mire merchant changed the topic and said, "On the surface, this negotiation is about Lady Sansa using 100,000 tons of food in exchange for a duchy from Stannis. But the real reason is still the ownership of the Iron Throne. Don't forget about the Dragon Queen's Long Night Heroes ranking," he reminded in a low voice. "Long Night Heroes ranking? What ranking is that?" Sir Hogg was puzzled. Sir Haver was also puzzled. "You don't know?" The mire merchant turned to Sir Haver in surprise. "A week ago, Dragonstone Island sent a message in the name of the Dragon Queen to the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms that the King of the Long Night was not killed in one go. The rule of ending the King of the Long Night was changed to a point system. Sir Haver's family is an earl, right? You should have received the messenger crow from Dragonstone Island." Sir Haver smiled bitterly and said, "You know, Sir Hogg and I were busy buying food. We just came back from the other side of the narrow sea and found you. Tell us, what's the hero's ranking?" Sir Hogg asked anxiously. The mire merchant poured himself a cup of summer red and took a sip before saying slowly, as the name suggests, "The hero's ranking is the ranking of the heroes who ended the long night. Any noble or commoner of the Seven Kingdoms can participate in this competition to save the humans from the long night. According to the contribution of each battle against the other ghosts, they can obtain a certain amount of points. For example, in the Battle of Winterfell, Lady Arya killed the king of the strange ghosts once, and Lady Sansa obtained 50,000 points. Stannis fought the king of the strange ghosts to the death and was honorably defeated, but obtained 30,000 points. By right, the Dragon Queen broke the Frost God's forbidden spell and contributed more, but she took it as her responsibility to defeat the Frost God. Defeating the Frost God was not counted in the oath of ending the long night as king, so she only obtained 20,000 points. Currently, the top three on the heroes ranking were Lady Sansa, Stannis, and the Dragon Queen. Behind them were Princess Araine of Dornia, Sir Jaime Lannister of the Western Territory, and even Count Tully. His eldest son died in Winterfell. It was tragic. However, their points were lower, ranging from a few hundred to 1,000 points. Why is Sansa Stark ranked first on the heroes ranking? Wasn't her sister Arya the one who killed the other ghosts? Sir Hogg asked in confusion. Because Arya swore loyalty to her sister. It's just like when a soldier killed the king of the strange ghosts. The one sitting on the Iron Throne is his lord. Isn't that logical? The Mire merchant smiled meaningfully. The two knights were enlightened. They also understood the reason why Davos and Tyrion had been arguing for so long. It was for the Iron Throne. I thought that the price of a dukedom was 100,000 tons of rations. Now, I realized that Stannis used other people's possessions to exchange for his Iron Throne. River Bend and Valley weren't his fief. Sir Hogg lamented. The Mire merchant sighed and said, in recent years, you Westeros have been too chaotic. The kings have been fighting nonstop, and the dukes have been exterminated one after another. I didn't know, but I was shocked. Hudgy and Tully and River Bend High Court have been exterminated. Jon Arryn's son won't live for long. Even Theon Bella. At the mention of Theon Bella, the merchant suddenly stopped talking. He looked around cautiously and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was paying attention. He smiled awkwardly at the two knights. That is a ruthless person more terrifying than a little devil. The two knights nodded in agreement. Then they stopped talking about national affairs and started talking about their recent business. Besides man-made disasters, there are also natural disasters. Westeros have the Long Night and millions of other ghosts that are even more terrifying than war. I don't even dare to enter the inland now, afraid that I'll encounter the living dead and can't return. Naturally, I can't do business anymore. Now, I've started to become a lone merchant. Although Mire Buffett sighed, he had a look of obvious superiority on his face. It was as if the Chinese netizens had seen the terrifying data of a certain virus patient across the Pacific Ocean on TikTok, or the beautiful scenery, or the monologue of a certain king of crosstalk, or the news that the king of crosstalk had finally fallen victim to a trap. Although the netizens sympathized with the people across the sea, they couldn't help but feel joy in the pain of others. Business is difficult not only because Westeros are chaotic, but Essos isn't peaceful either, right? I wonder how many of the hundreds of ships you sent out to Slaver's Bay have returned. At this moment, a few young women dressed as warriors sat down at a table. The petite and voluptuous woman in the lead interjected. You are. The Mire merchant looked at the voluptuous woman with olive-colored skin, black hair, and black eyes. He was very friendly. Ah, Princess Arianne. The bald Sir Harvard didn't recognize them at first, but when he saw the distinctive style of the vipers and the emblem on their clothes, he immediately exclaimed. Sir Hogg bowed in a gentlemanly manner before sitting down again. He asked curiously, I heard that Dorne is setting up the third line of defense at the King's Pass. You're the commander. Why are you here at Tidehead Island? Arianne shrugged and said, I'm just here in name. The real person in charge of Night Song City is Sir John Clinton. If you ask me, instead of spending so much effort setting up a line of defense, it's better to build a ship to cross the sea and take refuge in Essos. No matter how strong the other ghosts are, can they cross the sea? The Mire merchant laughed. Chapter 857. Elaine frowned as she looked at the merchant and asked, Did the long night affect the Essos continent? I'm talking about deviant ghosts. The merchant was taken aback and said hesitantly, I don't think so. Deviant ghosts are a specialty of Westeros. If the 400-kilometer-wide narrow sea doesn't freeze, how can those monsters cross the sea? In legends, deviant ghosts appear in barren lands. Have you heard of the last emperor of the Dawn Kingdom, the Bloodstone Emperor? Snake elder sister Opaya asked. I'm in the narrow sea trade. I've never been to the Jade Sea. The merchant shook his head. Recently, many nobles have arranged for their families to move to the other side of the narrow sea, Sir Harvey said softly. Tidehead Island is so prosperous because it's close to the King's Landing, but it's not connected to the mainland. Deviant ghosts can't cross over, the merchant said. Elaine said, Sir Barristan is building the Neck Lake defense line with the help of the swamps. Then there's the Trident River defense line. Even if deviant ghosts break into the Three River Basin, Dragon Queen's Dawn warriors will provide support. There's no need to worry. The news from the north is terrifying. I heard that Winterfell, was frozen in a 2-kilometer-tall iceberg? Nighthawk looked at Elaine and asked, "Your Highness, were you in Winterfell at that time? How did you avoid it?" "I was in the tomb. I didn't know there was a forbidden spell outside. I was in a daze and felt the air become extremely cold." Elaine's face was red. It was unknown if it was due to embarrassment or the alcohol. The forbidden spell was destroyed by Dragon Queen, and the power of ice was released into the sky. The water vapor in the air was frozen, forming an iceberg. Otherwise, I would have been frozen into a popsicle even if I hid underground. But I wasn't afraid at all. With Dragon Queen and the 7 gods, it was easy for us to kill normal ghouls and deviant ghosts. Actually, I'd like to fight the deviant ghost king one-on-one. My swordsmanship was passed down from my father, and it's definitely not inferior to Bunyan's. Teresa, who was wearing a white nun's robe, said excitedly. She was the 3rd sister of the snakes. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a sweet appearance. Because her mother was a nun, she wore a nun's robe, but she was best at poison and dark witchcraft, which she inherited from her father. Yes, a voodoo nun. Nighthawk stared at the sweet Teresa, his eyes almost popping out of his head. After such a tragic battle of Winterfell, Miss Teresa still has the courage to challenge the variant Ghost King. She's really shameful to those northerners who sacrificed their babies to the frost god before the battle, he praised. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere at the table suddenly became heavy. Offering sacrifices to the frost god and massacring a city were both taboo topics. The mere merchant gulped down a mouthful of hard liquor and bared his teeth. Your kings are getting crazier with each generation. Even the barbaric Dothraki people would leave their people behind as slaves after breaking the city. Sir Haver's face turned ugly. Those people sacrificed the frost god to provide the deviant ghost king with deviant ghost warriors. They have committed a great sin. Although he was also disgusted by Erlu's behavior, he was still very unhappy to be mocked by a foreigner, even if the person being mocked was not him. Sensing the cold attitude of the Westeros around him, the mere merchant shrugged and said, "Deviant ghosts are not the main topic of our discussion today. Let's talk about the loan. I've been to your territory before, but it's really not worth that price." Sir Haver and Sir Hogg glanced at Arianne and the other ladies, their expressions slightly uneasy. However, they were indeed in an emergency situation where they urgently needed money, so they could only bite the bullet and haggle with the mere merchant. After listening to the 3 men talk for a while, Arianne figured out the ins and outs of the matter. The Westeros were constantly at war and turmoil, and the royal territory was a place that all kings had to pass through on their expeditions. Similar to Guanzhong and Luoyang during the period of the 3 kingdoms, the fertile land of hundreds of thousands of households had been trampled by the feudal lords of the 7 kingdoms several times in turn. Now, it had become a desolate wasteland where white bones were exposed in the wild, and not a single chicken was heard for thousands of miles. The war was already a tragedy. In addition to the long nights and the cold winter, the nobles of the royal territory could not bear it anymore. They could only sell their family property and even mortgage the minerals and taxes in their fief to borrow money from the bankers across the narrow sea to buy winter food. The price of food has risen to such an extent. Arianne could not help but exclaim when she heard that Sir Haver had used 30 years of taxes in his fief in exchange for 500 tons of wheat and 100 tons of bacon. This Sir Neville Haver was only a knight, but the Haver family had the title of Count and Fief. However, the current Count Haver was a 5-year-old girl, so her family's cousin helped her manage the family's affairs. A count's territory, and a prosperous royal territory at that, could only be exchanged for 600 tons of food with 30 years of taxes, counting from the end of the long night. If it was a summer without war, Haver City could produce thousands of tons of wheat and fruits in a year. 1 copper coin could buy 5 big and crunchy red apples, Sir Haver said dejectedly. You said it yourself. That was a summer without war. Now, there's war and the long night. The mere merchant chuckled. You vampires from the free cities, you're robbing us. Arianne felt the same way as she gnashed her teeth in anger. The mere merchant argued, now that the price of food is like this, we can't even grow food after the long night. Every grain of wheat we eat is one less grain. It's even more precious than gold. After all, even the long night doesn't affect miners from digging for gold. The Westeros are suffering in the long night, but you are having a gluttonous feast. This is too unfair. At this point, Mother Teresa's eyes turned, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. She said in a crisp and sweet voice, "Perhaps we should suggest to the Ghost Resistance Committee that if any city on the other side of the Narrow Sea doesn't give us food, we should catch a few other ghosts and throw them over. We even almost captured the king of the other ghosts, so catching a few other ghosts isn't difficult at all." The mere merchant looked as if he had seen a female other ghost. His face was full of fear as he pointed at the sand snake with a trembling finger. You're a nun. Holy Mother of God." The two knights also turned pale, and their previous fanciful thoughts flew out of their minds. This was the sand snake, the daughter of the red viper, Oberon. Mother Teresa rolled her eyes and said in annoyance, "You're from Myr and called Holy Mother. Do you believe in the seven gods too?" "Yes, I've changed my belief to the seven gods. In Myr's hometown, I emptied a coffin shop at the end of the street and converted it into a small sanctuary so that the neighbors can pray there," Myr said proudly. "Coffin shop? Is it because of the recent other ghosts that the coffin business can't continue? I thought that only the Westeros coffin shops were closed. I didn't expect the coffin shops in the Narrow Sea to be unable to survive," Elaine said in a strange tone. During the Battle of Winterfell, there were many armored and armed ghoul knights. Most of them had rotting bodies and had obviously been dead for many years. The clan insignia on their armor also indicated their identity, the ancestors of the northern noble family. They could imagine the scene. On the city wall of Winterfell, a northern knight was wielding his dragon-toothed saber and slaughtering behind the hanging ladder. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of them. The familiar rotting face, the familiar armor, and the clan insignia that was identical to their own. Their ancestral graves had been dug up, and now their ancestors were wielding rusty swords to kill them. The faces of the northern warriors turned green. When the summary of the Battle of Winterfell was sent to the southern castles, the coffin shops of the Seven Kingdoms became deserted. The mere merchant blushed and said awkwardly, "Many of the coffins in my shop are exported to King's Landing. Using a coffin shop to rebuild a sanctuary is blasphemous to the seven gods." Elaine shook her head and said, "Your Highness, you can't say that. Compared to other shops, the coffin shop is big enough, but not too conspicuous. Also, the stranger represents death. In fact, my small sanctuary only worships the Virgin Mary and the stranger," the mere merchant said. "Have you been to King's Landing? Isn't the great sanctuary of Baelor conspicuous enough? You purposely chose an inconspicuous coffin shop. The stranger will most likely bring you to the seven hells," Elaine mocked. "The situation is different." The mere merchant shook his head and said with emotion, "In Westeros, the seven gods are the mainstream religion, but Myr is the territory of the Red Gods. The Red Gods believers are crazy. Think of the Red Monks in Khal who tried to burn down the Black Goat Temple. It's not that I don't have money, and it's not that I can't build a sanctuary in the middle of the street, but that would be too conspicuous. If I agitate the Red Gods believers, the entire building might be burned down by the fanatical Red Monks. So, I intend to develop believers in a remote area. When the surrounding commoners start to believe in the seven gods, the Red Monks will have some scruples." Such detailed considerations shocked the Westerners. This mere merchant had put in so much effort to build a sanctuary because he sincerely believed in the seven gods. "You used to believe in Lalo, right? Why did you change your faith to the seven gods?" Elaine asked curiously. The mere merchant hesitated for a while before pulling out a seven-pointed red pouch the size of a chicken liver from his collar. "Atonement scroll?" The Westerners exclaimed together. The mere merchant nodded and stuffed the pouch back into his chest like it was a treasure. He sighed and said, "I'm in the Narrow Sea trade and spend at least 4 months in a year in Westeros. I already have some understanding of the teachings of the seven gods, and I've also participated in a few sermons of the Great Sparrow. It's only natural that I change my faith to the seven gods." "You're afraid of death, aren't you?" Mother Teresa sneered. The mere merchant's mouth twitched. Who isn't afraid of death? The Red God's Church also preaches that believers will go to Allah Lalo's heaven after death. It doesn't seem too bad to have a virgin as a companion, right? When I was still in the old town, I was almost pulled into the Red God's Church by Reese's red-robed monk, Viper elder sister, Opaya said. Opaya's mother was a prostitute in the old town. When she was almost an adult, Prince Oberon found her and threw a spear at her feet. He asked, "Do you choose this spear or your mother?" The big lowly Opaya picked up the spear and became a female warrior with outstanding martial arts skills. Her mother, on the other hand, died of alcoholism a year after losing her daughter. However, before Oberon came to find her, the red-robed monk took a fancy to her because of her tall stature. He was going to buy her as a saint. During the day, she would ride a horse to guard the Red God Temple, and at night, she would ride a man to make money. The mere merchant's eyes flashed with shrewdness. He said in a low voice, "No one has seen the Red God's heaven, but many people have seen the Holy Mother's miracle with their own eyes. Some people even returned from heaven and described the scene, characters, and operation of heaven. More importantly, the teachings of the seven gods are very humane, and Lalo's reputation is not as good as the Light King's." Isn't the Light King Lalo? Nighthawk was puzzled. Chapter 858. Lalo is the Light King, but not only is he the Light King. Many wizards know that Lalo is also the ruler of the shadows, the Meyer merchant said in a low voice. What is the ruler of the shadows? The Westeros knight was confused. The evil god of the far east. After a pause, the Meyer merchant asked, "Sir Hogg, do you know about Aegon's death?" Sir Hogg was deep in thought. The Light King likes blood sacrifices. Brother Maldini, who serves my family, often scolds Lalo as an evil god. The Meyer merchant's voice became even lower. "Princess Ariane, have you met Sir Richard Hope? I heard that he went to both the Red God Paradise and the Seven God Paradise. There are also rumors that the Red God believers did not have a good ending." Ariane looked at the merchant in surprise. "I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Even a foreign merchant like you knows about it." Although the Battle of Winterfell was tragic, many people came back alive. Just Dragonstone Island alone has more than 100 people. Tidehead Island is just next door, so it is normal for some news to spread, Teresa said disapprovingly. The Meyer merchant nodded and said, "I have business dealings with Dragonstone Island. I once heard from Earl Bronn Blackwater." Richard saw with his own eyes that his former companions were forged into chains and tortured day and night. They lost their humanity and became evil demons filled with hatred and violence. So it was Bronn. Sir Hogg had a complicated expression and said sourly. He was hated by Cersei and could only escape Stockworth Castle with his family. We even mocked him for finally getting his retribution. Who would have thought that this was not retribution? That guy was blessed by the Holy Mother. Stockworth Castle and the Hogg family's Wild Boar's Corner were neighbors. The two families even shared a forest, which was the forest Dany had prepared to spend the night in. A mercenary who picked up a piece of trash like Loras would not be envied. However, using underhanded means to inherit Stockworth Castle was envied and hated. Now, he had broken away from the Stockworth surname and become the true Earl of Blackwater. More importantly, he had become one of the 3 heads of Dragonstone Island under the Dragon Queen. No matter what the other nobles thought, Sir Hogg next door was jealous. However, other than Sir Harvard, who was also having a hard time, the Arrayne sisters and the mere merchants didn't have any feelings for Bronn. They didn't even respond to Sir Hogg's words and continued to talk about the previous topic. "I heard that recently, many commoners have sold their atonement scrolls in order to survive. Many of them have been taken away by the merchants of the free cities." Elaine asked. The mere merchant said with a strange expression, "Not a lot, but all. In the end, all the atonement scrolls that are sold will fall into our hands, except for some second-hand dealers who hoard the goods to make a profit from the price difference. After all, Westeros can get free atonement scrolls, so there's no need to buy them." "You are blaspheming the gods. You will suffer retribution," Big Sister Sand Snake said coldly. The mere merchant nodded and said, "I think so too. which is why I never take the initiative to buy Westeros atonement scrolls. Not taking the initiative? The mere merchant glanced at the two knights opposite him. Even the nobles can't live happily. They can only sell their properties and mortgage their fiefs for taxes. What can the common people do? The two knights, Hogg and Haver, blushed and cursed the bald merchant inwardly for being so tactless. Teresa frowned and asked, "How many gold royals can one atonement scroll be exchanged for?" "Gold royals are useless. Commoners only need food and clothes, a few kilograms of wheat, a few loaves of bread, a bottle of fine wine. There are also people who use an atonement scroll to exchange for a ticket to leave Westeros," the mere merchant said with a sigh. "That's too foolish. How long can a few kilograms of wheat last? Even if they go to the free cities, there's no sun, no food, no work. They will still starve to death. They can't even go to heaven after death. That's too foolish." Teresa was angry and anxious. Her pair of tall calfskin boots stomped on the floor loudly, as if those fools who only cared about their lives and suffered great losses were her relatives. It's easy to overlook the true value of something that's too easy to obtain. Thus, they won't cherish it. The mere merchant drank a corner of honey wine, bared his teeth, and sighed. An atonement scroll that can allow one to go to heaven unconditionally is definitely a rare treasure in the world. If there's only one atonement scroll in the world, you can find any king and exchange it for a piece of land, a city, or a title that can be passed down for generations. But now there are millions of people in Westeros. At least, the Dragon Queen promised to give one to everyone, regardless of status or age. Teresa stood up abruptly and hurriedly left her seat. Elaine pulled her back. "What are you doing?" The nun in long boots said anxiously, "I'm going to Dragonstone Island to find the Dragon Queen. I can't let the atonement scroll leak out. Faith cannot be blasphemed. The Holy Mother cannot be disrespected. Heaven is not a bathhouse. You can't enter it just because you have a ticket. The negotiation upstairs is about to end. Wait a little longer. We'll sit on Tyrion's pterosaur and go to Dragonstone Island together," Elaine advised. Teresa sat down angrily. Her face was gloomy, and she did not speak. Night Hogg comforted her gently. "Actually, this isn't something that happened in a day or two. The Dragon Queen should have known about it a long time ago. They gave up their long-term happiness for the sake of living a few days in front of them. The commoners have always been so short-sighted and stupid. Even the merciful Holy Mother can't save them." "Miss Nunn, you don't have to be so agitated," Sir Haver said disapprovingly. These words made Teresa, who was already in a bad mood, even angrier. "You're a noble. You don't seem to have much foresight." Sir Haver did not expect a noble lady to be so rude. He had wanted to comfort her. Even if some of his words were not to her taste, she should not vent her anger on him. "How am I not foresight?" he asked with a sullen face. He was the acting mayor of Haver City and the guardian of the young count. His status was not lower than a nameless sand snake. Teresa mocked. "What's the Holy Mother's original intention for distributing the atonement scrolls? The commoners have used up all their atonement scrolls. Who will help you defend the city? Who will fight the other ghost army to the death? 30 years of tax rights for only a few hundred tons of food. What's the difference between that and the commoners' atonement scrolls for a few dozen kilograms of wheat?" Sir Haver was so angry that his face turned red, but he could not find any words to refute. He glanced at Elaine, hoping that the Dornish princess could control her maid cousin. Yalian and the Sand Snakes, however, were all smiles, as if they were watching a good show. "Buffett, the contract has been signed. Remember to ship the food to Tidehead Island on time." Sir Haver stood up and left his seat with a cold face. Hogg also stood up and gave an apologetic smile to Elaine and the other ladies before leaving. Teresa was not ashamed during the whole process. Instead, she raised her head proudly, as if she had vented all her displeasure. When the two knights disappeared, the merchant shook his head and sighed. They used the taxes of their fief to exchange food, not to save the people of their territory, but to ship it to Tidehead Island to protect their family. The smile on Teresa's face disappeared. "They moved their family to Tidehead Island?" The merchant lifted his chin and said, "Look at the current Tidehead town. There are so many people, so many carriages, so many goods, and so many hotels. Most of the customers are nobles and their servants. At the cliff where Tidehead Floating Wooden Castle, Valerian Castle, is located, there are hundreds of small villas being built. They belong to the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, and the Haver family is one of them. Their family is very small, and they only have a 5-year-old daughter. Including their cousins, servants, and guards, they have less than 40 people. 600 tons of food is enough for them to eat for 100 years. The long night won't last for 100 years, right? Sir Haver is not without foresight. He has already prepared for the worst, and his arrangements are enough to ensure that the Haver family's lineage will not end in the long night. Teresa's sweet face was covered in a layer of gloom. Elaine sighed and said helplessly, "The Battle of Winterfell has at least sent 2 messages. The Frost God has forbidden spells and is very scary. The Dragon Queen can resist the Frost God and is very safe by her side. Therefore, instead of hiding on the other side of the narrow sea where they are unfamiliar with, it is better to build a winter villa on Tidehead Island. At least, they will be surrounded by familiar faces and can maintain their noble's dignity and status." After a moment of silence, Teresa suddenly asked, "Are there any nobles involved in the sale of atonement scrolls? What do you think?" "They are so poor that they have to mortgage their fiefs and tax rights," Elaine said sarcastically. Teresa looked at the merchant and said, "I should pray to the Holy Mother and ask her to set restrictions on the atonement scrolls so that the red light normal atonement scrolls can lock onto a person's soul waves like the gray light warrior edition." "You can use divine spells?" The merchant was shocked, and his tone changed. There were many monks and nuns in the 7 kingdoms, but only 1 in 100 was blessed by the Holy Mother, who could use divine healing. Many brainless bishops were fired by the local lords because they could not use divine spells for a long time. They appealed to the great cathedral of Baylor and asked for a new bishop. Teresa smiled proudly and said, "During the Battle of Winterfell, my bravery and fearlessness moved the Holy Mother." Actually, it had little to do with bravery. After seizing 2% of the Green Prophet seal from the Deviant Ghost King, the 7 gods controlled more Westeros' heavenly axioms. The connection with the believers became closer, and the efficiency of transmitting the power of faith became higher. Correspondingly, the requirement to become a priest, piety, began to decrease. Although Teresa was a red-chained snake with a sweet appearance but a dangerous heart, she had been trained as a nun since she was young, and her piety was not low. "Actually, I suspect that the purchased atonement scrolls can't let people go to heaven," the merchant said hesitantly. "The red light atonement scrolls can be transferred to others. The Holy Mother won't care if they are paid for or not, right?" Elaine said, "Why does the Holy Mother give out atonement scrolls?" "Defeat the deviant ghosts and go to heaven," Buffett reminded. Elaine looked at the merchant in surprise and immediately understood what he meant. "I almost forgot. The Holy Mother's divine might is infinite. How can she not know where your atonement scrolls came from? Even if you go to heaven, you can still be kicked into the 7 levels of hell," Buffett said with a sigh. Elaine sized up the merchant with a solemn gaze. This was a shrewd person. Not only did he not leave, he even spoke with them despite their shallow friendship. She was a princess and could not be bothered to play mind games with a merchant. She asked directly, "What do you want to do?" "Actually, I also want to defeat the deviant ghosts." "Be more direct." "I want to serve Prince Zeon. I hope that Princess Elaine can introduce me to him." The merchant gave a flattering smile. "You want to serve Tyrion? Why are you looking for me? Don't you know Bronn? Aren't you going to be engaged to Prince Zeon?" Chapter 859. On the 3rd floor of the Spice Inn, in a spacious but simple living room, under the chandelier, there was a square wooden table. Tyrion and the Onion Knight sat opposite each other, while Jon and the 9-year-old Count Monterey each sat on one side. It looked like a mahjong game, but the atmosphere was gloomy and depressing. It was not as carefree as a mahjong game. "I really don't want to argue with you anymore. It's just a simple question, and it's been half a month. Even if you're not tired, I'm tired," Tyrion said, looking tired. "We both know that to maintain the stability of Riverbend, it's best not to let the nobles who are not Garth's descendants touch High Court. After a pause, the Onion Knight said sincerely, I won't beat around the bush. King Stannis plans to give high court to the Florin family. The next Duke of Riverbend is going to be Lord Yasser Florin. When Robert was still alive, Sir Yasser was the acting castellan of Dragonstone Island for King Stannis for 10 years. After that, he followed His Majesty through many battles. For His Majesty, he personally sent his brother, Earl Alistair, to prison. His Majesty should repay him. As far as I know, Yasser did not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, nor did he do anything like you. If you really want to repay him, Duke Hellenberg is more than enough, Tyrion said calmly. Jon also said, Yasser married the daughter of royal blood Glick. I'm not saying that the barbarians are not worthy of the position of Duchess of Riverbend, but as you said, the Greenhand family of Riverbend is very xenophobic. The 100,000 barbarians were a powerful force. Dany did not want to play the game of hegemony in the Westeros, so she did not want to take in the barbarian army. But on the wall, Jon and Stannis had been trying to take in the barbarians. Jon relied on his charisma, protagonist aura, to convince Tormund and the other barbarian leaders. Stannis' charisma had always been negative. Even the Southerners did not like him, let alone the barbarians. So, marriage with the barbarian leaders became one of his options. Like Robb, when the king had a wife, he would let the king's relatives marry. Asser Florin had taken a fancy to the gallant Vala, who was Mance Rayder's sister-in-law. However, Wirt didn't like him, and Mons didn't like Erlu. Asser settled for the next best thing and chose the descendant of the previous king of Savages, Redbeard. However, the king of Savages did not have an inheritance system. The descendants of the king of Savages were the same as the late Khaal's son. They did not have much value. However, the southern nobles wanted to rule over the barbarians, so they naturally found an obedient royal family among the barbarians. As it turned out, not many Savages recognized the so-called royal blood. They did not even care about Manslade, the current king of Savages, let alone the descendants of the previous king of Savages. Now, the worthless marriage had become a burden to Asser. As Jon said, Sansa was not a descendant of the Green Hand, but she and Aegon had an extraordinary background. At least, they were better than the second son Asser and the female barbarian. Sir Asser plans to dissolve the marriage and send his current wife to the Sisters of Silence. Then he will marry Margaery Tyrell. If Margaery dies, he will marry the youngest daughter of Count Randall Tarley, the Onion Knight said awkwardly. There were many organizations under the Church of the Seven Gods. The most common were the monks and nuns, the Children of War and the Congregation of the Poor, the monks in the monastery, and the Sisters of Silence who collected corpses. While the monks in the monastery were real monks, they shaved their heads and swore the vow of silence, practicing silence meditation. Their daily activities were mainly labor, meditation, prayer, and silence. The Hound was saved by the monks in the monastery, but he did not shave his head. The Sisters of Silence were a bit like nuns. They swore the vow of silence and abstinence. The other priests served all the seven gods. In fact, there was only one of the seven gods, while the Sisters of Silence only served strangers. Therefore, they were also called strangers' wives. Asser sent his wife to the Sisters of Silence to force her to become a nun. It was very cruel. Tyrion mocked, Asser believes in the Red God. What's the point of sending his wife to the Church of the Seven Gods? Also, Randall Tarley is my sister's hand of the king. He hasn't even conquered King's Landing, and he's already thinking about his daughter. The Seven Hells? Suddenly, Jon slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I remember now. Sam's mother is also Florin, Sir Asser's niece. Sam's sister is Sir Asser's niece. How can they be together? It's not like they are brother and sister or father and daughter. The seven gods don't forbid this kind of marriage between cousins, the Onion Knight explained awkwardly. I think brother and sister are more acceptable, Tyrion muttered. Because you've become a Targaryen. That's why you say that, Davos mocked. Even if it was for my sister and brother, I would still say that. Tyrion laughed. Davos gave him a deep look and said straightforwardly, Riverbend is too important, especially today when the long night is descending. King Stannis will only give it to his most loyal subordinates. Let's put it this way. Lady Sansa only provided us with 100,000 tons of food, but High Court has more than 300,000 tons of food in reserve. What about the valley? Tyrion asked. Sigh. His Majesty's base is the vassals of the valley. They are opposed to Lady Sansa becoming the ruler of the area. So there's no room for discussion? Tyrion shrugged. His Majesty means that Sansa can inherit House Tully's Riverrun, the Onion Knight said. Tyrion shook his head. I actually agree with this suggestion, but Sansa will definitely not agree. Her uncle is still alive, and her grandfather is helping Ser Barristan set up the neck defense line at Riverbend. Then let's split Riverbend into two. Riverrun will still belong to Tully, and Lady Sansa will inherit Aegon's position as Duke of Hellenberg. That's not good. Sooner or later, the two families will clash. And don't forget about the Dragon Queen, Tyrion said faintly. The Onion Knight's heart tightened. She wants to interfere in the conflict between the Seven Kingdoms? Tyrion said. She still upholds the oath of the one who wins the long night shall be king. But the royal territory is the land of the Targaryens for hundreds of years. Just like the north belongs to Stark, the west belongs to Lannister. No matter who sits on the Iron Throne in the end, the Targaryens' land will be taken back. Either move the Iron Throne to Storm's End, or give her the same compensation as the royal territory. For example, the Three Rivers Basin connected to the Crabclaw Peninsula. The Onion Knight looked conflicted. This was something that neither he nor Stannis had thought of before. But after thinking about it, the Dragon Queen's request was not too much. The Dragon Queen had saved the Great Wall when the barbarians went south. After the long night fell, she immediately rushed to fight the other ghosts. Together with King Stannis, she formed the two main forces against the other ghosts, Davos's idea. She had fully fulfilled the responsibility of a royal territory. Responsibility and power were equal. At least the Dragon Queen had the power to ask for equal power and benefits. After a while, Davos said helplessly, I have to go back and discuss with King Stannis. Discuss? Count Valerian, who was dozing off, was unhappy. Count of the Rainforest, Davos' title. Every time you have a problem, you go back and discuss it with someone. You have been going back and forth for almost half a month. If you discuss it now, when will the next negotiation be? It's different this time. It involves the Dragon Queen and the royal territory, Davos said softly. Monterey sighed like an adult and said, Count, I am young and not as knowledgeable as you, but I know the history and traditions of the Westeros. Before Aegon the Conqueror came, the King's Landing was a hill covered by forest. Most of the royal territory was barren and undeveloped. It was the Targaryens who turned the barren land into the prosperous cities and villages it is today. According to tradition and law, the royal territory should belong to the Targaryens. There is no need to discuss this. Otherwise, why would the Green Hand faction want to rule the Riverbend? Why would Stark become the king of the North? Why would the western region belong to Lannister? There is also Storm's End, Eagle's Nest, Sun Halbert City, and many other counts' territories that have been passed down for thousands of years. If you break this tradition, the Seven Kingdoms will fall into chaos. Davos was speechless. Tyrion winked at the young count and said with a strange smile, I thought that a notary like you only knew how to doze off. The young count's face flushed red. He lowered his head and said softly, I woke up hungry. Then let's go eat. That's all for today, Davos said hurriedly. To be honest, if Stannis is in the mood to fight the King's Landing and play power struggles, he might as well focus on the king of the strange ghosts. Once he's dealt with, Sansa Stark won't ask for anything. If the king of the strange ghosts is killed by someone else in the end, all his plans will become a joke. Tyrion sighed. Davos said meaningfully, I'll also be honest. If it wasn't for the Dragon Queen tormenting a direct descendant of the mediocre king, His Majesty Stannis wouldn't care about Lady Sansa's little tricks at all. If it wasn't for the appearance of a super bastard of Ares like you, if you didn't work together with Lady Sansa, it wouldn't have mattered if Riverbend was given to Aegon's posthumous child. Tyrion's eyes flashed. You think the Dragon Queen is plotting something? What is she scheming? It can't be the Iron Throne, right? Davos stood in front of the table without moving. He looked down at the imp and said calmly, I also want to know why she has to provoke His Majesty Stannis. She knows that you and Lady Sansa aren't satisfied with the peace, but she still gives you the chance to stir up trouble. It's as if she's encouraging you to participate in the game of power and go against His Majesty Stannis. You say it like she's encouraging her crazy father to strengthen my poor mother and give birth to a bastard like me. Tyrion smiled bitterly. Davos looked him in the eye and said, no matter what, His Majesty Stannis will not allow two Targaryens with ulterior motives to hide and scheme in the dark while he's fighting against the other ghosts. Frankly speaking, His Majesty Stannis will not stir up trouble in the Seven Kingdoms. He will only target the Targaryens other than the Dragon Queen, which is you and Sansa. As long as you give up your pursuit of the Iron Throne, or swear loyalty to His Majesty, or leave the Westeros, the world will be at peace and the kingdom will unite to fight against the other ghosts. Loyalty, sure. Aren't we talking about the price of loyalty now? Satisfy our demands, and Sansa and I will immediately shout, long live the king, long live His Majesty Stannis. Tyrion raised his fist and shouted. Davos turned and left. Wait! Tyrion chased after him. As he went down the stairs, he whispered in a volume that only the two of them could hear. I have a suggestion that will benefit both of us. Are you crazy? You dare to ask for Storm's End? No, just a mortgage. The dwarf's voice became even lower. You want to imitate your ancestor, clever Lon. Just like how Lon swindled Casterly Rock, you want to swindle His Majesty Stannis out of Storm's End? Davos said coldly, no, my ancestor is the Dragon King of Valeglia. If he wants something, he will fight for it. He will never lie, Tyrion said seriously. Chapter 860. Watching Davos' pterosaur disappear into the distance, Yelaine tilted her head and asked suspiciously, are you really going to swear loyalty to Stannis? The dwarf looked around. Seeing that there were many people around, he deliberately lowered his voice and said, Stannis has the two-headed demon dragon, and my sister has clearly separated from me. It's not a loss to surrender in exchange for the position of Duke. He seemed to be speaking in a low voice, but his voice was very loud. Everyone around heard him. Pretentious. Yelaine saw his behavior and guessed something. The dwarf pulled her back to the spice inn. Have you noticed that not only are the kings of the Westeros falling one after another, but even the seven dukes are declining rapidly? Yelaine was stunned for a moment, then nodded and sighed. Indeed. First, it was Stark in the north, then Tully and Hugin, then Aeron in the valley, Tyrell in the river bend, Theon in the Stormlands. Even Lannister's strength was greatly damaged. It was a miracle that Stark could suddenly be revived. The other families were not as lucky as them. Of the Seven Kingdoms, only our Dorne is intact. Now I understand my father's painstaking efforts and wisdom. Your father is overcautious and tries his best to be safe. He's a typical conservative ruler. If it were any other time, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. However, the Westeros have been experiencing unprecedented changes in the past decade or so. All the opportunities have turned into crises in the end, and indecisiveness has become an advantage. The less you do, the less you make mistakes. The less you fight, the less you lose. Dwayne was lucky. He didn't do anything, but he was lucky enough to avoid most of the shit, Tyrion complained. Yelaine elbowed Tyrion's shoulder and scolded jokingly. A few days ago, you were praising my father in front of Flowing Water Garden, saying that his wisdom was as deep as the abyss and that he was astute. In fact, she agreed with the dwarf's point of view. Prince Dowling did not hide his thoughts from his eldest daughter, so Yelaine understood that her father was not without desires. He had a deep desire to take revenge and make a killing in the Game of Thrones. If she had no desire for power, she wouldn't have signed the sacred marriage contract of Arrayne and Viserys with William Darry more than 10 years ago. She wouldn't have been tempted when Lonley raised his troops. She wouldn't have purposely sent her eldest son, Quentyn, to Slaver's Bay. She wouldn't have joined King Aegon's True Dragon Alliance. Speaking human language is my basic talent. Moreover, I have other requests for father-in-law. Of course, I have to use the sweetest flattery to make him agree to my request. Tyrion hugged Elaine, stood on his tiptoes, and leaned his mouth against her cheek. Seeing this, Viper and the others behind him only smiled ambiguously. They stopped in front of the private room and turned to the empty table in the middle of the hall. Unfortunately, your flattery isn't sweet enough. The dwarf's handsome face made it impossible for Yen to refuse. She took the initiative to move her sexy, plump lips closer. After kissing for a while, Tyrion tried to listen to the conversation outside the private room. Then he explained, "The decline of the Duke's family is our chance. The Iron Throne is unique and very dangerous. However, there are several dukedoms. Fighting for the position of Duke and showing limited ambition can actually make us safer." "We? You and who?" Elaine pushed the dwarf away. The amorous feelings on her face immediately turned into cold mockery. "Actually, she was originally your wife. Now that her husband is dead and you've become handsome and tall, the two of you can talk about old times. That damned Aegon is watching from heaven every day. He probably won't say anything." Tyrion instinctively looked up at the ceiling. He seemed to be looking for King Aegon, who was staring at him. "Since you've said so, how would I dare to have any improper thoughts?" he said with a bitter smile. "Don't dare." Elaine sneered. "So, you've really thought about it?" Tyrion hesitated for a moment. He nodded and sighed. "I mentioned this to Sansa, but she rejected me." "She rejected you, and that's why you came to me? What do you take me for?" Elaine was so angry that her face turned white. "I only feel pity for Sansa. They're orphans and widows who need someone to take care of them, and I have the responsibility to take care of them. I proposed to you out of love. If I didn't love you, why would I be so sincere and tell you a secret that no one should know?" Tyrion ignored the struggle of the person in his arms. He hugged her tightly and said affectionately into her ear. Gradually, he felt her struggle stop. He smiled proudly in his heart. He sighed as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "You don't know how complicated my feelings were when Sansa rejected me. That kind of relief was immediately followed by guilt until I met you. You comforted me and dispelled the long night that shrouded my heart. Your love is the red sword of heroes. You're my savior. Stop it. You're so mushy." Elaine's eyes were watery. She giggled and hit his chest. Tyrion did not listen to her and stopped. Instead, he went even further. He bombarded her with even more mushy words of love. After a while, Elaine suddenly pushed away the man who was messing around on her chest. She calmed down and frowned. "What responsibility do you have for that little bitch, Sansa? Is the child in her belly yours? Don't talk nonsense. How could I have a chance? The dwarf sighed. He pulled a chair over and sat by the window. He had a complicated expression. "Back then, I saw Dany Rise's attitude towards Lannister and Casterly Rock. That was why I encouraged Aegon to leave Slaver's Bay. I was also the one who helped Aegon devise a plan against Stannis." "If you didn't encourage him, Aegon wouldn't have left?" Elaine asked. The dwarf shook his head. "He would have left sooner or later. In Slaver's Bay, he will never get what he wants. However, if he had left after the Battle of Meereen, the outcome might have been different. Going north to Winterfell and the plan against Stannis had nothing to do with me. However, I am Aegon's Hand of the King. Obviously, I have failed in my duty." "You really think of yourself as John Clinton," Elaine sneered. As the Mad King's Hand of the King, John Clinton had done his best. However, he was still brooding over the Battle of the Bell. He felt that he had let down the Mad King, Targaryen, and his Silver Prince. Tyrion shrugged and said, "I won't spend more than 10 years to raise a child, unless she becomes the queen and I become the regent. However, I won't lose anything by helping her. If Sansa really gets what she wants, I will also benefit greatly." "What benefits do you want?" Elaine narrowed her eyes. Tyrion rolled his eyes and said, "Perhaps I can obtain a dukedom. As I said before, the Westeros are going through unprecedented changes. Many duke families have withered and can't sit on the Iron Throne. Can't they get a duke to play with? Don't be fooled by my sister's prowess. The 3 cities of Slaver's Bay aren't even as big as Riverbend. You want Riverbend? Elaine was shocked. It's not that I have to get Riverbend. When I was walking by the river, a few bleating sheep rushed down from upstream. Then I fished up the sheep closest to the shore. Its name is Riverbend High Court, Tyrion said as he gestured with his hands. Why Riverbend? Elaine was puzzled. My dear, it's a long night. The long night hasn't ended. In fact, the cruel reality has just begun. Tyrion stroked the woman's curly hair and laughed in a low voice. The Western region, Dorne, and the Valley are all dangerous places. Riverbend, on the other hand, is a large plain. I don't need to do anything. Those proud descendants of the Blue Hand are fated to disappear in the flood of ghouls. Elaine's eyes widened. Her voice trembled as she said, Do you know how many people there are in Riverbend? If Riverbend is lost, the Westeros will be finished. It's not up to us to decide. Riverbend, and the royal territory can't be defended at all. But don't worry, I have arrangements. I will do my best to preserve the population. Tyrion smiled bitterly. Elaine's heart skipped a beat. She asked, Is this your sister's judgment or her decision? What are you thinking? Do you really think she's the mastermind behind the scenes and can control everything? Tyrion shook his head. Right now, only the Frost God can move her. Only the gods are worthy of her schemes. She has always insisted on ending the long night and stopping the world from falling. She doesn't care about the Westeros at all, much less participate in it. Otherwise, why would I play tricks with Stannis? I could have taken Sansa to Dragonstone Island. What can he do even if he has the 2-headed demon dragon? Things are different now that you have a sister. If it was in the past, you would have mocked her secretly. Now, you're praising her as an otherworldly god. Elaine said bitterly. In the past, when the two were alone, the dwarf would often say bad things about the Dragon Queen. He said that she was scheming, vicious, sweet on the outside, evil on the inside, vengeful on the inside. My knowledge was shallow before. Recently, I became an extraordinary and have a deeper understanding of the truth of the world. My way of looking at things has also changed. The dwarf sighed. Even if you're scheming against Riverbend, why pretend to be loyal to Stannis? Elaine asked. Before this, how could an outsider become the new master of the 7 kingdoms? First war, then marriage. Not to mention that I don't have the power to start a war. Even if I did, it's already the long night. I can't fight a war of conquest, marriage. I don't know if Marjorie is still alive. But even if she isn't, Yulin won't let her go. Haha. Tyrion suddenly started to laugh, and he looked a little lewd. A duke's moral integrity is no different from a woman's chastity. The first time is the most precious and the hardest to give up. But after the first time, ouch! Before the dwarf could finish his words, Elaine slapped him in the face. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Your words are crude, but the logic is not. When Stannis uses the demonic dragon to force them to acknowledge Yassel, it will be much easier for me to replace Yassel. The surviving Riverbend dukes will definitely hate me, but they will only hate Stannis for forcing them to hand over their first time. Maybe I can even become the savior and save them from the oppression of the 2-headed demonic dragon. At this point, he clapped his hands excitedly. Let Stannis be the villain, and we will silently make a fortune behind him. Just like my shrewd sister. Didn't she also use Stannis to deal with the surrenders who sacrificed the deviants? All the sins and hatred will be borne by him, and she will only be responsible for being the Holy Mother of Salvation. You're thinking too much. Riverbend is still in Timin's hands. Elaine sneered. No, Timon only controls one city, High Court. Just like you, Luan's regent husband, he is only the king of the King's Landing and not the king of the 7 kingdoms. Chapter 861. Due to the siphoning effect of the capital, the cities near the capital would not be too big. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, this rule was applicable. Rosby City was 30 kilometers north of the King's Landing. The city was small and had no bustling commercial districts or tall and magnificent buildings. Besides the castle of the Rosby family, there were huts made of wood and mud everywhere. Rich merchants, noble knights, and even Count Rosby himself lived in the King's Landing next door. Rosby was very rich. The narrow land of the King's Landing was either near the bay or the Blackwater River. The land was fertile and rich. During the War of the Four Kings, the food provided by Rosby and Stockworth Castle, Bronze Territory, was enough to satisfy half of the needs of the King's Landing. Because of the War of the Four Kings, Rosby City could not support Erlu's 20,000 Valley army. That day, under the dim sky, a winged dragon flew from the east and landed on the spacious drill ground in front of Rosby Castle. There were many people on the drill ground, but no one cared about the old knight who came down from the winged dragon. Hundreds of people were gathered in a circle and performing a ritual. Davos was the hand of the king. As he approached, the people in front of him made way for him. After a while, the Onion Knight squeezed to the front. At the center of the pile of wood, he saw the cold-faced king, the graceful red-robed woman, and the 8 knights who were tied to wooden stakes and begging for mercy. "What's the matter?" Davos found his son, Stannis. Heir, not Erlu, but Davos' 6th son. The Onion Knight had 7 sons. The first 4 died in the Battle of the Blackwater River and were indirectly destroyed by the gnomes. The 5th son, Devon, was 15 years old. He was Erlu's attendant. But one day, the Onion Knight noticed the way Devon looked at Melisandre. That was the way a man looked at a woman. It was full of strong desire and uncontrollable love. He asked around and found out that when Erlu left the Great Wall for Winterfell, he didn't bring Devon with him because Melisandre asked him to stay with her. Actually, this was a misunderstanding. Melisandre knew that the Onion Knight didn't like her, but she respected his character. The reason why she left Dyfone behind was not because of the loneliness that Davos was worried about, but because the red-robed woman knew that Erlu's trip would be dangerous, and Dyfone would most likely never return. She pitied Onion Knight because 4 of his children had died at the Blackwater River. That was why she wanted to protect Dyfone. She understood Dyfang's love for her and was happy about it, but she didn't do anything to him. Davos did not know the twists and turns of the story, so he left Dyfone in the rainforest with the excuse that he had left home to visit his mother. Out of loyalty to Erlu, he brought his 13-year-old son to serve Erlu. The 6th was named Stannis, and the 10-year-old 7th was even more awesome. He was named Stephen, Erlu's father's name. They are Bravo's mercenaries. They disobeyed His Majesty's orders. Not only did they leave the area they were stationed at, but they also kidnapped a 14-year-old peasant girl in a village 3 miles away, and little Stannis' childish face was filled with anger, and the way he looked at the mercenaries on the pillar was filled with a kind of fanaticism that made Davos' heart skip a beat. This child had only been with His Majesty for a few days, and he was already looking forward to being burned alive. Davos thought worriedly. Erlu stood quietly in front of the pillar, listening to the pleas of every prisoner before he turned around. His gaze first swept across the short and stocky Sir Songu and Sir Richard with the scarred face. Without any hesitation, he continued to look behind. "Asser, can you do it? Your Majesty, your faith is the one I serve." A simple and stout middle-aged man with protruding ears said in a deep voice. "Then let's begin." Erlu sighed softly. In the past, the ones who led the blazing Red Heart Knights in the sacrificial ceremony were Gordy Fallon and Richard. After Gordy was slapped to death by Great John, Sir Songu took over. Now, although Richard still wore the blazing red heart cloak, there was a bright white heptagram on his chest. Even though Songji's attire was no different from before, he had died once, and his soul did not report to the Light King. Instead, he was resurrected by the Dragon Queen. What did this mean? Songu had also lost his faith in Lalo. People without faith could not lead believers in the sacrificial ceremony. On the other hand, Asser Florence was an opportunist. He converted to the Light King to gain the favor of the king and queen to gain power. His faith was not as pure as Gordy and Richard's. "King of Light, listen to us," Yassel shouted. "Light King, protect us." The Red God believers chanted in unison. "Because the night is long, and danger lurks everywhere." Sir Yasser looked up at the dark sky and shouted, "O Allah, please return the light of day to us. Please lead us straight in and annihilate the enemy." Please banish the dark clouds that cover the sky, and let us bask in the light of the stars. The believers prayed, Light King, protect us and banish the merciless darkness. With a look from Melisandre, the firewood around the 8 stakes burst into flames. The sacrifices began to howl and curse. Lalo, Sir Asser raised his voice. We offer you 8 sinners, pure and sincere, worshipping Allah. With their blood, we offer sacrifice. With the help of God, we swear to destroy the enemy. Please accept this sacrifice and lead us to the King's Landing to purge the heretics. Light King, accept the sacrifice. Hundreds of voices shouted at the same time. The flames greedily licked the skin and hair of the sacrifices. Their pleas turned into an incomprehensible, high-pitched wail. As soon as the sacrificial ceremony was over, Davos hurried to find Stannis. Your Majesty, you want to attack the King's Landing? This is different from what we planned, he asked anxiously. I don't want to wait any longer. The people of the King's Landing may not have food, but the Red Keep must have a lot of food. Your plan to cut off food won't work. Once the food from the valley and Dragonstone Island arrives, I'll attack, Stannis said softly. If he used the pterosaurs to throw wildfire bombs, the Onion Knight would be able to break through the King's Landing before Erlu returned from Winterfell. But he didn't do that. Stopping Erlu from entering the King's Landing was not only the Iron Throne's army, but also the city's sparrows who believed in the 7 gods. After the successive battles, the king's territory and the river's lands withered. The people of the 2 populated areas all moved to the King's Landing and joined the church's poor congregation. At this time, they were clean from head to toe. They had nothing but faith. Unless Erlu could solve these people's livelihood problems and allow them to work, they would definitely rebel against the Red God King. When King Aegon's True Dragon Alliance besieged the King's Landing, Aegon's enemy was only the Iron Throne. The people and the church could only watch numbly. Facing the Erlu army attacking the King's Landing, the hundreds of thousands of sparrows in the King's Landing were agitated. They picked up wooden sticks, bricks, and rusty kitchen knives, climbed up the city wall, and even poured out of the city gate, shouting the slogan, Long live the 7 gods, for the Holy Mother. They wanted to use their flesh and blood to fight the Valley army that was attacking the city. The vassals of the Valley were the first to shrink back. They also believed in the 7 gods. They sided with Erlu only because of political needs. They had no loyalty. It was impossible for them to kill the believers of the 7 gods for Erlu. The last person to kill the believers of the church was Meg during the founding of the kingdom. But what happened to Meg? Meg still had dragons, Balerion. Even someone as crazy as Cersei only dared to secretly kill the sparrows. Other than the sparrows, the countless old, young, sick, and weak refugees squeezed under the city walls were also a big problem. King's Landing was crowded with people. If they burned the city with kerosene bombs, many innocent people would be affected. Even if Davos dared to kill the armed forces of the church like Meg, he could not bear to kill the ordinary people. Therefore, he only blocked the land passage between King's Landing and Highland, blocked the sea passage of Blackwater Bay, cut off the food supply into the city, and forced the starving people of King's Landing to open the city and surrender. Then, he comforted the believers and people who had fainted from hunger with food. Your Majesty, if you burn King's Landing and kill the people, the vassals of the Valley will no longer be loyal to you. The mercenaries hired from Bravos are not trustworthy at all. They even want to terminate the employment contract and escape back to Bravos, where there are no other ghosts. At that time, even if the city gates of King's Landing are open, you will have no soldiers. How will you occupy King's Landing? How will you rule the country? Davos advised bitterly. Without a base, this was indeed one of the problems that Erlu was facing. As the Duke of Dragonstone Island with a small territory, he did not have many confidants to begin with. After wandering around the northern region, he lost Storm's End Castle and Dragonstone Island. He was completely alone, with only a few hundred knights of Red Heart. The Bravos mercenaries, the northern region's 2,000 cavalrymen, and the vassals of the Valley seemed to be powerful, but he could not rely on them as a foundation. In the past, Erlu would have clenched his jaw and ground his teeth. But now, he was pale and lifeless. His shriveled cheeks did not even show a trace of emotion. He only said indifferently, "Davos, I don't have time to waste. It's night now, and the other ghosts are infiltrating next swamp and going south to Hajian. If you are indecisive, you will be in trouble." Davos sighed helplessly. What about the poor and the refugees? A dim light flashed in Erlu's deep eye sockets. He said, "As long as the people can temporarily fill their stomachs, they won't care if the Iron Throne is an angel or a demon. They love Marjorie, who murdered her husband, and call her Holy Mother Marjorie because the High Court brings them bread and cheese. They accept the rule of the bastard Tommen and the criminal Cersei because the food from the High Court can sustain their lives. I believe in the Red God. But are you, Luan, a devout believer of the seven gods?" Erlu patted the king's hand's shoulder and said indifferently, "The people are much easier to deal with than the nobles. As long as they don't starve to death, they're the most obedient people. The nobles' desires are endless. It seems that they will never be satisfied unless they sit on the Iron Throne. For example, that woman, that dwarf. Have you reached an agreement?" Tyrion rejected the suggestion of dividing Hajian into two. Davos explained the details of the negotiations that afternoon. Dany Rise can give up the Iron Throne, but she wants to inherit the Targaryen ancestors' land, which is the king's domain. If the new king is unwilling to move away from the King's Landing, he can compensate with other lands close to Dragonstone Island, such as the Three Rivers Basin. The Targaryens are just outsiders. What land do they have? Erlu said coldly, "Your Majesty, forgive me for being blunt, but your ancestor Theon Bella and Aegon the Conqueror are in cahoots," Davos said awkwardly. "They are all foreign bandits." Chapter 862. "But I have the bloodline of Storm King Durin Durant," Erlu said coldly. God Sorrow, Durin, and city builder Brandon were legendary heroes of the same era. They were not of the same age, with a difference of more than 1,000 years. However, Durin and Brandon were both extraordinaries, while Durin was most likely a demigod who had lived for more than 1,000 years. In his later years, Durin had interacted with Brandon in his youth. Durin abducted the daughter of the sea god and storm god, Yini, a mermaid. The gods were furious and destroyed his city and tribe. The entire Storm Kingdom wailed in the storm, but the gods could not kill Durin. Durin even dared to declare war against the two gods. Brandon helped him, or at least helped him build the Storm's End fortress to block the waves and storms. After the first long night, Brandon created the Stark faction in Winterfell, while Durin created the Durant faction in Storm's End fortress. Until 300 years ago, when Aegon the Conqueror landed in the Westeros. Erlu's ancestor, Orys Byra, killed the last Durant and married his only daughter. In a sense, Erlu and his daughter, Shireen, were descendants of the gods. They had Yini's bloodline, and Yini was the daughter of the storm god and sea god. Many nobles with thousands of years of history still lost their lands and castles. No one cared about what happened to them because they were insignificant. However, the Dragon Queen is different. She has the power to claim her inheritance. In fact, if she is willing, the Iron Throne is hers, Davos sighed. Erlu closed his eyes for a moment and said, "I only want 200 kilometers of land around the King's Landing. I will leave the rest to her and compensate her with 1/6 of the Three River Basin. The rest of Hajian will be divided equally between Tully and Sansa. Even if 1/6 of it is divided equally, it is still bigger than the land of the king. What are they not satisfied with?" "That's true, but," Davos said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, we don't have the power to make the decision." Tyrion refused to divide Hajian County equally. What he wanted was a complete duchy. "We haven't even taken down the King's Landing, and we're still far from unifying the Seven Kingdoms. To put it bluntly, you don't even have the qualifications to make Madame Sansa and Tyrion submit to you. Now, they're proposing to exchange their loyalty for a dukedom. It may be difficult for you to accept, but for them, is it the best choice? In the worst-case scenario, they would bring the food to Dragonstone Island and continue to watch from the sidelines, waiting for the opportunity to kill the variant Ghost King. Are you going to reject Madame Sansa's arrangement of her vassals to fight the deviants? Or how will you stop her sister from snatching King Igua's head again? Erlu's face was gloomy, and he remained silent. Davos sighed and continued. To put it bluntly, the Dragon Queen is too powerful now. She has the Megalosaurus, the Holy Mother's blessing, and the magic power to resist the Frost God. So, she's the one who makes the rules of the game, and we're just players. The rules she made the one who ends the long night is king are simple and fair, so it's easy for the people of the Seven Kingdoms to accept. You took down the King's Landing and sat on the Iron Throne to better unify your forces and strive to become the first on the heroes of the Long Night list. But Stark has the King of the North, Jon, the Three-Eyed Crow, Bran, and the powerful assassin Arya. Madame Sansa has the ability and opportunity to fulfill the promise of the one who ends the long night is king. We're afraid of her, so if we make her submit, we'll eliminate one of our biggest competitors. The price of a duchy is not too much. Erlu's face was gloomy as he paced back and forth by the fireplace. Davos stood at the side and looked at him. The king was thinner than before. In the past, only his cheeks were thin, but his body and limbs were strong and powerful, not losing to any knight. But now, Davos could see the dark green, almost black veins protruding from the king's hands. The armor he had worn for decades now seemed to be loose. What was more terrifying than his thinness was his mental state. His sunken eye sockets were so deep that an egg could be stuffed into them. The dark circles under his eyes were like bacon that had been smoked in a chimney for half a year. Davos knew that ever since his resurrection, his king could barely sleep. Or rather, he did not need to sleep, and he barely ate. Davos wanted to know where the energy the king needed for his daily activities came from if he did not sleep or eat. Do you know why I refuse to give the valley to Sansa? The valley is not my fief. Stannis suddenly stopped and turned around to ask. Davos was stunned for a moment before he said, for the sake of balance, if the valley belongs to Sansa Stark and Hugin still belongs to Tully, then the alliance between Hugin, the North, and the valley will be formed again. The royal authority will be seriously threatened. This was not the first time they had discussed this issue. The king's hand spoke smoothly. That's right. I haven't forgotten how Targaryen lost the war of the usurpers. Erlu nodded. Your Majesty, with all due respect, you should only consider the king's problems when you are king. You are not king yet. Davos looked at the king expectantly after he finished speaking. He hoped that the king would glare and grit his teeth to vent his anger. He was disappointed once again. The king's gaze only grew darker and gloomier, making him panic. So he quickly said the imp's suggestion before he left. Your Majesty, Tyrion hopes to protect Lannister's position. As long as you do not attack the west before the end of the long night, and after taking the king's landing and capturing Cersei, hand her over to him unharmed, he can persuade Sansa to make concessions. What kind of concessions? Erlu asked. He can persuade Sansa to give up the valley and the river, but you will have to pay 5 million gold royals for the 100,000 tons of food. 5 million? Erlu thought for a moment and said, this price is not too expensive in the long night, so I can agree to it. But can he make the decision for Sansa? I only need Sansa to submit to me. I don't care about Tyrion himself. For a moment, Davos's expression became very strange. He said that Sansa is his lover now, and that his handsome face and the 12 cries of spring are guaranteed to make her listen to him. He blushed and hung his head as he stammered. Shameless? Erlu cursed. Shameless indeed, but he is very handsome now. He can make many girls blush and shout when he walks down the street. He should be able to sleep with persuade Lady Sansa, Davos said. I remember there are only 7 cries of spring, Erlu said doubtfully. Your Majesty, Davos suddenly raised his head and looked at his king, his face full of shock. Erlu looked calm and said, when I was Robert's minister, I once cleaned up the brothels in King's Landing. Davos remembered. There was indeed such a thing. The cries of spring were invented by the nobles of Valeglia. There were originally more than 7, but only 7 were passed down in Yuan Kai. The imp saw the secret manual in the Dragon Queen's private library. The king's hand said awkwardly, "I didn't expect her to be that kind of person," Erlu muttered. Davos was pleasantly surprised to see that His Majesty had a shocked expression again. He hesitated. Should he remind the king? The Dragon Queen was Saint Danny, and the imp could not be Saint Danny. In the end, in order to shock the king a little longer, he said sorry to the Dragon Queen in his heart. Well, it didn't matter if he said it. The king knew that the Holy Mother was fake, so Saint Danny was fake too. After a while, Erlu returned to his calm expression and said, "I can't take out 5 million gold royals now. Why don't you make a trip to Bravos?" "Your Majesty, Tyrion doesn't want the gold royals immediately. He wants you to use Storm's End Castle as collateral. And he wants to wait until the long night is over before a direct descendant of Theon Bera can come forward and redeem Storm's End Castle with 500 gold royals," Davos said hesitantly. He thought of Princess Shireen. If she died, his king would have no heir. If something happened during the long night, then Storm's End Castle. Erlu was stunned and said in realization, "I see. His real target is Theon Bera's family's Storm's End Castle. He thinks that I won't live through the long night. If I die, Shireen..." His pupils dilated, as if he was going into shock. However, his face was extremely distorted, and he could not say a single word even though he made some noise in his throat. Plop, his body seemed to have lost all strength. He trembled as he knelt on the ground, and vomited large mouthfuls of white and red things. A rancid and rotten smell filled the room. "Your Majesty." Davos hurriedly squatted down, trying to help the king up. Shireen, what have I done?" Erlu let out an extremely painful wail with his soul. "Your Majesty." Davos' arm, which was on the king's shoulder, froze. A terrifying memory that was buried deep in his heart was awakened. Tears blurred his eyes and flowed down the gully on his cheeks. "Your Majesty." He hugged the pitiful person who was trembling in his arms, and his heart was filled with extreme sorrow. The scene of them hugging each other did not last long. Erlu's heart was like a bathtub with a plug pulled out. Under normal circumstances, no matter how much emotion he poured into it, it would immediately flow out along the pipe. However, the emotion that Shireen's memory triggered was not water flowing into a faucet. It was like pouring a lake of bitter water into a bathtub. It did not flow out immediately, but it would eventually flow out. Erlu slowly stood up, wiped away the filth at the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "Promise him." "What?" Davos was a normal person with no holes in his heart. He was still immersed in the sadness of Princess Shireen and King Stannis' tragic fate, and was momentarily stunned. "Does the imp think that Theon Bella has no one else?" "Humph. At least I am 100% certain that Mia Stone of the Vale was Robert's first child in the truest sense of the word. I also know that Robert once wanted to learn from Aegon, the mediocre king, and bring the maid's daughter to the Red Keep to acknowledge her identity as Theon Bella. Cersei stopped him, and he was so angry that he beat her up in a drunken stupor. Now, I will fulfill Robert's wish." Chapter 863. 2 days later, 3 winged dragons came from the west and landed at the top of Dragonstone Island's tallest tower. Tyrion, Elaine, 3 sand snakes, Count Monterey and his knight, and Davos alone. "What kind of magic is this?" Davos pointed at the small sun 100 meters above the center of the castle and said in surprise, "I heard from the crew that Dragonstone Island has a sun. I thought it was the light from the magic tower. But it's obviously not like it. It's like a miniature sun, a real sun." Davos had noticed something strange when he was flying over from Tidehead Island. The journey to Dragonstone Island was like a journey to heaven. It became brighter and brighter, and his vision became clearer and clearer. He went from a dark and cold world to a bright and cold world. Well, although there was sunlight here, the temperature was not much higher than other places. Standing at the top of the Flying Dragon Pagoda, the northern wind whistled past, tearing apart his thick fur coat and crazily sucking in every bit of heat from his body. However, his exposed skin could still clearly feel the warmth of the sunlight, the long-awaited warmth of the sun. Actually, the small sun was only the size of a wash basin, but it was like a small candle that lit up the entire room. The faint, golden sunlight from the small sun almost covered the entire Dragonstone Island. Even the sea was no longer dark. He could see the familiar blue sea again. Inexplicably, even the uncouth Davos felt touched. It's so beautiful that it's intoxicating. He looked at the small sun and said sincerely, Am I really beautiful? The small sun spoke, and even moved, under Davos's stunned gaze. The small sun moved to a spot 10 meters above his head. A little girl's face opened in the middle. It was not very beautiful, but it was strangely cute. Holy Mother, it's so scary. The sun has a face and can speak. Is this the fairy sun? Davos exclaimed and retreated. Ha ha! His lovey-dovey look amused those who had seen fire fairies before. The small sun glared at Davos, then closed its face and became a small shining sun again. This is an elemental life form created by Her Majesty, the Fire Spirit. Larissa, who was wearing a blue mage robe with a flame pattern on it, walked up the stairs and explained to the Onion Knight with a smile, the fire elf can turn into a small person, a big crow, a big fireball, and a small sun. It's currently in its small sun form. Yulien and the other vipers winked at Black Sis, and Black Sis rolled her eyes at them. Gentlemen, the wind is strong here. Let's go down and talk. The queen is waiting for you in the glass garden. Blackie said seriously. Davos looked at the little sun that had floated back to its original position and was in a daze. Dragon Queen can create the sun? How to create it? Can Lalo, the King of Light, create one? He had too many doubts in his heart and asked several questions in a row. Only Her Majesty the Queen can create elemental spirits. It's not a complete creation. It requires a special soul, and the Queen can help those souls start a real new life. Seeing that her sisters were also curious, Larissa briefly explained. In fact, Davos and the others still did not understand, but they did not ask in detail. The old crab led a few knights to welcome them. After the greetings, Yulien and the vipers followed Black Sis to the living room. Only Tyrion, Davos, and the young Earl Monterey followed the old crab to the glass garden in the backyard. As they walked and looked, Davos could not help but feel a little sad. He was no stranger to Dragonstone Island. In the 16 years when Stannis was the Duke of Dragonstone Island, he often went in and out of this magnificent stone castle. Now, other than the change of the wall carpet and banner, the scenery was not much different from before. But the people of the past had all changed. Earl Cyworth? The call seemed to come from beyond the sky, and Davos woke up from his closed heart. Then he found himself in a sunny, warm summer garden full of flowers and green leaves. There was another sun here, and under the glass cover, the plants were thriving and growing well. Then he saw a tall lady standing in front of the rose bushes. She only wore a plain dress, which was not luxurious. He had not seen the Dragon Queen before, but he knew who she was with just one look. Targaryen's exquisite appearance was secondary, but what was more important was her temperament. She was like a queen, like a pope, like Saint Danny. Before he met the Dragon Queen, he had imagined her image countless times. Majestic, noble, holy, powerful, domineering, and other words related to her achievements. But once he met her, he abandoned all his guesses. It was not that he was wrong, but compared to the real person, all the descriptions were too weak. She was one of a kind, as one of a kind as her king, Stannis. There were only a few ornamental flowers in the garden, but there were more vines, fruits, and vegetables. Beside a shelf covered with cucumber vines, there was a 2-meter-long wooden table. The Dragon Queen was not interested in the legendary Onion Knight. After a few words, they pulled out chairs and sat at the table. 5 million gold royals, to be repaid after the long night, with Storm's End as collateral. What is Stannis thinking? To agree to such conditions. Doesn't he know that Tyrion is plotting against his Storm's End castle? Seeing the contract on the parchment, Dany asked directly. Originally, this was a negotiation between Erlu and Sansa, and Tyrion and Dragonstone Island did not have to participate. But Tyrion became Sansa's representative, and Dragonstone Island became the notary for the negotiation. Your Majesty, don't say it so harshly. No one knows how long the long night will last, but even now, Madame Sansa's 100,000 tons of food is worth more than 5 million gold royals in the market. It's not that the food is worth that much, but that there is no market for it. After the long night, there is no food production. Glancing at the fresh green cucumbers, Tyrion immediately added, "Other than your garden. If I were Stannis," he looked at Davos and smiled, "I would sell a large portion of the 100,000 tons of food and use the money to repay Sansa's debt of 5 million. The rest of the food would be given away for free, and I would also get rid of a competitor for the Iron Throne. It's a win-win situation, and there is no danger of losing Storm's End Castle." Davos's face, that had been eroded by the passage of time, showed an expression of shock and doubt. Indeed, if he followed the dwarf's plan, Stannis would not lose anything, but the dwarf would not be so kind. Actually, as a smuggler, he did not need the dwarf's reminder to notice this bug. Because of this, he did not reject Tyrion's suggestion and told his king about it. He had been thinking about it for the past few days, but he could not figure out Tyrion's motive, so he thought that the clever dwarf had finally been stupid for once, leaving such a flaw. But now, he said it out loud. "What is your motive?" He could not figure it out, so he asked directly. Tyrion met the doubtful eyes of the Onion Knight with the most sincere gaze. "I am just looking at the big picture, and do not want to see the humans fighting among themselves when the other ghosts invade the city. Look at my queen's sister." He pointed at Dany. "The Iron Throne is within her reach. She has a grudge against Theon Bella, Lannister, and Stark for destroying her country, but when the greatest disaster befell the human race, she stepped forward without hesitation to face the strongest enemy and obtain the most insignificant benefits. I was once as despicable and shameless as Stannis, but now I have decided to be a good person who is brave enough to sacrifice." Dany looked at him sarcastically, but did not say anything. "If you are so selfless, there is no need for you to sign such a contract. Just learn from Her Majesty and use free food to help the poor," Davos said. "Being despicable is the passport of the despicable. I want to be noble, but I don't want to be noble as my epitaph." The dwarf shook his head. "You are not here to negotiate. The negotiation has already ended at Tidehead Island, and I am only here to witness the signing of the contract. If the negotiation is not successful, you can go back to Spicetown," Dany said impatiently. Davos looked at the dwarf deeply, picked up a pen, and wrote his name on the parchment, then used the king's hand seal to leave a mark on the name. After Tyrion finished signing, the Onion Knight said coldly, "No matter what scheme you have, it will not succeed in the end. His Majesty Stannis has already acknowledged Mia Stone's identity. She is a super illegitimate child, just like you. Not only does she have the right to inherit Theon Bella, but she is also the real Duke of Storm's End." "Mia Stone?" Tyrion was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled naturally and said, "I know her. That appearance, that physique, she is indeed Robert's child. What a pity for the best young swordsman of the valley." "Best swordsman?" Davos was confused. Tyrion smiled and said, "Your crown princess's ex-boyfriend, Sir Michael Redford, is known as the best swordsman of the valley's younger generation. He is the youngest son without the right to inherit the crown princess, but in the end, he disliked her identity as an illegitimate child and married the youngest daughter of Bronzeon." "How do you know so much?" Davos asked cautiously. Tyrion waved his hand and said, "As a dwarf, I have to have some advantages outside of my body, such as insight and memory." Davos knew that he could not get any more useful information from the dwarf, so he put away the Book of Holy Covenant and turned to Dany and asked, "Your Majesty, His Majesty Stannis has decided to launch an attack on King's Landing as soon as the food from Dragonstone Island arrives at Blackwater River. What do you think?" From the beginning of the negotiation to the signing of the contract, more than half a month had passed. The food from Tarth Island was stored on Dragonstone Island. "I have no objections," Dany shook her head. The followers of the Church of the Seven Gods at King's Landing are very hostile to His Majesty Stannis. I'm afraid there will be many casualties, Davos said carefully. Then don't attack King's Landing, Dany said. The arrow is already on the bow. Davos smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then why are you asking me? You are the Pope. I don't know if you can persuade. Davos lowered his head, unable to continue. Dany seemed to be very easy to talk to. I have long passed the Holy Mother's oracle that the Church is not allowed to interfere with the politics of the mortal world, unless the king gives the first order against the Church. No, don't worry. His Majesty Stannis believes in the Red God, but he also supports freedom of religion. I have always believed in the Seven Gods. Davos quickly said, freedom of religion. Chapter 864. Davos left and did not stay for lunch. The young count also went to the garden to pick strawberries. At this moment, only Dany and the dwarf were sitting at the table beside the cucumber vine. Tyrion called out, Dany. Dany raised her voice and looked at him from the corner of her eyes. Is Dany something you can call? The dwarf understood. He rubbed his nose and smiled. Your Majesty. Dany looked better. You intend to give up on the believers of King's Landing? If Stannis enters King's Landing, it will be a huge blow to the Church of Seven. Tyrion said seriously. How many people are there in King's Landing now? Dany asked. Maybe 800,000? Maybe even more. The people of Hugin, the Royal Domain, and the Stormlands are all moving to King's Landing. Since the War of the Four Kings, most of the areas of the three duchies have been destroyed, especially the area from the Three River Basin to the Royal Domain. The once fertile land is truly deserted. When the Valley Army goes south to King's Landing, Aegon and I have to ride on the dragon to deliver the army provisions. The dwarf frowned as he pondered. Even in the ancient Celestial Empire, where the government was the most efficient, there were still people who could not survive the winter and ran to the nearby cities to beg for food. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, the tradition of going to the city to avoid the winter was carried to the extreme. Ordinary farmers did not have the ability or the awareness to store food for several years of winter on their own. Even the nobles only received the seasonal forecast from the City of Knowledge before winter, and then used the remaining 1 or 2 years to store food. If the scholars of the City of Knowledge did not notice the change of seasons by observing the stars, the people of the Seven Kingdoms would not even know when winter was coming. By the time they felt the temperature drop, it was already too late to store food. Every winter, not only the people of the Northern Territory gathered at the nobles' castles, but also the people of Hugin, the Royal Domain, and the Stormlands. In summer, including the floating population, King's Landing had 500,000 people. In winter, the number would fluctuate between 500,000 and 1 million. It was no longer winter, but a long night. The people of the Royal Domain were not the only ones flocking over. The people of several kingdoms could not survive. Have you ever seen a sardine barrel? King's Landing was now like a barrel full of people, a barrel of explosives, and no one could save them. Even I can't support so many people. Moreover, King's Landing will definitely fall when the Deviant Ghost Army moves south. Dany said helplessly. Why? The King's Landing is right next to Dragonstone Island. We can provide reinforcements at any time, Tyrion exclaimed. How high are the walls of King's Landing? Dany asked. Tyrion thought for a while and said, the side near the Blackwater River is shorter. The standard height is 8 meters, but the north side is more than 12 meters, and the highest is 15 meters. You've been to Winterfell. Do you know how high the Winterfell walls are? Why must your cultivation be so high? Dany reminded. Tyrion was shocked, but he understood what was going on. King's Landing was a normal ancient city, and its walls were about the same height as the ancient Celestial Empire. This was because King's Landing was located at the bay, which was closer to the south. In winter, the temperature was much higher than in the north, and there wasn't much snow. In an ordinary winter in the north, even on the plains, there would be 12 meters of snow. Because of the thick snow, the night watchers lived underground, using the worm tunnel to pass through various buildings. We can use the dragon flame to burn the snow, Tyrion said. Perhaps Stannis thought so, but King's Landing is too big. Dany sighed. King's Landing included 3 large hills, with a total area of more than 50 square kilometers. Even if Aegon Hill faced the bay, there was still a 40-kilometer-long wall to defend. Winterfell only has a 1.5-kilometer wall, with more than 5,000 soldiers taking turns to defend it, and more than 8,000 soldiers as reserves. Even if King's Landing has a large population, and every citizen is a soldier in an emergency, King's Landing has no danger to rely on. The cost of defending it is very high, and it won't last long. Tyrion frowned and said, "If that's the case, do you have any plans? We can't just give up, right? There are hundreds of thousands of people in the city." As for King's Landing, we've discussed it a few times in the Ghost Resistance United Front Committee. My suggestion is to evacuate the people immediately. Tide Island can take in 200,000 old, weak, sick, and young, and the young and strong south to Storm's End Castle. Storm's End Castle will have 50,000 people, and the rest will be divided into 2 groups. One group will go to Brittany's Tez Island, and the other group will go to Dorne along the Bone Road. Sansa is so lucky. Dany had to sigh. I didn't realize it before, but now I realize that Tez Island is the largest island in the Narrow Sea. It's 200 kilometers long and 100 kilometers wide. It's very close to Storm's End Castle, Dragonstone Island, and King's Landing. It's like Noah's Ark in the Long Night. The reason why I asked for Theon's Wind's End Castle as collateral is because of Taz Island's geographical advantage. Taz Island is the rear, and Storm's End Castle is the front line against the other Ghost Army. We'll probably be the ones to survive until the end. Tyrion smiled as he explained his plan. You? Dany glanced at him. Sansa seems to have rejected your proposal, and you're dating the Princess of Dorne. I heard that you're getting engaged soon. Sansa, Tyrion's expression became very complicated. Compared to when she married me, she's a completely different person now. When she was in King's Landing, her life and freedom were controlled by others, and she understood the value of power. Even if she didn't experience it, she had seen how others use power to manipulate others, including her own fate. In the valley, with Littlefinger by her side, she began to learn how to seize and use power. Now, she's become a qualified power player. She won't marry me, because as her husband, I'll be a strong contender for the Iron Throne. But as her Hand of the King, I'll never be able to surpass her. It's very likely that the story between you, Luwin, and my sister will make her wary. She's better than Cersei in this aspect. She's good at learning. Cersei will definitely remember the lesson of being usurped by the king's husband and learn from it. You know her well, Dany said in surprise. I've seen her transform from a naive girl in the north to the current Lady Sansa. I've even participated in some of the processes. How can I not know her? Tyrion smiled bitterly and shook his head. He then asked curiously, the plan to relocate the people of King's Landing is not bad. Why hasn't it been implemented yet? I'm just one of the chairmen of the Ghost Resistance Committee, Dany said. Who disagrees? Too many people disagreed. Forget about the others. I can make the decision and ask the committee to leave. But even the people of King's Landing aren't willing. What can I do? Dany said calmly. The Iron Throne and the Great Cathedral of Baelor had both received the Dragon Queen's relocation plan. Luwin and the other ministers had immediately rejected it. This was expected. Leaving the Iron Throne of King's Landing was like leaving the Emperor of Han in Luoyang. But the rejection of the people of King's Landing really surprised Dany. Without the seal of the Holy Mother, she couldn't use holy healing. She didn't even have the face to become an archbishop. Therefore, every archbishop was a devout believer of the 7 gods. In other words, the higher-ups of the Church of King's Landing, the archbishops, were all true believers. In the face of the Pope's edict, the monks and bishops of the Great Cathedral of Baelor didn't hesitate. Even if they had other thoughts, they were willing to listen to Saint Dany. After all, there were only 2 children of the 7 gods in the world. The Great Sparrow was dead, and only Saint Dany was left to represent the Holy Mother. If they didn't listen to the Holy Mother, would they betray the Church? During this period of time, the Great Cathedral of Bel had been building fortifications. They sealed the main doors and small doors, smashed the mosaic glass windows on the lower floors, and covered them with thick bricks. In short, they wanted the great Cathedral of Bel to become a one-way fortress. The church had priests and sons of warriors. Of course, they wouldn't leave the King's Landing. In Danny's plan, the King's Landing could fall, but the Red Castle and the great Cathedral of Baylor had to be defended. It was best to pin down a large number of ghouls in the King's Landing like a nail, so as to reduce the pressure on the defense of other areas. Therefore, in Pope Danny's edict, a large number of bishops and the church's armed forces stayed. Instead, the small monks and the old poor were responsible for leading the people to leave. In Danny's opinion, she was selfless to the extreme by sacrificing the church's elite forces to resist the ghouls. But the people didn't think so. They felt that the church's upper echelons were two Westeros nobles. They hid in the King's Landing and enjoyed their lives, while the believers with no status fled thousands of miles and died in a foreign land. Danny felt that it was inconceivable, but it was human nature. In the hearts of the people of the Seven Kingdoms, the King's Landing was the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. The most normal thing for the Dragon Queen to do was to lead the 5 Megalosaurus and all the relief food to move the nest to the King's Landing. While sitting on the Iron Throne, she would also protect the hundreds of thousands of people in the capital. Didn't you see that the King of the Red Gods was still standing outside the King's Landing gate, drooling? Yes, during the Urlu siege, many bishops and nobles who believed in the 7 gods wrote to Dragonstone Island, asking the Dragon Queen to move to the King's Landing and chase away Uluin and the pagan king outside the city, so that she could be the king of the 7 kingdoms. Stannis' attack on the King's Landing this time. I'm afraid that many people will die. Tyrion could not hide the worry on his face. Danny stared at him and said, I thought you didn't care about the lives of the people. Back at Slaves Bay, you were very cold and never cared about how many slaves died in the war. Tyrion was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, I'm a Westeros, isn't that normal? Just like the free cities on the other side of the narrow sea, they knew that the long night was coming. But not only did they not help, they even speculated with the Westeros and profited from the disaster. At this point, he remembered something that his sister-in-law Teresa had mentioned. So he said, Do you know that the Atonement Scrolls are being sold? The merchants on the other side of the narrow sea are using food and wine to buy the Atonement Scrolls in the hands of the people at a low price, and then sell them to the free cities at a high price. I know. Danny's lips curled into a strange smile. Why didn't you stop them? This is blasphemy against the 7 gods, and it's also ruining your plan of fighting the deviants and going to heaven. Tyrion was puzzled. Did you notice that the wind has been very strong recently, and it's always the north wind? Danny asked out of the blue. It's the long night. Of course it's the north wind. The north wind brings the cold air from beyond the Great Wall to the south. This is what you told me. Then have you seen the huge windmill leaves above the Sea Dragon Tower? Danny laughed. The dwarf was at a loss for a moment. Then he suddenly remembered the physics book that he had been reading every night recently. You use the windmill to drive the printing press and print the Atonement Scrolls day and night? Tyrion was first enlightened. Then his face was full of shock. How does your brain work? Even in the long night, you can still find something to exploit from the disadvantages. Chapter 865. How many Atonement Scrolls can you print in a day now? Tyrion asked curiously. With the seal open, it's easy to print 1,000,000. 1,000,000? The 7 gods. No wonder you don't care if the Atonement Scrolls are leaked. If we continue to print for a month, everyone in the world will have a copy. Tyrion's body swayed. He felt a little dizzy. It's impossible to keep the seal open all the time. Other than printing 3 million in the first few days and distributing them to the castles near the north in Hejian, the royal territory, and the valley, we can only print about 100,000 every day. Danny shook her head and sighed. The most important factor limiting the number of Atonement Scrolls is the stranger's blood. Although Blackie is big, it can't withstand continuous bleeding. 100,000 is quite a lot. Wait, did you say the stranger's blood? Isn't that Blackie's blood? Tyrion, who was no longer a muggle, immediately noticed the secret in the Dragon Queen's words. Danny thought for a while and said, The three-eyed crow and Stannis know about this. Most of the evil gods in the world know about this. Perhaps the evil god's disciples know about this too. There's no need to hide it from you. But it's enough that you know about it. There's no need to spread it. Actually, the 7 gods were originally 7 pieces of wood. Night, in the guest room of Dragonstone Island. Under the dim candlelight, Yelene's oily, delicate skin reflected the light as her body moved up and down. After a while, her voluptuous body stiffened. Slap! Yelene slapped Tyrion's handsome face and scolded him softly. What's wrong with you? You've been absent-minded since lunch, and you've been muddle-headed for the whole afternoon. Where's your usual majesty? Tyrion looked at her in a daze. He looked at her pretty face, which was full of desire. He looked at her mouth opening and closing. It was as if nothing entered her heart, and he did not hear anything. Seeing him like a wooden puppet, the woman pinched his crotch again. It was as if she was pulling a rubber band. Ugh. With a miserable howl, the dwarf was finally angry. I'm not in the mood today, and I don't have the energy. Why do you have to torture me? Even the cows in the corral can't be taken out to plow the fields every day. The dwarf was angry, but Yelene was a little dispirited. She gently rubbed his wound and asked curiously, My Dragon King, what happened? You don't look right today. Hearing the woman gently call him Dragon King, the dwarf's anger subsided a little. Well, dwarfs have a fetish. They like to be called majestic by women when they are making love. It's just like how normal people would call my dear, you're so beautiful or you're so great. For example, he liked Shwe calling him Lannister's giant and the Great Lion. After following him for a while, Yelene also discovered this little secret. However, the name Lion was changed to Dragon King, while the name Giant remained the same. I'm fine, it's just that. Tyrion hesitated for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. I have something to do, but it has nothing to do with you, so I can't tell you. Why can't you tell me? Does it have something to do with that little bitch on Taisai Island? Yelene's expression changed as she said warily. Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered something and asked, You originally planned to sign the holy contract in the morning and ride the dragon to Taisai Island in the afternoon to report the results of the negotiation to that bitch. Why did you change your mind? Tyrion shook his head and said, My holy knight's seal is broken. Although Tessa remembers me and has feelings for me, I can't control her heart to heart anymore. If I take off rashly, I might be in danger. Why did the holy knight's seal break? Yelene was puzzled. There's something wrong with my faith. What's wrong? Yelene was even more curious. The dwarf pushed away the woman who was crawling on his chest in annoyance. Sai, don't ask. Help me find a 7 Stars Bible. I want to rebuild my worldview, outlook on life, faith, and life values. Yelene was confused. She got up in a daze and said, Teresa is next door. She's a nun and always carries the 7 Stars Bible with her. I heard that it was annotated by Saint Bailey himself. His notes are on it. My uncle spent a lot of money to buy it from a cultivator family in the Starry Church. No, Tyrion shouted with a twisted face. Saint Bailey can't do it. I want the new 7 Stars Bible written by Saint Danny. Yelene thought that the dwarf was being unreasonable. She stood in front of the bed and said angrily, What's wrong with you? Isn't the 7 Stars Bible the same? Tyrion shook his head and said, Hearing your words, I know how shallow your faith in the 7 gods is. You don't even know that the 7 Stars Bible has been revised? No wonder your sister Teresa only became a 3rd-generation priest recently. She chose the wrong teaching material. Go find Larissa and ask her to find the latest edition of the 7 Stars Bible from the Queen's Study. It's best if it has annotations. I want my sister to annotate it herself. After I finish reading it, I'll give it to Teresa. I guarantee that she will become a white bishop in 2 years. Yelene still stood there and looked at the dwarf with a strange expression. She said softly, Is your ancestral mad blood acting up? The dwarf glared at her and said impatiently, Go and call Larissa. She'll understand what I mean. Although Yelene was confused, she still put on a robe and slippers. She walked to the door and rang the bell. After a while, the maid came and asked a few questions. She then closed the door. About a quarter of an hour later, the maid brought a brand new Bible with the smell of castor oil. So there really is a new Bible. Yilian walked back and flipped through the pages. I want a manuscript. Why'd you give me a new one? The dwarf was dissatisfied. Larissa said that the original manuscript is in Slave Bay. After coming to Dragonstone Island, Danny and Rise have been practicing witchcraft in the Magic Tower. They don't have the time or the mind to study the teachings of the seven gods. There is one with your sister's annotations, but it was given to the red-robed monk, Machiro. Yilian and the dwarf lay side by side. Their chests were cushioned by a feather pillow. Their heads were leaning against each other as they read together. Interesting. Tyrion thought that it would be boring, but he gradually became fascinated. He became more and more energetic. Yilian, on the other hand, was in a daze. She was half awake. What's interesting? She opened her misty eyes and asked in a muffled voice. The book describes the birth of the universe, the creation of the world, and our current human era. The description is very. The dwarf thought for a moment and sighed. It's very scary. It's all true. They directly expose the secret in the Bible for everyone to see. It's too scary. These gods and gods are strange. They change the soup, but not the medicine. Their main purpose is to scare the believers and make the gods seem more sacred and great. It's fine to just casually read about it. Whoever really believes it is a fool, Yilian said disapprovingly. You're very insightful, Tyrion praised her. My uncle Oberon said so. He had studied the Holy Scriptures and had almost become a monk. However, he gave up halfway, just like how he became a scholar. It's a pity. If he were still alive, he would definitely take back what he said. Sigh. That guy likes to talk too much. Thinking about his good friend who died under the claws of the Demon Mountain because of his broken mouth, the dwarf sighed. Unexpectedly, it only took 3 days for the dwarf to regain his faith in the seven gods once more. Yes, he acknowledged the teachings of the seven gods from the bottom of his heart. It was not worship of the seven gods themselves. Not only did he recover the divine power he lost when his faith collapsed, he also found that his connection with the Holy Mother had become closer. The divine power that the seven gods gave him after praying increased. With complicated feelings, the dwarf rode on Tessa, who had signed a Dragon Knight contract with him for the 3rd time. He brought the sacred contract with Stannis to Taz Island. You betrayed me? Sansa's hands were trembling as she held the parchment. Her face, which had become fat due to pregnancy, was twisted like a devil's. Hey, calm down. Listen to me. The dwarf hurriedly persuaded her. You gave my food to Stannis for free in exchange for him to let your bitch sister and Casterly Rock City go. And you want me to calm down? Sansa roared. You want to fight for the Iron Throne with just this little bit of knowledge and shrewdness? Tyrion could not help but poke at her. All right, tell me. I'll listen. Sansa felt her stomach sink. She hurriedly took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Storm's End Castle is now ours. It's yours, Tyrion said softly. It's only mortgaged to me. When the long night is over, he will use 5 million gold royals to redeem it. Even if he dies in the long night, Mia, Byra, and Theon will inherit this contract. In the end, I will only get 5 million gold royals. You, on the other hand, will not only protect Jaime and Cersei, but also Casterly Rock City, Sansa said coldly. How arrogant! A mere 5 million gold royals? Have you ever seen that much money in Stark? After complaining in his heart, the dwarf said seriously, Sansa, you have to remember one thing. In the game of power, never treat your opponent like a fool. It's better to be lenient than to be careless. Sansa's eyes flashed with contemplation. The hostility on her face lessened by a third. The dwarf sighed and said, How can I not know what you're thinking? It's nothing more than hiding together inconspicuously. If there's a chance, you'll complete the oath of the one who ends the long night will be king. If there's no chance, you'll use the chips in your hands to try to exchange for a dukedom from the new king. The problem is you're smart, but don't treat Stannis like a fool. He's a stubborn person and has even been bewitched by the Red God. However, he still has 20 years of experience in the game of power. The other kings have withered, but he lives alone. Oh, He died once in Winterfell. Be more direct. What's wrong with my plan? Sansa said coldly. How did the Targaryens lose the Iron Throne? Tyrion didn't expect her to answer. After asking a question, he continued. In the War of the Usurpers, the Mad King and Rhaegar didn't make any tactical mistakes. The reason they lost the Iron Throne was because they weren't as strong as the alliance of the Four Kingdoms. If you obtained a dukedom, together with your brother Jon Stark and your granduncle Blackfish Tully, you would have formed the terrifying alliance of the three northern kingdoms. Because you're still under the banner of the Targaryens, you're a potential ally of my sister. The alliance of the Four Kingdoms is even more terrifying than the Four Kingdoms. It would drive any king on the Iron Throne crazy. Why would Stannis allow it? He has no choice. I have the initiative. At most, I'll leave the Westeros and watch from the sea. Waiting for an opportunity, Sansa said stubbornly. Naive. You think that the free cities are all good people? Or do you think that you're more powerful than the Dragon Queen? Food in the long night is more attractive and unscrupulous than the miraculous megalosaurus that has reappeared in the world. After all, the food is eaten by humans, but the megalosaurus will eat humans, the dwarf sneered. Chapter 866. I still have the Golden Group. They're much stronger than Dany Rise, who only relied on a few dozen centaurs to conquer the world. Sansa's face was pale, and her tone was uncertain. If you really think that mercenaries are more reliable than Kars, then let's break up. I'll return to Dragonstone Island, and you'll return to Winterfell. We'll leave the food on Tez Island to rot. Tyrion crossed his arms and stood at the head of the bed, mocking her. Sansa knew that the Golden Group was not 100% reliable, but she was angry at the dwarf for mocking her. She argued, the Golden Group once swore a blood oath to Aegon. Now the oath has been transferred to me and Catelyn. Tyrion could see that she was at her wit's end. She was arguing with him because she did not want to admit defeat. He decided to take a step back and not argue with her to the end. If you don't have a trustworthy group, then try to build your own. If you don't understand, I can help you. Seeing that the dwarf did not pursue the matter, Sansa's tense heart relaxed. She did not celebrate her victory. Instead, she asked, how do I build a group? Why does the Dragon Queen have so many loyal subordinates? Tyrion asked. Because of the Megalosaurus, Sansa said. What did you learn from Littlefinger? Don't tell me he only taught you Spring Cry? The dwarf looked at her strangely. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Sansa was anxious, angry, and embarrassed. I was still a virgin when I married Aegon. Brother Merabad can testify for me. Why am I talking to you about this? She covered her face with her hands, embarrassed. That's enough. Don't let poor old Merabad take the blame. That honest man doesn't know anything, but he's willing to believe you. Tyrion waved his hand and said nonchalantly, from the first time we met, I knew that you were taught by Littlefinger countless times. Don't deny it. I know him too well, and I know you better than you think. Get out! Get out! Sansa said angrily. The dwarf did not leave. He chuckled and said, I'm also a rotten person. I was kissed 10,000 times by a prostitute before the curse was lifted. Have you forgotten? Actually, when you're with me, you don't have to pretend to be a noble and inviolable Saint Sansa. I don't care about your past, and you can't hide it. Let's go take a look at my sister. She's truly otherworldly. She's about to become a god. Even now, I can't imagine how Zhuge made her pregnant. The dwarf shook his head. It's a pity that you can't learn the way of the Dragon Queen. In the end, you can only walk the path of the Virgin Queen who loves to drink moon tea. I don't want to talk to you about this, Sansa said coldly as she held up the sacred contract. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll give the remaining 200,000 tons of food to Stannis for free. I only have one request. Kill your incestuous siblings. The dwarf smiled and gave a thumbs up, praising, Not bad. You've touched my weak spot. Sansa couldn't help glancing at his manhood. The dwarf noticed and proudly stuck out his crotch. When she blushed and looked away, he said, The Megalosaurus only instills fear in people at first, but it's very difficult to turn fear into respect. Just like Stannis, he also has the two-headed demon dragon, but who would submit to him? Daenerys had succeeded because she had set a great goal for her followers. She had worked hard to achieve this goal, and she had been constantly victorious. So, do you understand now? Sansa no longer looked angry. She began to understand. She might not be very smart, but she was at least very studious and good at learning valuable things from others. If I want to succeed, I should imitate her and set a goal. Then, I should keep fighting and winning, she muttered. Learn from the winners and learn from the losers. Tyrion looked at her with satisfaction and smiled. Cersei and Littlefinger were both your teachers, but they were also losers. From them, you can only learn some shady methods of taking advantage of the side door. Those tricks may be useful in the palace and in power struggles, but they are not suitable for establishing a country. If you want the Iron Throne, you should change your goal and learn from her grand way of the Emperor. Sansa had an idea and asked, "What should I do? I don't have the Megalosaurus. I don't have her powerful personal strength." Tyrion shook his head. She is very strong now, but her starting point is not as good as yours. I told you to learn her strengths, but I didn't ask you to imitate her completely. There is no better goal than ending the night, and no better victory than defeating the others. You should give up on what Littlefinger taught you. Hiding in the shadows will make you a shadow, and shadows cannot be seen in the light. A king should stand under the sun and accept the doubts, challenges, and hostility of the people, but also accept the cheers and love of the people. He paused and let Sansa digest it for a while before continuing. Tarth is a good place to avoid the others on the continent, but this is both a strength and a weakness. If you avoid the others, how will you fight them? So, you have to open up a frontline battlefield. That battlefield has to be one of the main targets of the others. Otherwise, you will be no different from the other counts and marquises guarding the clan fortress. Defending Winterfell was different from defending Hearthstone, wasn't it? In addition to its strategic importance, it must be easy to defend and easy to attack. Storm's End Fortress. Sansa's eyes lit up. She suddenly understood the gnome's intention. Yes, Storm's End Fortress. I don't understand why Stannis didn't bring his men back to Storm's End Fortress. Why did he insist on attacking King's Landing? Tyrion shook his head. Storm's End Fortress isn't facing the sea. It has a 30-meter-high wall, the same height as Winterfell's inner wall. It's especially thick at 12 meters, enough for a steel armor squad. Enemies won't be able to break through it using conventional means. The seaside is even more terrifying. It's 45 meters high and 24 meters thick. It's like a mountain wall. Besides the high and thick walls, Storm's End Fortress is also protected by incantations that prevent mana from passing through the walls. Yes, Winterfell is also protected by mana. Winterfell and Storm's End Fortress were built by the fortress builder Brandon. How was its performance in the war against the otherworldly demons? Why was it frozen? Tyrion was puzzled. Sansa pondered for a while and recalled the coffin of the legendary king of the northern region in the tomb. She said, Storm's End Fortress is still the Storm's End Fortress from 8,000 years ago. Winterfell has been expanded several times. The outer walls were built by the Snowbeard king, Idalic. If the inner walls weren't damaged, the Snowbeard king wouldn't have wasted his effort to repair the outer walls. The otherworldly demons will invade the south. We can test if the Storm's End Fortress's End Fortress's End Fortress is effective. Tyrion was tired from standing, so he took 2 steps forward and sat on the edge of Sansa's bed. He smiled and said, "Now that the contract has been signed, you're the temporary Duke of Storm's End Fortress. At least during the long night, no one can question the legitimacy of your identity. The nobles of the Stormlands have joined Aegon's True Dragon Alliance. It won't be difficult for you to pull them to Storm's End Fortress. After all, guarding Storm's End Fortress is also saving their lives." Immediately announce the contents of the contract to the 7 dukes and send out messenger crows. The gnome pondered over the King's Landing map and continued. The vast southern plains between King's Landing and Storm's End Fortress has no danger zones. This is another opportunity. You can send letters to the Dukes of the Stormlands and the neighboring River Bend to invite them to Storm's End Fortress and form the Southern Plains Ghost Resistance Alliance. It's actually a third line of defense against the otherworldly demons in Storm's End Fortress. The second line of defense in Neck Marsh will definitely be breached. There's no doubt about that. Casterly Rock, Valley, and Dorne are all building a third line of defense. Your third line of defense with Taz Island as the rear and Storm's End Fortress as the front line is the only choice for the Dukes of the Stormlands. There's no need to be afraid that they won't come to you. Naturally, you'll be the leader of this small alliance. You'll be qualified to be a chairman in the Seven Kingdoms Ghost Resistance Alliance. Sansa's mind wandered, her face full of joy. Previously, she only wanted to pick up the Iron Throne by stealing chickens, so she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Now, the gnome parted the fog in front of her and showed her a real path to power. How should I protect them? Or rather, what did Dany Rise do? She asked anxiously. After you give birth, immediately move to Storm's End Fortress. Put on armor and hold a magic staff. Magic staff? I don't have one. It's a glass candle. When the time comes, use the dragon crystal to make a beautiful staff with a magic gem embedded at the top. Use the magic power of the Moon Singer to light it up. You don't have to do anything, just, like my sister, walk around in front of everyone with a calm expression. Those muggles don't know anything, so they'll definitely think that you're a powerful sorceress like the Dragon Queen. Oh right, you also believe in the seven gods so you can strengthen your faith. If you can become a priest, you'll be a dual elemental extraordinary. You'll be qualified to compete for the #1 youth in the Westeros extraordinary world. It's mainly because of your previous experience. Sansa Stark was tortured by Cersei, manipulated by Littlefinger, and married to a joke of a fake crown prince. It made you look stupid and weak, not like a powerful ruler at all. You have to change your image. In my sister's words, you have to reinvent your character. All famous rulers have one thing in common. They're powerful. At this point, Tyrion couldn't help but sigh. The scholar's true world has made the people of the Seven Kingdoms suffer. Only the Westeros' supernatural powers are suppressed and suppressed. Outside the Great Wall, on the other side of the Narrow Sea, the extraordinary are still active, but we've become fools and blind. When I first arrived at Slaver's Bay, I actually thought that the Dragon Queen was young, and her fire witchcraft was definitely not as good as Volantis. Don't you think it's funny? Even someone as smart as me can't figure out the twists and turns of magic. When you ride a pterodactyl, wear a platinum holy priest robe, and light up the sun with your staff, you're the legendary heroic queen who walked out of the murals. How can the Westeros country bumpkins doubt your power? What's fake is fake. I need the collective power of the army more, Sansa said calmly. Tyrion looked at her approvingly and said, It's very good that you have this awareness. Even someone as powerful as the Dragon Queen needs to form a mother of Dragon's Guard. Once you've shown your powerful supernatural powers, it'll be easy to win people's hearts. Dany Rise also hatched a dragon, and her Karst began to be loyal to her. Chapter 867. You're still pregnant. When you give birth in a month, the Lords of Storm will gather at Storm's Rest Castle, and there will be a large number of commoners following them. The Lords have complicated minds and are not easy to rope in. First, choose the elites from the commoners to form the Sansa Guards and give it to Brittany to lead. When the Ghoul army starts to attack the city, you will take the initiative to go to the front lines and fight the other ghosts with the soldiers. Yes, when the time comes, I'll help you design a plan and let you kill a other ghost in front of everyone. We can advertise it as the Duke of the Other Ghosts. After killing the Duke of the Other Ghosts and leading the soldiers to defeat the Ghoul army, successfully defending Storm's Rest Castle once, small nobles will start to approach you. Choose knights with commanding ability from the small nobles and let them become the middle and high-ranking generals of the Sansa Guards. This way, your team will gradually mature, your guards will have combat experience and qualified officers, and will become stronger. This way, you will be more proficient in the war, your victories will increase, and more people will join you. In the end, When the long night is over, when you turn around, you will find countless veterans who are willing to die for you and call you Queen Sansa. They are more reliable than anything. Even if Theon Bella gives you 5 million gold royals and you are willing to leave Storm's Rest Castle, will your loyal guards watch you suffer? Even if you are willing to continue learning from my sister, Starion, your words are like a mountain, and give away Storm's Rest Castle, you will only give away a castle. Your power will still exist. At that time, there will be no one in the world who can stop you. Where can you not go? Sansa's thoughts wandered, as if she had traveled through time and arrived at the end of the long night. She led an army of 100,000 to the king's landing and shouted, "I want to be king. Who agrees? Who opposes?" Then, Queen Sansa pierced through the clouds and split the sky. She was so happy that she couldn't help but giggle. Tyrion also looked at her and laughed proudly. After laughing for a while, Sansa suddenly frowned and asked, "Your plan is indeed very good. You hid a scheme within a scheme and made Stannis think that we were only after Storm's End, but he neglected the fact that Storm's End is the third line of defense against the ghosts. However, I only have 200,000 tons of food left. I can still raise the Golden Regiment and steal the chickens, but I'm afraid I don't have enough capital to learn the grand path of Dragon Queen." The dwarf smiled and asked, "Did Littlefinger teach you how to deal with the current situation?" Frost crept up Sansa's pretty face again. "I don't want to talk about Pinky." Tyrion shrugged and said, "Continue to learn from the Dragon Queen. How did she arrange for her people to survive in the long night? Just follow her example." Sansa perked up and asked, "How did she do it?" "I've heard that she's been researching magic on Dragonstone Island all this time and rarely shows her face." "Do you remember the barbarians beyond the Great Wall? When I went to Dorne a few days ago, I went to the Stone Steps Archipelago to take a look. TSK. Compared to them who are lively and orderly, the Westeros who claim to be civilized are more chaotic and depraved like the barbarians." The dwarf laughed and teased, but the expression on his face was unusually complicated. "Perhaps I should go and take a look," Sansa said thoughtfully. "How do they feed themselves?" "In the distant sea, they use the ability of shapeshifters to hunt whales. For example, they control the whales and lead them into a trap. In the coastal waters, they collect seashells, seaweed, and crabs. On the shore, they form groups to collect pine nuts, dig bear holes, chase wild boars, pick fungus. As long as it's edible, they don't let it go. Oh yes, they also build their own tents and use wood, sawdust, and husks to grow mushrooms. In just over 2 years, they have stored 250,000 tons of food. Now, they still have a surplus every day. The rate of increase has slowed down, but it hasn't stopped." Recalling the giant stone granary guarded by giants at Queen's Horn, the dwarf was filled with emotion. "Holy Mother, how did they do it?" Sansa exclaimed. The Dragon Queen knew that the barbarians didn't know how to grow wheat, so she planted sweet potato seedlings, turnip sprouts, and burying sprouted potatoes all over the mountains. Anyway, the land of strife is vast and fertile enough. The 80,000 barbarians kept planting until the first batch of sweet potatoes matured. You don't even know how high the yield of sweet potatoes is and how short their growth cycle is. But I know that sweet potatoes don't taste good. It's hard to swallow if you eat them often. I also know that planting requires weeding. I also know that the land has a difference between raw and ripe. Not all land can be planted with crops, Sansa said. You're not completely ignorant, Tyrion said in surprise. There's a harvest festival in the Northern Territory. I've been to the fields before, Sansa said proudly, even though she had only ridden around the wheat fields once on a horse. The dwarf smiled and said, "It's easy to turn raw land into ripe land. Just let the Megalosaurus set the fields ablaze. The land burned by the dragon's flames, regardless of grass seeds or insect eggs, will all die." Back then, Whitey planted a few barbarians in Queen's Corner. As for whether sweet potatoes taste good or not, in the long night, even surviving is a luxury. What are you thinking about when you want delicious food? Actually, sweet potatoes can't be stored for long before the long night. They'll germinate and rot after a few months. That's why they'll be processed immediately after they're harvested. For example, They'll be made into dried sweet potatoes and beaten into vermicelli by giants. They can also be used to make wine. The pork and cabbage stewed with vermicelli in Queen's Corner is the best. You can try it if you have the chance, the dwarf said while smacking his lips. After staying in Taz Island for a day and a night, the dwarf boarded Tessa with a strangely satisfied expression and flew to Dragonstone Island. Your Majesty, Sansa plans to build a third line of defense against ghosts in Wind's End Fortress. The vassals and citizens of the Stormlands and the neighboring riverbend can seek refuge there. In the magical wizard tower of blue and red, Tyrion proudly explained his plan. In the end, he asked tentatively, Wind's End Fortress and Taz Island will definitely gather a large number of citizens, but the food shortage is still a big problem. I wonder if you could provide a batch of fire elves to help the citizens of Taz Island catch fish and grow winter wheat? Why are you so concerned about her? Red lines of fire flew out from the blue magic crystal ball. Like a 3D virtual print, they printed a set of translucent red armor on the surface of Dragon Queen's body. It was as vivid as a painting, showing every detail. The dwarf looked at it enviously and explained, as long as one is alive, one has to find something to do. After doing it for a long time, one has to have a goal. After signing a sacred contract with Stannis, Jaime, Cersei, and Lannister of Casterly Rock are basically safe. It's time for me to think about my own future. The last time he learned the secret of the 7 gods from the Dragon Queen, although he was so shocked that his faith collapsed on the spot, in the process of rebuilding his faith and worldview, he also had a clearer understanding of himself. In the beginning, he returned to the Westeros to help Aegon fight for hegemony only because of his feelings for Lannister. He wanted to protect Casterly Rock and his loved ones, especially Jaime. Now, he already knew what happened in Winterfell. Since Jaime had received the Dragon Queen's evaluation of the Grey Robe Knight, he naturally would not be dealt with by her. In other words, Lannister's great settlement with the Dragon Queen was almost complete. The remaining scraps could be covered by his identity as the son of Aerys. In this way, as long as he could ensure that Stannis, who went crazy and massacred the city, did not go crazy on Casterly Rock, his responsibility of protecting Lannister in this chaotic world would be considered complete. He could then pursue other goals. As for the guilt of killing his father, the dwarf was honest. After knowing the truth, he was even more pained. However, the psychological burden of killing one's foster father was different from killing one's own father. Moreover, Tywin's father was indeed too much to him. He let soldiers rape his wife Tessa, favored his own daughter Cersei, and allowed her to torture him. After that, he slept with his lover Shwe. He did his best to save Lannister, and considered it as repaying his father's kindness. By helping Sansa, I am fulfilling my friendship with Aegon, and I am also fulfilling my own value. Back then, when I replaced my father as the Hand of the King in King's Landing, although the situation was extremely difficult, it was the most fulfilling time of my life. I realized that all these years, I have been waiting for an opportunity in my heart. I want to fight for it to prove that I am great. I want to tell everyone that there is a giant standing in front of you. Tyrion was very honest. After saying this, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as if he had started a second life. If you complete the wildfire improvement and make the wildfire engine a daily item, I guarantee that all the scholars will treat you as a giant in the future, Dany said calmly. After the long night, when I am older and no longer have the drive and desire I have now, I will consider being a pure scholar, the dwarf said. Dany asked, how many refugees can Tarth Island take? The dwarf's spirit was shaken, and he immediately said, before the Undulls came, Tez Island was already a rich kingdom. There were mountains, lakes, waterfalls, alpine pastures, and plains full of wheat. As long as there was enough food, fresh water, and forest resources, it would be enough to feed the entire King's Landing. How about this? For every 50,000 people on Tarth Island, I will give you a little elf, Dany said. Don't you have more than 1,000 fire elves? Even if 10,000 people share one, it would be enough for the entire Westeros. Don't push your luck. Dany's expression turned cold. I'm not greedy. It's just that if there aren't enough little sons, we won't be able to grow wheat. Tyrion said helplessly. Stop dreaming. The long night has just begun, and it will only get colder and colder in the future. It will be impossible to grow crops on the surface, unless you cultivate a new breed of wheat that can withstand the cold and low light, Dany said. If there is no stable food production, 90% of the millions of Westeros will die in less than 2 years, Tyrion said worriedly. Let's take it one step at a time. If we only rely on conventional methods, a large number of human deaths will be inevitable. Then, do you have any unconventional methods? The dwarf's heart skipped a beat as he heard the hidden meaning in Dragon Queen's words. A green light flashed in Dany's eyes as she said calmly, "That depends on how far my training can go before the food runs out." The dwarf's mouth twitched. That's too unreliable. Who can say for sure when it comes to training? Stop talking nonsense. Let me have more time to train. That's more reliable than anything, Dany said impatiently. Tyrion was embarrassed and didn't know if he should leave immediately. Then he saw the short and plump Jichi running upstairs and shouting, "Calixi, there are guests. It's Tai Chu from Bravos and Davos, Count of Rainforest. Do you want to see them?" "Why are they looking for the queen?" Tyrion asked curiously. "It seems to be related to the food purchase contract. Bravos should deliver the food to the queen," Jichi said. "Take them to the garden," Dany said. Chapter 868. Next to the cucumber vines was a long wooden table. The Dragon Queen sat at the head of the table, while the dwarf and Tai Chu sat opposite each other. The one who owed money might be the boss, but if the one who owed money wanted to borrow more money, he would definitely be the grandson. So as the hand of the king of Stannis, Davos was willing to sit below Tai Chu. "Your Majesty the Queen, you won. You won this long night." The representative of Bravos, who had thin eyebrows, a thin goatee, a thin face, and a thin body, said dejectedly, "I thought you would continue to play dead and act shamelessly." Tyrion smiled. "You think we don't want to? If it was anyone else, they would have already been served by Faceless." But Dragon Queen had defeated the World Allied Army, challenged Frost God who had beaten Lalo into a dog, and slapped the king of Foreign Ghost like a grandson. Whether it was military power or personal strength, she was the only one who could act shamelessly. When did anyone else have the right to act shamelessly? Tai Chu glared at the dwarf and said righteously, "The Iron Treasury's credibility is even stronger than the Westeros sacred oaths." Are you hinting at something? In recent years, the Westeros sacred oaths have become as solid as mud. Tyrion said strangely, "We have the ability to carry out the contract." Tai Chu turned to the Dragon Queen. "Then how do you plan to carry out the contract? Gold or food?" Dany asked. "Your Majesty the Queen, the situation is like this." Tai Chu cleared his throat and said tactfully, "After receiving your food contract, the Iron Treasury immediately packed it up and sent it to 20 major merchants of the 9 free cities. Now that they are unable to deliver the goods, we are unable to provide you with the food in the contract. Naturally, since we have breached the contract, we are willing to pay you 20 times the compensation according to the contract. However, those 20 merchants are unable to take out that much gold at the moment. So the Iron Treasury's idea is to transfer the debt of those 20 merchants to No." Without waiting for him to finish, Dany shook her head and refused. "Your Iron Treasury is a big business. There's nowhere to run, and you can't go bankrupt. What if those grain merchants jump into the sea and kill themselves? Who am I going to cry to?" "Your Majesty, please let me finish." Tai Chu smiled awkwardly. "In your contract with us, the compensation is only 20 times, but we signed a contract with 20 grain merchants to pay 25 times the compensation. If you transfer the debt, you can earn 25% more. I'm not interested in gold royals. You can earn the money yourselves." Dany said indifferently, "If you're not interested in the gold royals, you should just cancel the contract right now. 50 million gold royals, 20 times that 1 billion. Tai Chu wanted to complain loudly, but the truth that Sir System was the one who owed money did not apply to Bravos. The Dragon Queen's fist was too hard. "Then can we wait until after the long night?" he asked. Sigh. Davos, who had been silent all this time, suddenly sighed. The Iron Treasury's meekness in front of the Dragon Queen and its arrogance in front of him was a stark contrast. The old knight felt very complicated. Why was there such a big difference between people? How much gold do you have in the Iron Treasury? Tyrion asked curiously. Tai Chu glanced at Davos and said maliciously, how much gold does Lannister store in Casterly Rock City? Tyrion narrowed his eyes and laughed. I want to know too, but I'm the second son without inheritance, and I'm a dwarf. My father didn't allow me to enter the treasury at all. He only said that he would give me 2,000 gold royals when we split the family. Braavos, on the other hand, has too much gold. Even the old mine can't hold it all, so you can only build a bigger treasury. I'm afraid that 1 billion gold royals is nothing, right? I'm just a representative of the Iron Treasury. I'm not even a shareholder, so I don't know the amount of gold in the Iron Treasury. Tai Chu copied the dwarf and evaded the question. Dany said, I'm not being unreasonable. 1 billion gold royals in one go is indeed very difficult. You could pay in installments and pay a little every year. I don't want too high of an interest rate, just half of the interest you gave to the kings of the Westeros. How many installments? Tai Chu asked nervously. This is determined by your ability to repay. Dragon Queen was very reasonable, but Tai Chu was in a difficult position. If the amount of repayment was too much, the Iron Treasury would not be able to handle it. The internal pressure of the Iron Treasury was not 1 billion gold royals. If the repayment period was prolonged, it would generate high interest. It would be great if they could not repay. After thinking for a while, he asked, can we use goods as collaterals? Yes. Didn't you collect hundreds of tile steel swords? It's a complete waste to leave them in the warehouse. Why don't you use all of them to pay off the debt? I can also equip a group of Dawn warriors. Dany said casually. Tai Chu probed. How much are you going to pay for the tile steel swords? The tile steel swords on the market are depreciating rapidly, right? Dany smiled. If we calculate based on the current market price, we won't sell them. Tai Chu shook his head. Then he added, in fact, the Iron Treasury is still wantonly purchasing those depreciating tile steel swords. Even if you melt hundreds of tons of tile steel statues, the total amount of tile steel in the world is fixed. When the tile steel swords on the market enter the Iron Treasury, the price of tile steel will naturally rise again. Too naive. Whoever has more tile steel swords will have the right to set the price. As long as the Dragon Queen is willing, she can make any profiteer who hoards tile steel swords to commit suicide. Tyrion sneered. Hoarding garlic and medicine might cause you to lose money, but hoarding tile steel swords definitely won't. Tile steel swords won't deteriorate even after 10,000 years, but accidents will cause the loss of tile steel swords. For example, your Lannister's clan sword, Lighthowl. As time passes, the number of tile steel swords will decrease. After hoarding them for 100,000 years, let's see if the value of tile steel swords will rise or not. Tai Chu said confidently, if we really wait 100,000 years, the interest of a single copper coin will accumulate to several hundred or several thousand gold royals. Will tile steel swords rise by several 100,000 times? The dwarf mocked. AI, the reality is that our Iron Treasury always has a batch of gold stored in the treasury. And the gold stored in the treasury, even after 1,000,000 years, won't produce a single copper coin of interest. It's better to buy some hard currency and wait for it to rise in value. The dwarf had no words to refute. Dany thought for a bit and said, let's go with the market price from 5 years ago. I'll take all of the tile steel swords in the Iron Treasury. Tai Chu's heart was suddenly filled with joy. He anxiously said, you aren't joking? There are more than 700 tile steel swords. Even if we go with a low price of 80,000 gold royals per kilogram, we'll need at least 150 million gold royals. Dany shrugged and said indifferently, it's free money, I don't feel bad spending it at all. Tai Chu felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart. All of his joy from before disappeared. He said bitterly, do you need anything else other than tile steel swords? For example, Earthlander silk, Coer's fine iron, Mere lens, Rhys's poison. What's the use of those things in the long night? We don't even have a place to store them. Dany shook her head. Tai Chu didn't say anything. He obviously knew what the Dragon Queen needed, but they lacked food and winter clothing. So how could they sell them? Danny saw that he was silent, so she turned her gaze to the Onion Knight. What about you? Why did you come this time? For the upcoming Great Battle of King's Landing. Davos glanced at Tai Chu and explained, His Majesty Stannis believes that the Long Night is a threat to the entire world. Fighting the other ghosts is not the responsibility of the Westeros alone. Therefore, he hopes to expand the scope of the United Ghost Resistance Front to the entire world. At least, let the free trade city-states on the other side of the narrow sea participate. In the previous Great Battle of Winterfell, almost all of the Seven Kingdoms gathered together, but they still failed. In the foreseeable future, there will be an even more intense battle at King's Landing. In order to protect the King's Landing, and to completely eliminate the king of the deviant ghosts at King's Landing, the people of the world should unite. Just like how the Seven Kingdoms warriors came to Winterfell's aid, the city-states of the world can send knights and wizards to King's Landing. The supernatural forces of the Westeros are weak, but in the continent of Essos, there are many wizards and wizards. According to Priestess Melisandre's plan, if we can form a wizard legion with 10,000 wizards, we can even fight the Frost God head-on. In this way, we have hope that the Battle of King's Landing will be the final battle against the deviant ghosts. We can defeat the Frost God, kill the king of the deviant ghosts, and end the Long Night. Tyrion was dumbfounded, and so was Dany. However, the reason why they were shocked was different. Dany was shocked by the fact that 10,000 wizards could fight against a true god, while the dwarf was shocked because he realized that he had underestimated Stannis. Stannis was not an idiot, nor was he a scapegoat. He had his own thoughts and plans. If they followed Erlu's plan, his plan for the third defense line of the Storm's Rest stronghold would be meaningless. If they won the Great Battle of King's Landing, there would be no need for a third defense line. If the King's Landing, which gathered the forces of the world, was lost, the Storm's Rest stronghold would inevitably fall as well. The Storm's Rest stronghold would not be able to form a wizard legion with 10,000 extraordinaries to fight against the Frost God. The only question was, could Erlu's plan be realized? Would the city-states be willing to help the King's Landing fight against the deviant ghosts? Could they gather 10,000 wizards? Was it Melisandre who said that a wizard legion with 10,000 wizards can fight against the Frost God? Dany asked doubtfully. Yes, she was the one who proposed the Great Battle of King's Landing. Davos nodded and explained. She said that the King's Landing is the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. It can nurture the bloodline of kings and has special magical powers. If we set up a wizard spell formation that gathers the power of 10,000 wizards at the King's Landing, we can cast a fire-type forbidden spell that can fight against the Frost God. Hiss. Tai Chu took a deep breath and muttered, How terrifying would a forbidden spell that can fight against a true god be? What is the name of that forbidden spell? I don't know. I don't have any direct knowledge of forbidden spells. The red-robed lady told me, and I'm telling you now. That's all, Davos said awkwardly. Why didn't she come here herself? Dany asked with a frown. Your Majesty, I didn't expect to meet Her Excellency Tai Chu here. We are not together. I came to find you this time to reach a preliminary agreement. After all, we haven't even taken down the King's Landing yet, Davos said with a bitter smile. After a while, seeing that the Dragon Queen was still deep in thought, he couldn't help but ask, What do you think? The idea is not bad, but where do we find 10,000 wizards? There aren't even 10,000 extraordinaires in the entire world, Tyrion said doubtfully. Priests are also extraordinaires, Dany said calmly. Yes, Melisandre said that priests of the seven gods and priests of the red god can do it. The dwarf had just said this when he suddenly saw the cold expression of the Dragon Queen and suddenly stopped talking. In that case, there really is some hope for the Great Battle of King's Landing. He remembered the relationship between the Dragon Queen and Lalo. What does Her Excellency Tai Chu think? Dany looked at the representative of the Iron Treasury. Chapter 869. Tai Chu said, Bravos didn't know about His Majesty's plan for the King's Landing War, so I can't comment now. But the Sea King, the professors, and the wardens have already decided on their attitude towards the Long Night and the other ghosts. The frost god came from Westeros, and the king of the other ghosts was transformed by Bunyan Stark. The Long Night is a disaster brought by Westeros to the world. As victims, we should ask for compensation, but with the situation of the Seven Kingdoms, we can't really add insult to injury. Obviously, the people of Braavos didn't think it had anything to do with them and planned to watch from the sidelines. Dany said lightly, "If the Westeros can't hold on, can you survive in a world without the sun? Do you think the Savior is in Braavos?" Taichu asked. "The Savior in Asha's prophecy is His Majesty Stannis," Davos said immediately. Taichu laughed. "That's it. The Westeros have the king of the other ghosts and the Savior. This is obviously your own business. Why should we get involved? Are you sure the other ghosts can't cross the narrow sea?" Tyrion sneered. "If no one deliberately throws the other ghosts across the narrow sea, if the sea doesn't freeze," Taichu stared at the dwarf and said word by word, "No one is that crazy, but the last long night affected the whole world. Will it be an exception this time?" Tyrion said seriously. Taichu frowned and looked at Dragon Queen. "How will the other ghosts cross the narrow sea? Will the narrow sea freeze? It's at least 400 kilometers. In the later part of the long night, there may be glaciers connecting the two continents. You know the old man of the river, right? He had experienced the last long night." Taichu nodded with a grim expression. The Battle of Meereen attracted the attention of the whole world. The outcome of the battle would affect the future political structure of Essos, so who wouldn't pay attention? Naturally, they knew that the old man of the river had sided with the Dragon Queen. They didn't doubt the old man of the river's words. He really experienced the last long night, so there was no doubt. In fact, even without the old man of the river's reminder, Dany had guessed that there would be icebergs in the sea. Even the Atlantic Ocean had icebergs. How else could the Titanic have sunk? The Atlantic Ocean was much wider than the narrow sea, and the long nights were much colder than the winters on Earth. Therefore, the entire narrow sea might not be frozen, but the appearance of continuous icebergs was inevitable. Braavos, on the other hand, was located at the northernmost tip of the Essos continent. It was the entrance to the narrow sea, and the probability of glaciers appearing there was the highest. After a moment of silence, Taichu sighed. "If deviant ghosts appear in Essos, Braavos will definitely join your united front against the ghosts. But now that there is no danger and the weather is so bad, why would the nobles and the common people have the motivation to cross thousands of miles and fight for their lives in a foreign country?" Davos said, "The common people are ignorant and the aristocrats are selfish, but those in power should be farsighted. At least they can hear the cicadas and know the summer heat, and see the falling leaves and know the arrival of autumn. Even though the danger is not imminent, the signs of danger are very obvious. His Majesty, the Sea King, the professors, and the guards are all people with great wisdom. How can you not understand the principle of if your neighbor is on fire, you will be in danger if you don't help?" Taichu's expression changed, and his firm heart began to waver. He sighed and said, "The Earl of Rainforest's words are very reasonable and enlightening. However, I am only the representative of the Iron Treasury. If I can't even be the master of the Iron Treasury, what more Braavos? But don't worry, I will definitely pass on the news of the battle at King's Landing to His Majesty." Davos did not force him. He nodded and smiled. "It will only take a few hours to fly from Dragonstone Island to Braavos. Let me send you back." "Thank you very much." Taichu smiled. Then, the Onion Knight turned to the Dragon Queen and asked, "I wonder how much support Her Majesty will give to the battle at King's Landing? Priestess Melisandre knows that you had some misunderstandings with the Light King in Winterfell, but in the face of the big picture of fighting deviant ghosts and ending the long night, everyone should put aside their prejudices and cooperate sincerely, right?" Taichu was shocked. "The Queen has a conflict with the Light King? What happened at the battle at Winterfell?" Looking at his expression, it seemed that his mind, which had been slightly convinced by Davos, was about to change again. Dany laughed and waved her hand generously. She said loudly, "There is no conflict. I was just blaming Lalo for dropping the ball at the crucial moment and not persevering to the end, causing the battle at Winterfell to fail on the verge of success. It's also my fault for my short temper. I said a few unpleasant words at that time. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just a small conflict between teammates due to a higher goal and higher demands. Uniting all the forces that can be united is the unchanging principle of the united front against the ghosts. Everyone's close cooperation will never change. The determination to sacrifice everything to end the long night will never change. Moreover, I don't have many good points, but I am very considerate of the big picture. Davos, go back and tell Stannis and Melisandre that I will definitely participate in the battle at the King's Landing. I am also willing to face this difficulty together with the Light King. The Dragon Queen's voice was loud and sonorous. Her tolerance for all was on full display. At the end of her speech, she exuded an infectious and fearless spirit of sacrifice. At least Davos and Tai Chu were moved. Only Tyrion's facial muscles were twitching. You really want to participate in the battle at the King's Landing? The battle at the King's Landing is indeed an opportunity. If you don't go, you will attract criticism and even the wrath of the world. But if you really go, will Lalo cause trouble? Is he still trustworthy? After Davos and Tai Chu left, Tyrion was at a loss. Of course I will go. Just be careful. Dany looked indifferent on the surface, but she was muttering in her heart. She could not make the same mistake as when she plotted against the Black Goat. She could not even think about it. She did not want to hide it from the dwarf. But in this world where prophecies were common, it was too easy to touch and peek into the river of fate. Without waiting for the dwarf to ask again, she immediately began to chase him away. Go and tell Sansa to be prepared to welcome a large number of refugees at the King's Landing. Stannis will attack the King's Landing soon. There will be many people fleeing by then. After the dwarf left, Dany immediately called for Scholar Pylus, who was in charge of the Crow's Nest, and asked him to send a message to the great cathedral of Baelor. Then she turned into the Holy Mother and began to search for Archbishop Matthew of the King's Landing. The King's Landing will soon become the battlefield of the gods. It is not a place where ordinary believers should stay. You will imitate St. Moses and lead the people of the King's Landing to escape the tragic fate of a worthless death. Holy Mother Dany said to Matthew, who was kneeling on the ground, in a world of white light that was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Well, it was not the first time they met, and they were familiar with each other. Holy Mother of Mercy, I wonder which Saint Moses is. I don't know, and there is no record of it in the Seven Stars Bible. The former #1 follower of the Great Sparrow was puzzled. Saint Moses was born 5,000 years ago. He led a group of enslaved Anderite believers to escape the pursuit of the barbarian ancestors. At that time, the Andorites had just crossed the narrow sea not long ago and had not formed a complete and powerful kingdom. They were only fighting in the form of tribes and groups. Of course, the ancestors were losing, but the Andorites were not winning every battle. In the area of the 3 rivers between the rivers, there was an ancestor king called Egypt. Although he was cruel, he had extraordinary military talent. More than 20,000 Anderite believers were captured and tortured. Among the captives was a prophet, Moses. He received my blessing, and with a swing of his sword, he split the raging waves of the Green Fork, one of the rivers between the rivers, where Robb and Fry signed the holy marriage contract, and led the believers back to the valley where the Andorites were based. Mother of Mercy Dany was full of nonsense, but Archbishop Matthew was fascinated. He could not wait to follow the example of the ancestors and lead the people of the city to escape from the King's Landing. The believers once recorded and sang the deeds of Moses. Unfortunately, with the passage of time and the changes of the kingdom, everything disappeared in the history of the human kingdom. Only the doctrine of the 7 gods is passed down forever. Mother of Mercy, Dany sighed. Holy Mother of Mercy, I will not disappoint you and complete the task of saving the people of King's Landing, Matthew said with emotion. Some will go with you, and some will stay. You can persuade them, but don't force them. Hurry up and leave. Do you understand? Mother of Mercy, Dany said. I understand. Mother of Mercy has given them a better choice. But the choice is the believer's own business. Matthew immediately replied with a sentence from the Bible. Very well, go. Mother of Mercy Danny's figure gradually blurred. Matthew had been summoned by the Mother of Mercy many times and knew that he was about to leave the place of the Mother of Mercy. He immediately shouted, Holy Mother of Mercy, you have not separated the sword of Moses from the Green Fork River for me yet. I have the ice sword of the king of strange ghosts. Do you want it? Mother of Mercy Danny almost could not hold it in. Times have changed. This time, you will not encounter any river blocking your way, and there will be no king of Egypt leading his soldiers to chase after you. Holy Mother of Mercy, King Stannis of the Red Gods is more brutal than the king of Egypt. He burned the statues of the 7 gods and massacred the city. Matthew complained, with Saint Danny around, no one dares to slaughter the believers of the 7 gods for no reason. Saint Danny, who was wearing the Mother of Mercy's vest, said, Holy Mother of Mercy, Saint Danny is good at everything, but she is too weak. Too Holy Mother of Mercy. Matthew was horrified. Oh, 7 hells, what nonsense am I talking about? He immediately defended himself. Holy Mother of Mercy, benevolence and generosity are the virtues of human nature, and also the teachings of the Mother of Mercy, but Saint Danny is too tolerant of the king of heresy. In the face of the blasphemous Stannis, we should use the thunderous means of a warrior. At least we can't let him occupy the King's Landing. The King's Landing is the holy city of the Church of the 7 gods. It was not his fault that he lost his composure. Since the Urlu siege, Bishop Matthew had been anxious because of Saint Danny's inaction. Not only did he send messenger crows to Dragonstone Island many times, but he also prayed to the Mother of Mercy for guidance. However, Saint Danny was busy practicing and never responded to him. Now that he had finally met the Holy Mother and was even given the position of a saint, he was so excited that he forgot himself and began to report Saint Danny to the Holy Mother. Matthew, have you forgotten the lesson of the Holy Sparrows? The Mother of Mercy was not angry, but her gentle tone became indifferent, which made Matthew tremble in fear. Holy Mother of Mercy, I dare not forget the purpose of the Church, not to interfere in government affairs for a moment. But the blasphemer Stannis is extremely evil and is about to occupy the King's Landing. He explained weakly as he crawled on the ground. Saint Danny resisted the urge to endow the little brother in front of her with a spirit. She sighed and decided to use the profound path of the 7 gods to understand him. Sigh, you still haven't understood the true meaning of mercy. Matthew looked up and asked, Holy Mother, what is the true meaning of mercy? Chapter 870. Enlightening the good and sending them to heaven is only a small mercy. Enlightening the ordinary people who are lost and sending them to heaven is a medium mercy. Using the teachings of the 7 gods to enlighten the demons and send them to sainthood is a great mercy. Turning demons into saints? Great mercy? Matthew was shocked. Saints went to heaven and demons went to hell. This was the worldview that they had always taken for granted. At most, the monks would admonish those who still believed in the 7 gods but had gone astray, but they would never pull the demons from hell to heaven. Just like Cersei and Stannis. Cersei's sins were far worse than Urlu's, but she had believed in the 7 gods for decades and had always been devout. Even though all the monks, including Archbishop John who crowned Cersei, the Archbishop of the Southern Diocese established by the Starry Cathedral, thought that Cersei would definitely go to hell after death, they still tolerated her rule. But for Urlu, the devout monks could not bear to breathe the same air as him. It seemed that as long as Urlu got close to them, they would be pulled into the hell of the evil gods. In the Western Church, demons were generally used to purify and destroy. In the Eastern Buddhism, demons were used to turn demons into saints. In the Western Church, angels in heaven were born. There had always been fallen angels, but no fallen demons had ever become angels. In the Eastern Buddhism, Buddhas were all enlightened through cultivation in the mortal world. There were very few fallen Buddhas. Falling into depravity was also a kind of experience. Their career was still attached to the Buddhist heaven, and there would always be a day when they would return. However, there were a lot of demons who fell and became Buddhas. Removing the cassock, Spirited Mountain was full of demons. Cough, cough, they used to be demons. How to turn demons into saints? Matthew respectfully asked the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother sighed and said, "Let me tell you a story first. That year, the beginning of the new era, all things were born. I was happy and went down to the mortal world. After playing for a long time, I was a little tired, so I landed in a bamboo forest and meditated in silence. Suddenly, a cry came from the sky. It was an eagle chasing a pigeon. The pigeon was very spiritual. When it was desperate, it saw the green clouds in the bamboo forest, the divine music, and the fragrance that filled its nose. It guessed that a god had come here. Matthew listened with fascination, wishing that he could personally witness the scene of the Virgin Mary descending to the world. If I saw green multicolored light and divine sounds, I would also know that it was a strange place." He sighed. The Holy Mother Danny nodded slightly and continued, "When I saw the white pigeon, I felt pity for it. I opened my sleeve and let it hide in it. I said to the eagle that was chasing after us, 'Please let go of this pigeon. Heaven is virtuous.'" Matthew frowned. Mother Mary was too much of a saint. Wasn't it natural for an eagle to eat a pigeon, just like a noble eating a commoner? The Holy Mother did not seem to see his expression, nor did she hear his thoughts. She continued, "The eagle told me that if I let the pigeon go, the pigeon would survive, but I would starve to death. What kind of virtue is that?" Matthew was displeased. This eagle was so untactful. How dare he talk back to the Holy Mother when she had already invited him? Even if you starve to death, you'll still be able to earn something. At least you'll be able to go to heaven. I said to the eagle, "I can't bear to let you starve. Why don't you cut off a piece of meat of the same weight from me in exchange for the pigeon's life?" "Oh no!" Matthew exclaimed unbearably, as if the Holy Mother was about to cut off a piece of meat in front of him. The Holy Mother ignored him and continued. The eagle found a scale and put the pigeon on one side of the scale. He asked me to put the meat on the other side. "How dare you blaspheme the Holy Mother?" Old Matthew's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He could not wait to pick up his sword and call for a holy war against the eagle. "It's strange. The pigeon is small and not heavy, but I still couldn't balance the scale even after cutting off a lot of meat. In the end, I jumped directly into the scale, and the left and right trays were finally balanced. I closed my eyes and said to the eagle, 'If I don't go to hell, who will? Eat me.' Then the eagle ate me. That eagle is a demon. He should go to hell." Archbishop Matthew almost fainted from anger. He was just saying this out of anger, cursing old eagle. However, the Holy Mother nodded and sighed. "You're right. That old eagle is an evil god in the form of an eagle. He's quite famous in the East. You should have heard of him." Archbishop Matthew was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed, "Could it be the harpy from Slave Bay?" "Yes, I used to train in the purple bamboo forest in the Andros Mountains, the birthplace of the Undulls and the Seven Gods. The harpy ate my body, so I had no choice but to stay in the mountains for 100 years to reform my divine body. During that time, I met little Hugo," the Holy Mother said. Matthew's body trembled as he said, "I see. So this is the origin of the seven gods that is not recorded in the Seven Stars Bible." According to the Seven Stars Bible, the seven gods appeared in the Andros Mountains in human form. The Heavenly Father plucked 7 stars from the sky and placed them on the forehead of the first Undull king, Hugu, the king of the hills, to form his crown. The maiden brought a young girl who was as slender as a willow and became Huji's first wife. The Holy Mother made the young girl fertile, and she gave birth to 44 excellent sons for Hugu, just as the old woman had predicted. The warriors gave the children strong arms, and the blacksmith made a set of armor for each of them. The old monk was so excited that he felt like he had witnessed the birth of the Undull kingdom and the Church of the Seven Gods. This kind of story should be recorded in the Seven Stars Bible. He exclaimed, "Before today, All the monks of the seven gods only knew that the seven gods suddenly appeared and gave crowns and wives to the king of a small tribe in the Andros Mountains, but they knew nothing about the cause and effect. It sounded like a made-up story. Now, Matthew knew the truth. He wanted to tell everyone that the story of the seven gods and Hugo, the king of the hills, was not a made-up story. Everything had a cause and effect. Matthew, what enlightenment did you get from the story of cutting your own flesh and feeding it to the eagle? Danny the Virgin pulled Matthew back to reality. Enlightenment? Matthew was stunned and carefully recalled the whole story. He wanted to say, "Are you out of your mind, Virgin?" But Matthew must have had some experience since he became an archbishop. Connecting the dots, he understood that the Virgin was answering the question of how to convert the demon into holiness. Only a fearless spirit of self-sacrifice can save the demon and convert the demon into holiness, he said awkwardly. The Virgin did sacrifice herself, but it did not seem to work. She could not convert the harpy at all. You are not convinced? The Holy Mother saw through everything inside. I did want to sacrifice myself to reform the eagle demon, but when I sacrificed myself, I only had pity for the eagle demon, and I didn't have the intention to reform the demon to achieve great results. So, when the harpy ate my body but was still not enlightened, I had no hatred or unwillingness in my heart, only a deeper pity for her. Matthew's eyes widened, and he was deeply shocked. Then, under the stunned gaze of Danny the Virgin, Matthew closed his eyes and fell into an epiphany. The surface of his soul rippled like water, and wisps of holy golden light came out from the depths of his soul. This was the space of the faith of the seven gods, and Danny the Virgin used a telepathic thought to guide Matthew's soul here. Now Matthew's soul was undergoing a qualitative change that Danny did not understand. Danny the Virgin hesitated. There was no doubt that Matthew's soul was sublimating under the guidance of the Virgin, but she had not finished her teaching yet. Should she continue? The following story might allow Matthew to have a further epiphany, or it might break his current state. Just as Danny the Virgin was hesitating, the golden light in Matthew's soul gradually faded. Was the epiphany over? Danny the Virgin immediately decided to continue the story of the Virgin cutting her flesh and feeding it to the eagle. Whether Matthew's epiphany would be interrupted or not, she had to at least let her show off. What do you think? Danny the Virgin asked. Archbishop Matthew opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. He murmured, "Mercy comes out of pity without the slightest utilitarianism. The satisfaction after doing good deeds and the expectation of the results after doing good deeds are utilitarian. That kind of mercy is not great mercy." Very good. You have been enlightened by 30%. Danny the Virgin nodded with satisfaction. Then she asked gently, "Actually, the story of cutting her flesh and feeding it to the eagle is not over. There's a follow-up. Do you want to know?" Matthew was shocked. He bowed piously and said, "Please teach me, Virgin." The white dove is also a demon. The reason why the harpy wanted to eat it was not because she wanted to eat the dove's flesh, but because the same kind of gods robbed each other of their divinity. Danny the Virgin dropped a bomb, and Matthew was dizzy. He almost went from sublimation to depravity. "Did you know before?" he asked bitterly. "The Holy Father's eyes see the truth," the Virgin said faintly. Matthew understood that the Virgin knew everything from the beginning. She knew that the white dove was a demon, and she also knew that the eagle was a demon. The Holy Father's eyes could shine for thousands of miles and see through everything, but the Holy Father was the Virgin. If the demons kill each other, won't there be one less demon? Matthew asked. One less demon, and a more powerful one will be born. Matthew was silent. Do you know who the white dove is? Danny the Virgin asked. Who is she? Matthew asked. Where did the wife of Hugo, the king of the hills, come from? Danny the Virgin asked with a smile. Matthew's soul trembled, and he said in disbelief, There is a description in the Seven Stars Bible that the maiden of the seven gods, brought a girl who was as slender as a willow. Her dark blue eyes were like deep pools. This maiden became Huji's first wife and gave birth to 44 excellent sons for him. Could that maiden be? Danny the Virgin smiled and nodded. That's right. She's the white dove. Great mercy is not only the cultivation of your own state of mind, but it will also bring more kindness and beauty to the world. Cutting meat to feed the eagle did not convert the eagle demon, but the white dove was touched. She sincerely put down her butcher's knife and became a saint. Therefore, the white dove was the first believer of the Church of the Seven Gods, and also the first saint. After that, she followed me to learn the teachings of the seven gods, and gradually understood the fearless spirit of, if I don't go to hell, who will? In order to help the humans in the chaotic world, the white dove voluntarily shed her demon body and started a second life as a human. After that, she married Hugo and spread my teachings to the undulls. Even the first version of the Seven Stars Bible was compiled by the white dove. Chapter 871. Now, you understand why there are white pigeons circling the seven gods in the murals of the Holy Church in the future, and why the white pigeons have a special symbolic meaning in the Church of the Seven Gods. Before Danny could finish, Archbishop Matthew, who was kneeling below, shone with golden light again. He fell into an epiphany, and his soul was sublimated. He murmured, "Great mercy is to perfect one's own cultivation, and also to spread the beauty of truth and kindness to the world. Finally, the flower of truth and kindness will grow, and the world will become more perfect with one's state of mind." Even though she had expected it, Danny was still dumbfounded. The old monk's transformation was too shocking. His soul had turned completely golden, and the power of faith around him was surging like a storm, gathering around him and merging into it. Danny was a little confused. It was the first time she had seen such a situation. Her initial purpose was very simple. She wanted to show off in front of the believers and then trick Matthew, who was talking bad about Saint Danny behind her back, into flirting with her Lou. However, Saint Danny was a little reluctant to let the old cultivator court his own death. If he really died, well, it didn't matter if he died. After going to heaven, she could still study his strange soul. When Matthew's soul gradually calmed down, Danny decided to continue and finish the story. What if he could sublimate again? What's wrong with me? Matthew looked left and right at his hands and legs. At this moment, he finally realized his abnormality. His soul had absorbed a lot of divine power and turned into a shining golden little man. You listen to my teachings, and your soul sublimated. This is the ultimate pursuit of the Church of the Seven Gods, to let the believers make up for the defects. From the mind to the soul, and from the soul to the body, from the inside out, to achieve perfection. Saint Danny had mastered the highest mystery of religion deception, and the highest level of deception was to turn the fake into the real. I feel power, light, and all the good things. Matthew closed his eyes and said with an intoxicated face. Danny resisted the urge to immediately press him on the experiment table and said slowly, "After cutting your flesh and feeding it to the eagle and the white pigeon, the story is not over." Matthew immediately abandoned all distracting thoughts and listened to the teachings of the Holy Mother. That eagle wasn't satisfied even after eating one of my divine bodies. When I spent 100 years to condense a second divine body, he came again. "Are you chasing another white pigeon?" Matthew asked angrily. Virgin Danny said, "No, he's a demon. Demons are the most cunning. How can they use the same trick twice?" That time, he used his soul to enter the body of a female tiger that was on the verge of starvation. The tigress came to me with her weak cubs and said, "I am too hungry and tired to hunt. If I die, my son will die as well. Please help me kill a fat deer." "How about it?" I said, "I cannot bear to kill the living." The female tiger said, "If you don't kill, we will starve to death." In order to prevent me and my child from dying tragically, they had no choice but to let us eat each other. But if I give my flesh to my young children, they will eventually starve to death after a full meal. Helpless, I can only eat them to protect my own life. How can you bear to watch a mother eat her children? I said, Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. The female tiger said, "That's because they are not starving yet." I said, "I want to convert you and the tiger cubs." The female tiger said, "That's easy. You have meat on your body. Why don't you lie down and let us eat you?" Evil demon. Old Matthew gritted his teeth. Alas, as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Virgin Danny showed a compassionate expression, and her whole body seemed to exude the holy light of fearless sacrifice. "Virgin Mary, you can't do it again," the old monk cried. Virgin Danny ignored him and said lightly, "In response to the tigress' request, I immediately used the first move of Virgin Mary's palm, the first appearance of holy light. Across thousands of mountains and rivers, I smashed the body of the harpy hidden in the great pyramid of Slave Bay into minced meat." The old monk's face was full of anger, but it froze. Then, without waiting for the harpy to wail and beg for mercy, I used the second move of Virgin Mary's palm, "Follow me to hell." The soul of the harpy was completely purified. In the end, I fed the corpse of the eagle demon to a few hungry tigers. The old monk's face was distorted, and he didn't know what to say. He didn't speak, but Danny kept staring at him. The result disappointed her. The ending that was supposed to be the climax of the story didn't move Matthew at all. Being merciful doesn't mean that I'm stupid and weak. I'm the Virgin Mary, and I'm also a wise old woman who can see things clearly. When necessary, I can transform into a warrior and use thunderous means. Now, do you understand? Thank you for your teachings, Virgin Mary. I understand how to deal with the relationship between the Church and Stannis. I'm merciful and willing to sacrifice myself to save the devil, but I won't let the devil take whatever he wants. Old Matthew's eyes were firm and full of confidence. Very good. Back then, I gave Moses the sword of Moses that split the Green Fork River. Today, you also shoulder the responsibility of leading the believers to migrate and seek refuge. I'll teach you the 3 moves of Virgin Mary's palm. What is Virgin Mary's palm? The old monk was both happy and confused. Virgin Danny didn't explain much. She pointed her finger and knocked out old Matthew's soul. Then, she took off the Virgin Mary's vest, assumed the posture of a research monk, and began to study Matthew's soul after it was sublimated. It wasn't the first time that Danny encountered the sublimation of the believer's soul. Once, the Big Sparrow's piety was the highest, reaching 250 points. After he was resurrected by the Virgin Mary, his faith was further sublimated, reaching an incredible state of true saint. The Holy Sparrow no longer had any barriers with the 7 gods. He could transmit and use the power of faith to 100%. Why was Virgin Danny unwilling to grant the healing technique to all the believers of the 7 gods? Efficiency. If a low-level believer's piety was 20, and he prayed for 100 points of power of faith in a day, then only 80 points would fall into the faith space of the 7 gods. If he was granted the healing technique by the Virgin Mary, Blackie would take 50% of the tax, and only 40 points of divine power would leave the faith space. But when it was passed to the believer through the line of faith, there would be a huge loss, and the believer could only get 15 points, or even less. Danny only got the power of faith from him and didn't grant him the healing technique, which was equivalent to saving 25 points of divine power. That was to say, reducing the loss by 25%. Well, this was the theory of capitalists. Just like a car factory, because of the serious plague at the beginning of the year, the factory stopped work, but because it didn't make money, it complained that if it didn't resume work, it would lose hundreds of millions a day. After the Big Sparrow's sublimation, the power of faith produced by daily prayers remained the same. It had reached the limit of mortals, but the efficiency of faith increased to 100%. In short, if the Holy Sparrow produced 100 points of power of faith, the Virgin Mary would get 100 points. If the Virgin Mary gave him 100 points, he would get 100 points without any loss. The power of faith of believers was transmitted to the Virgin Mary through the line of faith. And the more devout the believer, the wider the line of faith. The line of faith could be compared to a wire that conducted current. and the Big Sparrow was a superconductor with no resistance. Now, Archbishop Matthew had surpassed Big Brother in his epiphany, directly crossing the zero resistance and becoming in negative resistance. At this time, for every 100 points of power of faith that Matthew produced, the 7 gods would get 120 points. The 7 gods would give him 100 points, and he would also get 120 points. The law of conservation of energy was broken. St. Mother Dani was indeed shocked at first, but after studying it carefully, she immediately made 2 big discoveries. First, she found that she could perceive and control Matthew's mark of life. It was as if Matthew was devoted to the 7 gods to a certain extent, and he had dedicated everything to faith. His will took the initiative to open his mark of life to the Virgin Mary. Like an ordinary believer opening his heart, he revealed his thoughts and life experiences to the gods. The direct result of this change was that Matthew could almost completely accept her divine power, divine soul, and song of laws. If the 7 gods descended on Matthew, they could exert 70% of their power. The reason why it was only 70% was that Matthew was a mortal after all, and he couldn't bear too much power. In particular, the power of the Song of Law would make his body collapse. In addition to being an excellent carrier for the descent of the gods, Matthew himself had also evolved in a real sense. His mark of life gave Dani a feeling that he was a high-level creature. After the death of an ordinary person, the soul that went to heaven was still an ordinary soul, such as King Aegon. Some devout believers, such as the Big Sparrow, would make themselves extraordinary in the process of believing in the gods. Wizards could evolve themselves through cultivation. The priests of the gods could only borrow the power of the gods. So, could they evolve? The Big Sparrow first proved to Dani that the priest's cultivation could also make him evolve into a high-level creature. The wizard's cultivation was based on the elements and the law, from the outside to the inside, using the power of the elements to evolve themselves. The priest's cultivation was to cultivate the heart, from the inside to the outside, and the sublimation of the soul was also a kind of evolution. The priests were very similar to the Confucian scholars. They both studied, researched, and expounded a certain way in truth. However, many priests could only write proposition essays related to the doctrines of the church, such as the sex of the Church of Desire and the killing of the Church of Slaughter. In the past, Confucianism worshipped the truth of heaven and earth, and the disciples of Confucianism were writing open-ended essays, but later it became a proposition essay of peace for all ages. If the level of the Big Sparrow and Matthew's soul was based on the wizard's level, the Big Sparrow was a half-step demigod, while Matthew was promoted to a demigod in a day under the guidance of the Holy Mother. There were no angels in the Church of the 7 Gods. After the appearance of the Big Sparrow, the Dragon Queen artificially divided the souls of the believers into levels. That was to say, she learned from Christianity in her previous life and came up with a 9-level angel hierarchy. The Big Sparrow was just a saint, half a step away from becoming an angel, but Matthew was still a level 1 guardian angel, and even touched the threshold of a level 2 archangel. Dani held Matthew's mark of life and wondered if she should modify his soul into a birdman. Just now, Matthew's soul crazily absorbed the power of faith in the faith space. At this moment, the soul body was very solid and should be able to appear in the material world. Well, in the past, it was difficult for her to see a human's mark of life, unless the person had a special attribute, and the mark would not collapse even if his soul was burned to ashes. It was even more difficult to change the mark of life, unless it was like the crow, the son of the forest, who had been modified in the process of opening his second life. But believers who were pious to the point of Matthew had given their everything to the gods, and the password lock of life was directly open to the gods. Perhaps this was the true conversion? Thinking about it carefully, this way of faith was really terrible, almost like the devil's way. Or there was no difference between gods and devils, but human beings used their own ideas to distinguish them. Chapter 872. Archbishop Matthew led the monks and the church knights to the lecture hall next door before he began to recite his adventures in the past few hours. The Holy Mother cut her flesh to feed the eagle, and the white dove became holy. Everyone was almost as shocked as old Matthew at that time, and they all had the same realization. However, there was still a gap between them, so it was not as good as listening to the Holy Mother's sermon. It was like watching a movie could not compare. Their piety had greatly increased, and many of them even condensed the Holy Mother's seal on the spot. However, no monk's soul was refined and became a divine priest. Even so, Archbishop Matthew was greatly comforted when he saw the faint golden light on the foreheads of the pastors below him. He sighed and said, "We should recompile the Seven Stars Bible. Apart from adding a foreword, we should also adjust the interpretation of mercy in the Gospel of the Blessed Virgin so that all believers can understand the great spirit of the Blessed Virgin Mary." The cultivators all nodded in agreement. After discussing the Holy Mother's path of mercy for a while, Archbishop Matthew began to talk about his mission. By the way, the invasion of the Undulls. It's westward. During the Undulls' westward invasion of Westeros, there was a saint named Moses who was also forgotten by history. We should at least write a biography of him. After the story of Saint Moses was told, everyone gasped in amazement. Not long after, the history books of the Westerners had a new king named Egypt, Saint Moses, who saved 27,000 believers of the seven gods. The so-called history was more or less like this. Now that the king of Egypt is coming, I will imitate Saint Moses and lead the people of King's Landing to migrate to Storm's End Castle in the south. This is the mission given to me by the Holy Mother, old Matthew said. Lancel suddenly remembered the message from the Dragon Queen. She quickly took out the letter and handed it to the archbishop. Before Stannis entered the city, he began to call for the Seven Kingdoms and other countries to come to King's Landing to fight against the otherworldly demons. The Dragon Queen believes that the battle at King's Landing will be tragic. She wants us to arrange for the ordinary monks and refugees to leave immediately. Lord Theodore Wales agreed and said, "I participated in the Battle of Winterfell. The White Blade River outside Winterfell has as much water as the Green Fork River, but it was frozen. Therefore, the next swamp and the Trident River, which could block the living, were like a level road for the deviant ghosts. A great battle at the King's Landing was inevitable. Unless the warriors of the Seven Kingdoms gathered at King's Landing, the pressure on King's Landing's defenses would be greater than Winterfell's. King's Landing is too big." This middle-aged man was the commander of the warriors' sons. His position was even higher than that of Lancer. Matthew handed the letter to the archbishop beside him and said, "There is no doubt that the Holy Mother has also conveyed an edict to the Pope." Lancel asked curiously, "Archbishop, your soul seemed to have left your body and grown wings. What happened?" Old Matthew was intrigued by her words. He smiled and said, "Thanks to the teachings of the Holy Mother, I have gained some enlightenment. My soul has been sublimated, and I have become an angel." "What is an angel?" Everyone looked at him in confusion. Old Matthew smiled and said, "Before the appearance of the Atonement Scroll, those who could go to heaven were all saints. There was a higher realm above the saints. The guardian angel was the first level above the saints. Originally, only after death could one be blessed by the Holy Mother and transformed from a saint's soul into an angel. But when the long night came and the world was in danger, the Holy Mother gave me the power of heaven in advance." Seeing that the people around him were still confused and did not have a direct understanding of angels, old Matthew raised his hand and stopped Theodore from asking questions. He said, "The power that the Holy Mother gave me is not to show off. Just like I will not tell you that the Holy Mother also taught me 3 moves of the Holy Mother Palm. I will not show off the peerless power of the Holy Mother Palm and the Holy Mother Palm in public." Holy Mother Palm? Peerless power? The monks' and knights' expressions were a little distorted. "If you did not tell us, we would not have known that you had the 3 moves of the Holy Mother Palm. As soon as you said it, we became more and more impatient, but you only told us half the story." But then they heard Chief Bishop Matthew say, "The Holy Mother asked me to lead the people of King's Landing to the south, but I don't have the prestige of Saint Moses. I have to show my divine might, and let the believers know that I am the angel of the Holy Mother." That evening, the bells on the 7 towers of the Holy Church rang. The sound of the bells echoed throughout King's Landing, and hundreds of thousands of people in the city heard it. The bells on the towers only rang at the same time on important occasions, such as the death of a king or the ascension of the throne. At this time, the 7 bells rang at the same time, which meant that something important was about to happen. For a moment, the Vezania Hills became a huge magnet. All the people and believers in King's Landing were like rusty iron shavings, rushing to the place where the bells rang. Circe, who was in the Empress Dowager's Tower of the Red Keep, also woke up from her daze because of the bells. There was only a wooden bed in the stone tower, which made the room of nearly 150 square meters look particularly empty. If Sansa had come to take a look, she would have thought that she had gone the wrong way. But this was indeed the Empress Dowager's Tower, the Empress Dowager's Tower that the cruel Maegor had built for her mother. The Empress Dowager's Tower was the tower with the best natural environment in the Red Keep. Open the window and face the sea, a row of egrets in the blue sky and thousands of white sails in the blue water. Go to the balcony and look down at King's Landing, the 9 heavens gates, the open palace, and the clothes of thousands of countries. The interior of the Empress Dowager's Tower was extremely luxurious. The floor was covered with a Myrish carpet that made people feel like they were falling into the clouds. The walls were hung with colorful brocades embroidered with exotic landscapes. A screen in the middle of summer separated the tea room near the balcony from the bedroom. The sandalwood table and chairs were filled with exquisite golden pots and jade cups that looked like works of art. Now, except for the statue of the Holy Mother that Circe had bought years ago, which was half the height of a man, in the corner, everything was gone. The French doors to the balcony were bricked up, and the windows facing the sea were boarded up. This was Yulun's request. He said it was to protect his wife. Circe thought that Yulun wanted to torture her. At most, the others thought that Yulun was worried that Circe would not be able to bear the hardships and jump off the building to commit suicide. Yulun was telling the truth. Before the Battle of Winterfell, Arya had been spying on Circe at King's Landing for months. The carpet, screen, brocades, and all the other furniture had been removed. Even the down quilt on the bed had been replaced with straw curtains and coarse linen sheets. The dark and cold stone room was filled with the smell of fermented excrement. The bells of the Holy Church are ringing. Why? The greasy straw quilt was lifted, revealing a furry head that looked like a messy grain grass. On the dirty and bruised cheeks, one could vaguely make out the shadow of the Color Queen. She blinks her eyes and tilts her head to listen carefully. After confirming that it is the 7 great bells of the Holy Church, she suddenly lifts the heavy and moldy quilt with an unknown strength. She changes from a pitiful shrimp into a rampaging crab with its fangs and claws. She waved her arms that were like sticks of reeds, stomped her feet, and shouted, Someone, tell me what happened outside. Did that bastard Yulun usurp the throne and be crowned the king of eunuchs?" No one answered her. Circe was not discouraged. Wrapping herself in an old sheepskin jacket, she ran to the door and slammed the oak door that was as thick as the wall of the world. Beyond the oak door was another world. "Why aren't you sleeping after dinner? Why are you yelling at ghosts?" The old woman's stern voice came from outside the door. "Sister Maul, why are the bells ringing in the Holy Church? Did Yulun usurp the throne? How can you allow an evil heretic to become the king?" Circe shouted. Crack! A small window 20 centimeters long and wide cracked open on the top of the wooden door. Immediately, yellow light and the pungent smell of smoke mixed with kerosene came in. Then, an old woman's sharp face that looked like an axe blocked most of the light. "Yulun did not usurp your throne. Go back to sleep," the old nun said coldly. Circe heard and let out a long sigh of relief. Her pale and dirty little dry face showed the peaceful smile of a country wife who watched her husband return with a cow in satisfaction on a summer's evening. The anger in her heart dissipated. Her body quickly felt the cold air from the long night. Circe shivered and asked, "What happened outside?" "I want to know too," Sister Maul said impatiently. You're the only one outside. Everyone else went to the holy church? If that's the case, let me talk to you to relieve your boredom. Later, we can ask Sister Allanthine about what happened in the holy church. Circe handed over a maid's humble smile. The old nun outside the door turned her face away. She did not speak, but she did not close the window. The yellow light shone in again. Circe moved her face closer, greedily feeling the brightness and heat of the light. Have the other ghosts reached the king's landing? Circe asked expectantly. If the other ghosts besieged the king's landing, Yuluan would have to guard the wall. If you encountered the other ghosts, thinking of the beauty, Circe could not help but crack a dry smile, like a dried orange that had been exposed to the sun for a few days. What are you laughing at? The sudden and inexplicable laughter startled the old nanny outside the door. Circe stopped laughing and said, "What's the big news in the Westeros recently? Tell me. I'm just fasting and training. I didn't join the Silent Sisters." Even the Silent Sisters can ask about outside news, right? The church only asked you to repent and atone for your sins. They did not block your news. As long as it's not prayer time, your husband and the Grand Chamberlain can visit you at any time. You can ask them, Sister Maul said. Circe stroked the bruises on her face and gritted her teeth. Are you playing dumb? Can't you see that they have betrayed me? Yuluan used the Church of the Seven Gods to bind me and steal the Queen's power. You call yourselves the servants of the seven gods in the mortal world, but you actually helped an evil heretic to torture the Holy Mother's lamb. You first murdered the Holy Sparrow, and then voluntarily confessed to the Holy Mother as an ascetic to atone for your sins. The Church only supervised you to fulfill your vows and did not participate in the power struggle of the Seven Kingdoms. Yuluan is your lawful husband. Lady Tanya is the Grand Chamberlain you chose, and even the Red Keep's guard commander was appointed by you. When did the Church interfere in the Red Keep's internal affairs other than to ensure that you repent on time? The nun with the pointed chin said sharply. Circe was speechless. The old nun was despicable, but she was right. In this game of power, the Church did not interfere at all. It was only because she had made a holy vow to the people and sparrows in King's Landing that the Church had sent someone to help her fulfill her vow. She had used 5 years of penance to atone for the death of the Great Sparrow. It was Yuluan. He was the one who recruited the Winged Dragon mercenaries. He was also the one who suggested that the Winged Dragon Knights could be used to murder the Sparrow, and then let the Winged Dragon Knights take the blame. He was the one who made me swear, who made me cultivate. It's all Yulin's fault. He plotted against me. Circe howled. Chapter 873. The Church is not involved in your feud with Yuluan, and I don't want to hear about it either. Both of you are the same, and there's no difference between the two of you. Both of you make me sick. Sister Maul's sharp voice was filled with disgust. I am a lamb of the Holy Mother. How can I be the same as Yuluan, a disciple of the Cthulhuism Society? Circe retorted unhappily. The Holy Mother must not be happy that you believe in her. Every evil deed you do as a follower of the Holy Mother is a disgrace to the Holy Mother, Sister Maul said. You are not the Holy Mother. Don't take it for granted. I met the Holy Mother when I was praying. Circe said, The Holy Mother met you? In your dreams. You must be hallucinating because of hunger. Sister Maul laughed coldly. It's true. I even felt that I might be able to learn lay of hands. At that time, I saw the Holy Mother smiling at me in a daze. She was gentle and kind. It reminded me of my mother who held me and sang nursery rhymes before bed. Circe's expression was sincere and earnest. Ha! You think you can learn lay of hands? Sister Maul laughed as if she had heard a funny joke. Even she, an old nun who had been a devoted follower of the Holy Mother since childhood, had never seen the Holy Mother and could not become a priest. Even if the Holy Mother was blind, she would not give a sinner who committed adultery, husband murder, and regicide divine spells, especially when the sinner had murdered 2 archbishops in a row. Archbishops were the Holy Mother's representatives in the mortal world. Sister Maul was right. As long as the Holy Mother was not blind, she would not give Circe divine spells. But Circe was not lying either. She had seen the Holy Mother and had enough devotion to learn lay of hands. For ordinary people, the highest devotion was 250. The soul of an extraordinary person was of a higher quality and had the possibility of breaking the 250-point limit. However, there were very few extraordinary people in Westeros, and even fewer who believed in the seven gods. So far, other than old Matthew, no one had broken the 250-point limit. The first time St. Mother Dani bestowed the saint healing skill upon a believer, the requirement was as high as 200 piety points. At that time, there were only a few dozen people in the Seven Kingdoms who met the requirements. After Mother Dani obtained 1% of the seal of the Green Prophet, the requirement to become a priest was lowered to 150 piety. From then on, priests began to appear in large numbers, numbering in the hundreds. Later on, Mother Dani obtained another 2%. She now had a total of 3% of the mark fragments. Any believer with more than 100 points of piety could be converted into a priest. As such, the number of priests in the Seven Nations began to exceed 1,000. Before the plot began, when Robert was still alive, Circe's devotion to the seven gods was less than 0.1. However, she had been through a lot in the past few years, especially after the tragic deaths of her two sons, and witnessing the miracle of the Holy Mother's resurrection of the Great Sparrow. Her devotion to the Holy Mother had become pious. After being trapped in the Empress Dowager's tower by Yulun, Circe suddenly realized that she could only rely on the Holy Mother. Jaime, whom she missed the most, had abandoned her. Her father had died long ago. Every time she thought of Uncle Kevin, she would repent even more sincerely. Yes, she did repent, but she did not regret it. Sometimes, she would even complain to the Holy Mother in her prayers that it was all Uncle Kevin's fault. He had lost the simplicity of the past when Tywin was still alive and became addicted to power. If he had been willing to assist her, none of this would have happened. Even the Robert Strong that spellcaster Coburn had custom-made for her was taken away by Yu Luan using black magic. In this cold, dark, and empty stone room, only the Holy Mother could give her comfort and hope. That was why Circe was so pious. There were two ways to increase one's devotion. One was to have a deep understanding of the doctrine and agree with it. The other was to wholeheartedly believe in the gods. Circe belonged to the latter. She knew the doctrine of the seven gods and felt that it was good and right. However, she was unwilling to follow it. Judging from the doctrine alone, Circe's devotion was barely 1.0, which was the standard of a normal believer. However, there was a limit to how much devotion could be increased through blind faith and pure agreement with the doctrine. It was about 100 points, fanatic. If one wanted to be promoted from fanatic to petitioner, 150 points of devotion. They would need to believe in the gods and wholeheartedly agree with and follow the doctrine of the seven gods. Therefore, when the requirement to become a priest was 150 piety points, none of the priests had much of a problem with their character. St. Mother Dani could directly bestow them with the mark of the Holy Mother. However, when the requirement was lowered to 100 points of devotion, trouble came. The Dragon Queen accidentally met Circe. At that time, Holy Mother Dani almost had a mental breakdown. This kind of trash can become my priest? Is the Church of the Seven Gods finished? If Dani lets Circe become a priest, many of the true priests would probably leave. They would not be willing to wallow in the mire. Circe made Dani understand that her priest profession change system had encountered a bug. Even if Circe was an extreme person, she was not the first fallen believer who believed in the seven gods and violated the doctrine of the seven gods. For example, in the real world, the missionaries who were involved in colonial activities were not afraid of sacrifice. They were willing to die for the church and for God. There was no doubt about their faith in God. However, what they did was the actions of Satan. It was the opposite of God's doctrine. If Dani were God, she would redeem those missionaries, help them escape the fate of hell, but not allow them to go to heaven. Redemption was her responsibility to her believers. Going to heaven was a reward for her believers. Rewards were a means of encouragement. No god would encourage believers to do things that went against their doctrine. Therefore, Holy Mother Dani decided to give Circe redemption, but not the divine spell that represented the glory of the monks. Circe said that when she saw the Holy Mother smiled at her, as if receiving the divine spell was not an illusion. Holy Mother Dani not only comforted her tired and weak soul, but also left a seal of redemption in her mind. The seal of redemption had 3 functions. First, because Circe had royal blood, she was a high-risk person. The seal of redemption would alert Blackie when she died, ensuring that her soul would not fall into the hands of the evil gods. Second, every time she prayed to the Holy Mother, she would receive a low-level healing spell to heal the wounds left by Yulun. Lastly, when Circe's devotion reached 150, the seal of redemption would become the Holy Mother's seal. If Circe's devotion reached 150, it meant that she had truly repented. Making her a priest would not tarnish the church's reputation. Instead, it would be an example of redemption. Circe did not chat with Morley for long. Morley was ignoring her, and Circe was cold, so she retreated back to her straw bed to suffer. She wanted to wait for news from the great cathedral, but she was so tired that she fell asleep. The next morning, the sound of the door opening woke her up like an alarm clock. When he opened his eyes and lifted the blanket, he saw 4 gray-haired but burly old nuns walking in. Some of them were cleaning the floor, some were washing the toilet with a brush, and some were smashing a window on the stone wall that separated the balcony from the bedroom with a hammer. Bang! 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 They were all busy. Circe stuck her head out and asked with narrowed eyes, "Why are you smashing the wall?" "To open a window for you. The night is long. At least you can see the 7 towers of the great cathedral," Sister Allenthine said. Thinking that she would be able to see the scenery outside soon, Circe was happy. She looked at the nuns cleaning the room and asked, "What day is it today? Why are you all so diligent? You wouldn't even be willing to clean the floor in the past." Sister Morley used a shovel to remove the dried dung on the wooden floor as she scolded. "Cleaning your own room is what a normal person should do, not to mention that you're cultivating. It's already wrong for you not to work hard. You don't even wash the toilet. You're too lazy. I only eat hard bread every day, drink cold water, and get tortured by Yulun from time to time. My whole body is sore and weak. How can I work? You should stop Yulun from hurting me." Circe grumbled in a hoarse voice. "Hundreds of people in King's Landing die of hunger and cold every day. You're lucky to have bread to eat. Even the Archbishop only has 1 more bowl of vegetable and egg soup than you," Sister Morley said coldly. Sister Allenthine, who was hammering the window, said, "You and Yulun are husband and wife. The 7 gods can't forbid a husband from sleeping with his wife." "I want to drink vegetable and egg soup too." Circe gulped and murmured, "Yulun's dick is burnt to a crisp. He can't use it anymore. He used it on me and whipped me. Tell the Archbishop that I want to annul my marriage with Yulun. Mother of Mercy, I'm in too much pain right now." Circe was just saying it casually. She did not expect the cold-hearted nuns to help her. She had been saying things like annulling her marriage ever since she found out Yulun's true colors. She had said it thousands of times. Then every time, these old men would mock her with words like, "You reap what you sow, and Yulun is your retribution," and so on. But this time, the 4 old nuns stopped what they were doing and looked at each other. Sister Moll hesitated and said, "The Holy Mother is merciful and compassionate. Maybe we should help her this once? At least tell St. Matthew." The other 3 nuns nodded in agreement. Then Sister Morley left the room, leaving the nuns to continue with their work. "What's wrong? Something's wrong with you all today. Is St. Matthew Archbishop Matthew? How did he become St. Matthew?" Circe sat up and asked in surprise. "The night is long and full of danger. Fortunately, the 7 gods saved the world. Today, when St. Sparrow went to heaven, another saint was born. St. Matthew inherited the will of St. Moses and St. Sparrow. He will lead the people of King's Landing to the south to Storm's End Keep," Sister Allenthine said excitedly. St. Matthew is also known as Angel Matthew. He has understood the true meaning of mercy and has transcended the mortal world to become a true saint, Sister Mason said. The three nuns quickly told Circe about the grand occasion at the great cathedral of Baylor last night. O seven gods! St. Matthew can transcend his mortal body and become a holy two-winged angel. Circe exclaimed. Everyone saw it. That was a true saint's soul, the nuns said reverently. Circe was silent for a moment and said, Mother of Mercy is indeed merciful, but cutting her own flesh to feed the eagle, isn't it a little silly? Wouldn't it be fine if he just used the Holy Mother's divine palm to slap the eagle demon to death? How could a demon be converted? And that white dove, she is obviously taking advantage of Mother of Mercy. A demoness can marry the king and become a saint in heaven. What a great deal! So, we should not care about you and let you continue to sink, Sister Mason said coldly. I'm different. Circe shook her head. Yes, you are different. What you did is far more terrifying than a demon. Chapter 874. Circe had been looking forward to seeing Sister Maul until the afternoon of the same day. St. Matthew risked his life to enter the Red Keep today to meet Yulun, the nun said. The Archbishop suggested that you be sent to the great cathedral to train with the monks. I will. Before the nun could finish, Circe shouted excitedly. Mother of Mercy, St. Matthew of Mercy, I will go to the great cathedral. I want to drink vegetable and egg soup. Sister Maul looked at her with pity and shook her head. Yulun is not willing. Circe's smile froze. She was stunned for a moment. Why is he not willing? Even the Archbishop is here. What marriage can't be annulled? He said he doesn't believe in the seven gods, the nun said. He also asked St. Matthew to stay out of the royal family's affairs. St. Matthew is an angel, Circe begged. He understands the true meaning of Mother of Mercy. He must not give up on saving a poor sheep like me. Of course, the Archbishop will not give up, Sister Maul said. Yes, he must not give up. He must gather the sons of warriors and the poor and wash the Red Keep with 100,000 soldiers. Circe said excitedly. Sister Maul was horrified. Holy Mother of Mercy! My sins! My sins! How can you say such evil things? Very well, Mother of Mercy, Circe said. Not everyone will be killed. Just kill Yulun and save me to take charge of the situation. That should be enough to suppress the rebels in the Red Keep. The Church must not participate in the struggle for power. This has become the first commandment of us monks. The power belongs to the king and the people, and the faith belongs to the seven gods and the Church. The only thing the seven gods ask of their followers is to make them better, Sister Maul said seriously. Sigh, if only you were this obedient when I was the Queen Regent. Circe sighed. She ran to the newly opened window and looked at the seven holy lights above the Vezania hills. St. Matthew of Mercy, please use the same ruthlessness as when you made me parade in the streets. Kill Yulun with Mother of Mercy. St. Matthew hasn't returned to the Holy Church yet. He's at the Red Keep trying to convert Yulun, Sister Maul said. What? Circe turned around in confusion. St. Matthew took pity on Yulun, who had fallen into hell and wanted to turn the devil into a saint. Circe was confused. After a while, she came back to her senses and asked tentatively, Are you right? St. Matthew took pity on Yulun? Yulun were bewitched by the evil god and struggled in hell, truly experiencing the greatest suffering of the human world, the nun said. Lunatic, Circe said with a twisted expression. You've wasted all your hard work these past few days. You don't even have the slightest understanding of the Holy Mother's path of mercy, the nun angrily said. I'm the one who is suffering, yet you pity Yulun and blame me for not being compassionate. Circe was also angry. Old Sister Maul sighed and said, You murdered the Holy Sparrow. Isn't that a great injustice to the Church? It was Yulun's idea, Circe said weakly. You have committed heinous crimes and harmed the people of the Seven Kingdoms. But we did not give up on you and gave you many chances to save yourself. Yulun's sins are not as great as yours. So why can't you pity him and persuade him to repent and be saved? Just as Circe was hesitating, the sound of someone climbing up the stairs suddenly came from the staircase outside the door. Not long after, Sister Errington gasped and shouted, "Oh no, oh no!" St. Matthew advised Yulun that the sea of bitterness is boundless and that repentance is the shore. But he was stabbed by Yulun. What? Sister Mal's old eyes almost popped out of her sharp face. Yulun dared to murder St. Matthew? Circe was surprised and happy. She shouted, "Go to the holy church and ask the warrior's son to wash the Red Keep with blood and avenge the archbishop. If St. Matthew was stabbed to death, Yulun would be dead. If Yulun was dead, she could take charge of the situation." That was great. The archbishop is not dead. Sister Allenthine leaned on her knees and panted at the door. "Didn't you say that St. Matthew was stabbed?" Circe could not hide the disappointment on her face. She was too surprised before, but now she was too disappointed. How can St. Matthew be stabbed to death? Allenthine glared at her and shook her head. Blessed by the Holy Mother, St. Matthew is an angel and has powerful healing and resurrection spells. He will not die. Sister Mal let out a long sigh of relief. If he is not dead, why are you screaming so pitifully? Circe cursed in her mind and asked, "What is going on?" Yulun wants to stab St. Matthew just because of one sentence? Isn't it because of you? Allenthine looked at her and sighed. St. Matthew advised Yulun to be kind, to let go of the butcher's knife and convert to the Holy Mother. Yulun said that St. Matthew was spouting nonsense, and that it was easy for him to say that he could not feel his pain. Sister Allenthine gave a brief account of what had happened in the council hall of the Red Keep. Yulun sat on the Iron Throne to receive St. Matthew. St. Matthew didn't come to the Red Keep just for Circe. More importantly, he wanted Yulun to open the city gates so that the monks could lead the refugees and commoners to the south or to Blackwater Bay to Tidehead Island. Yulun did not agree at first, and even asked the church to cooperate with the Iron Throne to resist the Urlu outside the city. Matthew handed the Dragon Queen's letter to King Urun and said directly, "Stannis will definitely attack the city within a week. He won't care about the commoners below the city walls at all. The city is already short of food, and the Iron Throne is unable to provide relief, causing the people to be angry and riots to break out on the streets. King's Landing is about to collapse under the siege. I showed the believers a miracle last night, and now the people in the city know about the plan to go south for survival. If you stop them from leaving the city, there will be an uprising of at least 300,000 people before Stannis can attack. How can you withstand it? Besides, there is the church behind the believers and thousands of church armed forces. The Dragon Queen of Dragonstone Island and the Holy Mother in the sky. Which one can you withstand? Only the starving refugees are leaving. Most of the church's priests and armed forces are still in King's Landing to resist the otherworldly ghosts. This will only benefit the Iron Throne. Rando Tarly and the others advised. Yulun also heard the cheers of St. Matthew from the beggar army outside the walls of the Red Keep. He knew that he could not do it and could only agree. As long as the church swore that the Valley Army would not take the opportunity to attack the city, St. Matthew would be allowed to take away the civilians and refugees who left voluntarily. After settling this matter, Matthew began to convert the great demon King Euron. The chief bishop persuaded Yulun to give up his power and convert to the Holy Mothers. No wonder Yulun stabbed him. Yulun would never give up the Iron Throne, Circe said with a strange expression. Yulun demon is indeed greedy for power, but the reason why he stabbed St. Matthew was because of you, Sister Allenthine said. What about me? Circe was stunned. St. Matthew advised Yulun to stop torturing you and let him dissolve the marriage between the two of you. Yulun dared to speak ill of him and threatened the chief bishop. If he dares to interfere with your matters, he will send the chief bishop to meet the Holy Mother, the old nun said angrily. Lock Yulun up and let him repent. Let him become an ascetic to atone for his sins. Circe shouted excitedly. The old nun shook her head and said, St. Matthew understood the true meaning of the Holy Mother's mercy and is willing to sacrifice himself. If his death can exchange for your peace and the peace of Yulun's heart, he would rather die. Then Yulun pulled out your sword and stabbed St. Matthew's heart. Actually, Yulun should not have been so impulsive, but the way St. Matthew looked at him was compassionate and loving, as if he was looking at a lost child. Not only did it not convert him, it ignited a fire in his heart. Yulun dared to swear to the storm god that he had never hated a person so much like that moment. Who do you think you are? Who are you to show such loving care to a child? How dare you look at me with such loving care? I am the first boss of Game of Thrones. Then he pulled out his sword in the court and pierced St. Matthew's heart under the horrified gaze of countless courtiers and nobles. St. Matthew did not dodge and did not even frown when the sword pierced his heart. He only looked at Yulun's ferocious face and red eyes and felt even more pity and sympathy. There was a sadness that could not be dissolved spreading from him. Even Yulun himself was a little shocked. His right hand that was holding the hilt of his sword could not help but tremble. Has the resentment in your heart disappeared? St. Matthew asked gently. He did not die. His heart that was pierced by the sword was bleeding, but he did not die. He could still speak. Thump! 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 Yulun's face turned pale. He was frightened by an inexplicable aura and took 3 steps back. The blade of the sword brought out a pinch of blood from his heart. It was also at that moment that Sister Allenthine left the hall and rushed to the Empress Dowager's tower. How dare you attack St. Matthew? Yulun's sin is unforgivable, Cersei said agitatedly. If it was so easy to exorcise a demon, the Holy Mother's mercy would not be so precious. The nun sighed. If St. Matthew is still trying to exorcise Yulun, why are you yelling and screaming as if the Archbishop is dead? Cersei asked impatiently. Sister Allenthine glared at her angrily and turned to Sister Maul. Yulun are stubborn. I'm afraid that the Iron Throne will eventually come into conflict with the Church. Go pack your bags. We will be ready to leave at any time. So serious. Yulun dared to attack us? Sister Maul was shocked. The Red Heart demons are about to attack the city. The Red Keep is the main battlefield. We will have to return to the Holy Church sooner or later, Allenthine said. Hearing this, Cersei realized that the nun had not left because of her shift, but because she had given up on her supervision. If you leave, does that mean I will be free? She was overjoyed. Did you not obtain peace and serenity through penance? You make it sound as if the Church is restricting your freedom. We've worked so hard just to help you redeem yourself, Sister Maul said bitterly. I can eat good food and live in a luxurious castle while I repent to the Holy Mother, Cersei said righteously. If you do not abstain from the desires of the mouth, nose, and tongue, how can you purify your heart and let your soul reach the other side of heaven? Sister Allenthine said solemnly. You old nannies have not even learned healing. What right do you have to lecture me? Cersei said impatiently. Sister Maul's face turned red, and her eyes were full of regret. Sister Allenthine reached out and lit a ball of warm, holy light. Last night, when we listened to St. Matthew's sermon at the lectern, Masani, Unia, and I had an epiphany. We have been blessed by the Holy Mother and have become priests. Sigh. I should not have stayed here to talk nonsense with you. Sister Maul looked at Cersei with resentment. Oh no! Oh no! At the mention of Sister Masani came over. Just like Sister Allentine before, she gasped and shouted, The Yulun demon is crazy. He cut off St. Matthew's Gigi with one sword. Chapter 875. What? St. Matthew has become a eunuch? Cersei exclaimed. Allentine glared at the sinner and roared, Shut up! You are blaspheming the angel Matthew. Cut off Gigi? Isn't he a eunuch? I'm just telling the truth. How is that blasphemy? Yulun the demon is the one who is blasphemous. Go outside the castle and summon the sparrows to attack the Red Keep and wash Yulun's party with blood. Cersei could hardly hide her smile and joy. Well, she didn't hide her true thoughts. The 3 old nuns were furious, but could not refute. They were ready to leave the sinner's cell. Oh, don't go. I am guilty. I admit that I am guilty. I have blasphemed St. Matthew's Gigi. Oh no, I have blasphemed St. Matthew's name. I have failed the teachings of the Holy Mother. Circe wanted to hear more, and the negotiation between St. Matthew and Yu Luan concerned her future. She hurriedly grabbed the two tall and strong old nannies, one in each hand. She didn't manage to stop them. Instead, she was dragged 3 to 4 meters on the floor. But the 3 old nuns did not go out. Sister Morley asked her companion, "Why did Yulin the demon cut off blaspheme St. Matthew?" "Sigh, it's all because of her," Sister Masani shouted, pointing at Circe. St. Matthew should have left after being stabbed, but he pitied Yulin the demon's depravity and could not bear to see Circe. "Hey, that's enough," Circe shouted, interrupting the old nuns. "You gave Stannis the nickname Red Heart Demon and Yulin the demon. It's fine, but what do you mean by calling me Circe the demon? I am a devout believer of the Holy Mother. Even if I was abducted by demons and made some mistakes, I am not a demon, right? I think I can still go to heaven. Your sins are comparable to those of demons. Circe the demon will be used to describe people who make the same mistakes as you in the future," the nun said. Circe's face turned red with anger. "I am incest, but isn't your pope the product of incest as well? I murdered my own husband, but didn't your pope also curse her husband to death? He's going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter how he dies. Blasphemy! Sinner! Circe!" The 3 nuns pointed at Circe and yelled at her. Ding, ding, ding. While the 3 old nannies were arguing with Circe, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs outside. They all quieted down at the same time, listening attentively and looking up. The haggard Count Tully and the warrior's son Russell led the way, while Sister Una and a few knights followed behind. "Cousin, you've come to save me," Circe cried out tearfully. The one-armed hero looked at his former lover, cousin, queen, and now queen, sinner, and prisoner with pity and asked, "Circe, on behalf of Archbishop Matthew, are you willing to give up all worldly power, dissolve your marriage with Yulin, and convert to the church?" Circe stopped crying and said in surprise, "Of course I am willing to dissolve my marriage with Yulin. But what do you mean by converting to the church and giving up worldly power?" After many efforts, St. Matthew finally persuaded Yulin to dissolve your marriage with him, Russell said. "But Yulin also has a condition. You have to hand over the crown, officially recognize him as Yolen of Scylla, give up the Lannister surname, and never step out of the Holy Cathedral. You will become a Sister of Silence." Circe was like a puppy that had been kicked in the balls. She jumped up and yelled, "Let the other ghosts take advantage of King Euron. Who does he think he is? A mere Ironborn wants to become the king of the 7 kingdoms? How hard did St. Matthew work to make me lose the Iron Throne? You are unwilling?" Randall Tully frowned. Circe spat at Tully's face and scolded, "Bastard! Have you forgotten who made you the hand of the king? Ungrateful bastard!" Randall Tully pursed his lips, the veins on his forehead throbbing. But he only glared, not retorting or wiping away the saliva that was dripping down his forehead. "Circe, don't be unreasonable. If it weren't for Count Tully's efforts, you would have been secretly killed by Yulin." Lancer could not stand it anymore. She stepped forward and shouted in a low voice. This was the truth. Randall Tully had never been on Yuluin's side. But before Yuluin plotted against Circe, he had been encouraging her to suppress the Riverbend army in King's Landing. In the Battle of the Southern Shore of Blackwater, Lion had suffered the greatest loss, followed by Riverbend. They had faced the true Dragon Alliance head-on, while Timon had ambushed them from behind and cleaned up the battlefield. When Circe learned of Randall Tully's loss, she had laughed and opened a bottle of summer wine to celebrate with Yulin. Because of this, Riverbend's army in King's Landing was not even as strong as Lion's. Lion even controlled 5,000 gold robes. Even so, after Circe had imprisoned herself, Randall Tully was loyal to her. Circe being locked in the Queen's Tower was her own idea. Yulin did not truly replace Circe because of 3 concerns: the Church, Randall Tully, and Lannister in the West. No matter how many sins Circe had committed, she was at least a believer of the 7 gods. The great cathedral of Baylor did not like her, and the starry cathedral had crowned her. But Yulun was a proper heretic. The western half of Hajin were still under Lannister's control, and Tywin's cousin Damian was still in charge of Casterly Rock. If they fell out, Yulun would be in danger of losing his home. Lannister was indeed in decline, but Tywin was not in a good situation either. The main reason was that his forces were too scattered. The Iron Islands, Riverbend High Court, King's Landing were more than 10,000 kilometers of land and sea, which was more than half of the Westeros. If Lannister was ruthless and gathered his remaining forces to attack the neighboring Iron Islands, Yulun might really lose his home. The Iron Islands were not even as big as the Earl's territory, and their population was small. They were barely qualified to participate in the game of power because all of them were soldiers. Now, 1/3 of Tywin was in Riverbend, and 2/3 was in King's Landing. The Iron Islands were almost empty. Randall Tully was the representative of the Seven Kingdoms and the representative of Riverbend. Even Yulun could not ignore his opinion. The king ruled over the nobles, and the nobles ruled over their subjects. If the nobles did not care about the king was no longer a king. If Cersei did not murder the Great Sparrow and did not make an oath to atone for her sins, Yulun would not be able to become the regent. Everyone in King's Landing who knew about the Red Keep knew what Randall Tully meant to Cersei. Only Cersei herself did not know. She was still cursing at Randall. Cersei had not seen Randall Tully since she was imprisoned in the Queen Dowager's Tower. Now, she wanted to vent all her pent-up anger. Randall's face was like a spittoon as she spat all over it. After a while, the Queen's hand said, "When I accepted Duke Tywin's invitation to help the Iron Throne quell the rebellion, it was to restore the order of the Seven Kingdoms. I don't know when it started, but I became one of the sources of chaos. I am guilty, but I don't know who I have let down." "You have let me down," Cersei shouted. Randall Tully's expression became strange when he heard that. "If it was because of you that I ended up like this, then it is a disgrace." "What do you mean? Without me, could you have become the king's hand?" Cersei said angrily. Randall Tully made a decision in his heart. His expression softened as he said, "My queen, what is your decision?" "In the agreement between you, Luwin, and Archbishop Matthew, the marriage can only be annulled if you give up everything in the world. If you leave the Red Keep, you must join the Sisters' Silence." "Let Yulun shave his head and become a monk," Cersei said angrily. "The Archbishop did make such a proposal," Randall suggested sincerely after a moment of silence. "I think it is best if you agree to Yulun's terms. Stannis will soon attack the King's Landing. The Red Keep will no longer be safe. Cersei, go into the arms of the Holy Mother. You will find that the peace of your soul is far more satisfying than the empty power," Lancel also advised. "Look at my face, look at my hair, look at my clothes." Cersei looked up and turned in a circle, revealing her dry and fragile hair, her wrinkled and pale cheeks, and her bloated and worn-out sheepskin coat that emitted a strange smell. "This is an ascetic. Is this worthy of the queen?" Cersei shouted angrily. "Don't tell me that a nun should be like this." Dany Rise of Dragonstone Island was surrounded by servants, dressed in fine clothes, ate delicious food, admired by thousands, and was loved by the Holy Mother. "Why can't I?" Randall Tully and Lancel looked at each other and said, "You choose to remain as you are?" Cersei shook her head and begged, "Can you let me out? Have you forgotten your own oath? The sacred oath?" Lancel frowned. "It was Yulun. He tricked me into swearing an oath of penance," Cersei said. "But you were the one who murdered the Holy Sparrow," Lancel said coldly. Cersei was speechless. "Archbishop Matthew risked his life to fight for this opportunity for you," Sister Maul reminded. "He's a guardian angel. Why didn't he fight for better conditions for me?" Cersei complained. Thinking of Yulun pierced the Archbishop's heart with a sword, and then looking at Cersei, Lancel's heart turned cold. "In a few days, the Archbishop will bring the people of King's Landing south. All the monks and nuns will leave. There may not be any nuns to supervise you," he hinted. "Without nuns, you will lose the protection of the church." Cersei didn't fully understand what he meant, but she felt a sense of danger. She shrank back and thought of something. Cousin, my poor uncle worked hard for Lannister all his life. For his sake, please do me a favor. Call Lord Reck and the Grand Chamberlain Tanya here. Let me talk to them. Lord Reck was the general of Dragonstone Island who was captured by the Dragon Queen. He was the husband of Tywin's cousin. After the death of Lord Devon of the Lion family, Cersei appointed him the commander of the Lion Army and the Golden Robes. Thinking of her father who died at the hands of the Imps, Lancel sighed and whispered something to Randall Tarry. Randall hesitated for a moment, then ordered a knight to go downstairs. While waiting, Randall couldn't help but remind Cersei, trusting Titus Reck and Tanya of Myr is the stupidest thing of all. Cersei responded with a sarcastic smile. Did Jaime look for you? She asked her cousin. Lancel nodded and said, before going to Winterfell, we met once. After the Winterfell War, he disappeared again. Cersei stroked her rough, wrinkled face. Her hand trembled, and her voice trembled. Edie, where is Brain, the Roseless Sentinel? You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.